And good morning, everybody. We welcome you to Valentine High School for coverage of the 2021 Southwest Conference Wrestling Championships. Hi, everybody. I'm Brent Apperson. Be joined soon by Kirk Crawley, and we will bring you coverage of this year's Southwest Conference Wrestling Tournament. A pleasure to be here. We should have some great matches in front of us as we work our way through the day, and we are going to get to see some of the best wrestlers in their weight class in the state here at this tournament today. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and we're glad that you are with us for the day. Southwest Conference comprised of Ainsworth, Ogallala, McCook, Broken Bow, Minden, Valentine, Cozad, and Gothenburg. So it'll be an 8-team tournament, and we'll work our way through the day and find out who the individual champions are for the Southwest Conference this year. And, of course, we'll crown a team champion as well. And as we come on board, we want to start by thanking all of our wonderful businesses who are making our coverage possible for you today. We are bringing our coverage to you a couple of different ways. First, we're on the radio at KBBN 95.3 FM and on the web at kbbn.com. And we've brought the video camera with us, too, and we're going to have live video streaming of today's tournament, which you can access on the following media platforms, which include the KCNI KBBN YouTube page, Sandhills Express Facebook, and also on our Twitter account at KBBN Sports. We begin by thanking those businesses who are bringing you radio coverage of today's tournament, and they include Dana F. Cole in Broken Bow, Tumbleweed Cafe, Trotter Fertilizer, Duda Plumbing, Sargent Irrigation, Flatwater Bank, Peterson Supermarket, State Farm Insurance, Donna Cahill, your local agent. Also brought to you by Broken Bow Livestock, Drew Gaffney and Justin French. Brought to you by 5 Star, as well as Young's Western Wear in Valentine, First State Bank in Gothenburg, Gothenburg Realty, BD Broken Bow, State Farm Insurance, Heidi Bazada agent, Borders Law, Nebraska State Bank, Rod's Body and Paint, Grocery Cart, Custer Federal State Bank, Trotter Service, Meade Lumber, Shelter Insurance, Brent Custer, your local agent in Broken Bow. Also brought to you by A to Z Lawn Pro and Landscaping, Squire Septic Services, Aeroseed, Team Physical Therapy, Agland ATV, and Power Solutions. As we mentioned, we'll be doing some live video streaming of today's tournament, and we'll come back and thank those businesses who are bringing you video coverage of today's action right after these words.
Dana F. Cole & Company provides a full range of accounting-related services for their customers. They are proud to say that they serve clients in virtually every major industry. They appreciate the opportunity to do business with you as your accountant and advisor. They promise to build a relationship that is about more than numbers. Get started today. Dana F. Cole & Company, building relationships for over 100 years.
7 days a week, when you're looking for a home-cooked meal, look no further than the Tumbleweed Cafe on East Highway 2. They feature daily lunch specials that are a great pick-me-up in the middle of your day. Don't forget, you can order online and pick up too, or make use of their handy drive-thru for extra fast, home-style food. They love serving Central Nebraska with the classics, from burgers and fries to chicken fried steak and pies. At the Tumbleweed Cafe, East Highway 2, Broken Bow.
When it comes to your fields, results right now and in the future as well are both important. Who has the expertise needed to do that? Trotter Fertilizer. They have the best technology in the industry, and they'll put it to work for you, because every field is not the same. They can help your specific field so your yield becomes more profitable. Trotter Fertilizer looks forward to partnering with you. Proud to support the Broken Bow area wrestlers. Trotter Fertilizer.
Forgetfulness. It jumps up and bites all of us at one time or another, but you simply cannot forget to get your septic tank pumped. Duda Plumbing wants to remind you to get it done at least every 2 years. Give Scott a call and get on the schedule so you can put the remembering part to him. 872-3402. Duda Plumbing is proud to support Central Nebraska wrestlers who are hard workers every time they take the mat. Enjoy the broadcast, brought to you in part by Duda Plumbing.
Sargent Irrigation may be known worldwide, but their roots are right here in Central Nebraska, something they are very proud of. They hire right here in the heartland and know their success is due to those quality employees. As a way of showing support for the community, Sargent Irrigation sponsors high school sports broadcasts so those unable to attend can follow the action. Enjoy the broadcast, sponsored in part by Sargent Irrigation in Broken Bow.
And again, we bring you back to Valentine High School, the site of the 2021 Southwest Conference Wrestling Championships. As we mentioned, we have a live video stream of today's matches available for you today, and you can access that on the following media platforms: KCNI KBBN YouTube page, Sandhills Express Facebook page, and also on our Twitter account at KBBN Sports. And as you view the video stream today, you'll be seeing businesses flash across your screen, and those are the ones that are bringing you the live video stream today. And we want to say thanks to those businesses. They include Trotter Fertilizer in Broken Bow, Duda Plumbing, Sargent Irrigation, Flatwater Bank, Peterson Supermarket, State Farm Insurance, Donna Cahill, your local agent, Broken Bow Livestock, Drew Gaffney and Justin French, 5 Star. Also brought to you by Young's Western Wear in Valentine, Gothenburg Realty, BD Broken Bow, State Farm Insurance, Heidi Bazada, agent. Also brought to you by Nebraska State Bank, Grocery Cart, Mead Lumber, Shelter Insurance, Agland ATV, and Power Solutions. Today's video streaming of today's matches also brought to you in part by Palmer Monument, Geared for Sports, Insurance of the Heartland, Viero Wireless, Downey Drilling, Triple Blast Boutique, Connie Ulmer Accounting, Pony Express Chevrolet, Clark Dental, and Central Nebraska Electric. Well, we bring in quickly here Mr. Kurt Crawley, who will help us call today's action. Kurt, great to see you. And I know that there's no place you'd rather be than at a wrestling tournament, so welcome.
Hey, thanks a lot, Brent. Yes, you're right, exactly. And this should be a fun one today.
We're going to wrestle with 2 mats at least to get started. And so as you view on the video stream, if you're watching it that way as far as our coverage goes today, the mat on the left on your screen will be mat number 1. That's how we'll refer to it anyway. And then the other, obviously, will be mat number 2. So we'll try to keep you organized as best we can. Now, as we work our way through this opening round, Kirk, this opening round could go pretty quick. So we will try to keep you updated as best we can. We'll try to let you know who's on the mat. Of course, for us to know, we kind of wait until that comes up on Track Wrestling, the program that they use now to run these tournaments. So when the information becomes available, we'll get it to you as fast as we can. But if we have matches that end quickly, one might get biased, but we'll try to do the best we can.
And that's exactly right. We'll try to do the best we can, and it's just fun, and we got to keep this in perspective. It's fun to come and be able to watch kids compete in the health climate that we're in right now, and we need to keep that in perspective. Good opportunity to watch kids get after things today.
Yeah, we should have some good matches, especially as we work our way through the tournament. And the other thing, too, Kirk, is we're going to get the opportunity to see really some of the best kids in the state in their respective weight class. And when we start to think about that, obviously your attention kind of goes to 195 pounds, where we'll get to see Lathan Duda of Broken Bow. Lathan has not lost a match in his high school career since a sophomore in the championship match of his weight class his sophomore year. He went undefeated last year, won the state championship as a junior. He's went undefeated this year. A tremendous win for him yesterday, knocking off the number 1 ranked wrestler in Class A out of North Platte, Vincent Geritone. So Duda undefeated. We'll get to see him at 195 pounds. We'll come back and talk more about the tournament after this.
8334. They're proud of their personalized customer service coupled with competitive livestock marketing. Give Drew or Justin a call with your questions at 872-3334. They look forward to making cattle auctions a breeze for you. Good luck to these student athletes from Broken Bow and Burwell Livestock.
Well, as you can tell, we are not going to mess around. We're going to get this thing moving right away. Matches are scheduled to start at 11:30, but they're out on the mat now. And so we're ready to go. We're going to start at 106 pounds. We're focusing on mat number 1. That'll be the one today with the Badger head in the middle of it. And to call your opening match of the tournament, here's Kirk.
And just underway is Jorge Carrizales of Ogallala. He's wrestling Abel Flores of Gothenburg. Carrizales, the number 1 seed here at this weight. And this match, as Brent said, just underway. You've got a 2-0 score, now a 2-1 score. Carrizales secures the takedown. Flores gets the escape, and we're on our feet here with 1:43 to go in the first period. On deck here is Broken Bow's Wilson Susel Zinn. He will be the on-deck wrestler on this mat.
And we'll have Kirk focusing on mat number 1. Also, they've come out on mat number 2. This will be a match at 113 pounds. Cole Nielsen, a sophomore of Minden, against Bryson Businger of Cozad. And I'll keep an eye on the scoring of that, but we'll focus on mat 1 where Kirk has the call.
And Carrizales able to get a fireman's there and gets another takedown. So he extends his lead now. It's a 4-1 lead. And it looks like he's working on trying to hook up a 3/4 stack. Flores flattening out. And it looks like we've got some blood time on green. So Carrizales with the blood time for Ogallala, and that'll switch us over to Cole Nielsen of Minden and Bryson Bussinger. And I believe Nielsen has a 2-0 lead in that bout, which is just now got tied up as Bussinger hits him with a reversal. This match is down to 45 seconds to go in the first period. It's a 3-2 score. Looked like we had a locked hands call. So it's a 3-2 score in favor of Bussinger here. 30 seconds to go in the first period. Bussinger in the Cozad red and black on top. Has both legs laced in. Nielsen of Minden flattened out on the mat. And it looks like we're just about ready to get back underway with Jorge Carrizales and Abel Flores. So I'll switch gears and I'll come back over here on mat number 1. It's a 4-1 score as we're back underway here. Carrizales of Ogallala, 106-pounder, freshman, 10-1 on the year.
And they've just come to the end of the first period in the Bussinger match at 113 pounds. Bussinger getting some near fall, so he goes up 6-2 now over Cole Nielsen of Minden on mat number 2.
And Flores with that 4-1 lead, 38 seconds to go here in the first period. The Ogallala Indian has been pretty much in charge in this match, and it looks like we've got blood time again for green with Carrizales. So we'll go back over and visit Bussinger's match. Sophomore from Cozad with a 6-2 lead in the second period, 1:46. Wrestlers here are in the neutral.
Giving you a workout right away, aren't I, buddy?
Hey, that's all right. It's just I'm just talking what I see, so that's great. Bussinger in on a shot, gets it. Nielsen up, gets his takedown. So Bryson Bussinger of Cozad, the haymaker, with an 8-2 lead. It's 1:25 to go, second period.
And if I can go ahead and say this as you continue to watch the match, listen, we did not have the opportunity to go around to everybody here today and get the correct pronunciations of their names. So I just want to throw that disclaimer out. We are going to do the best that we can, but if we mess up on a name a little bit, we'll just ask for your understanding on that as we work our way through the tournament.
And you may find out, Brent, by the end of the day calling some matches, I may not remember my name.
I was just,
so.
well, that and you're probably going to hear us call someone, we'll pronounce it one way in one match,
Yes.
and then we're going to come up with a different pronunciation for the next match. So hopefully sometime today we'll get it right.
It's still an 8-2 score in the Bussinger match. Bryson, sophomore from Cozad, 17-match winner. He's wrestling Cole Nielsen of Minden. Nielsen, a sophomore, also with the 21 wins on the season. We'll leave that match with the 8-2 score for Bussinger in the lead there in the second period. Back over to the Carrizales match. We have a 4-1 lead here, Carrizales. And he's working on getting back points. Looks like 2 awarded. It's now a 6-1 lead. And we're coming down to the end of the first period. Carrizales of Ogallala leading this match against Gothenburg's Abel Flores.
And they just came to the end of the second period in the Bussinger match at 113 pounds. And it's Bryson Bussinger of Cozad leading Cole Nielsen of Minden 8-2 as they go to the third period.
We've got a flip here in the second period. Carrizales' choice, and Jorge says he'll take his choice in the third. Abel Flores of Gothenburg is going to go into the neutral position. Flores looking for a takedown. He's down by 5, but there's that shot in by Carrizales again. Comes up on the head toss. And he's got the 2, and he's picking up back points, and this is tight. I don't think Abel's going to be able to come up out of this. Carrizales steps across. We got 3 near fall. Blood time green again, so Jorge Carrizales is his own worst enemy there because that was going to be a fall. He had that tight and had it cinched up, but the blood times, you have to stop it when you see the blood. The bottom line is it's an 11-1 lead, Carrizales, and we'll go back over to the Bryson Bussinger match. And Bussinger is ahead 8-2 here, scores just the same as what we left it when we left in the second period. Bryson in the bottom position just scored an escape, so he's now ahead 9-2 over Nielsen of Minden. Nielsen in on the leg, but he's just kind of hanging on. He's not driving to it. Bussinger puts in the front quarter, able to break that. Nielsen now pods up. Bussinger snaps him back down. Bussinger out front on a front head. 47 seconds to go here. We'll see if Bryson tries to hustle around and gets 2, and there he comes. Bussinger comes around, scores his 2 points. He now has an 11-2 lead. 35 seconds to go in the match. Bryson Bussinger of Cozad leading 11-2 in the final period. Back over to the Jorge Carrizales match. Carrizales of Ogallala in the top position. Now Jorge leads by 10 here with his major decision. Abel Flores of Gothenburg flattened out right in the middle of the match. This has been a tough matchup for Abel. Carrizales, number 1 seed here at 106 pounds, and you can see why. And he's turned Flores again. There's 2-point near fall awarded. It's 13-1, and he goes right back into that 3/4 stack. Blocking the head. Flores working hard underneath, though. Abel's able to try to get back up to his base. He does. Carrizales cracks him back down there. Approaching 1 minute remaining in the second period. And we got blood time again on Jorge Carrizales. So Jorge's got plenty of blood time left, but he does have a commanding 13-1 lead.
And with that said, Kurt, they just went final at 113 pounds. That's on mat number 1. Again, as you view it on our video stream, if you're doing that today, mat number 1 will be the plain red mat, and then mat number 2 is the plain red mat. Mat number 1 is the one with the badger head in the middle of it. So Bryson Bussinger of Cozad gets the win 11-2, and he'll advance out at 113 pounds.
And we're back underway in the Carrizales-Flores match. Under a minute to go here in the second period. Abel Flores of Gothenburg in the bottom position, trailing 13-1. And right now, Carrizales coming up, attacking the head. He's got a turn here. And this is going to be the end of this match, I think. Carrizales has got this tight. The award is 2, so it's 15-1. Carrizales with a 14-point lead. 15-point tech fall is imminent here as Carrizales puts in the right-hand half. He cranks Flores over. So this is the end of the match here, and it ends in a true fall as Jorge Carrizales secures the fall over Gothenburg's Abel Flores at 106 pounds.
Now on mat number 2, another match at 113 pounds as Zach Parker, a freshman of Ainsworth, comes out against Cad Beebe of McCook, and Beebe takes the early 2-0 lead in that match as they are underway now in the opening period. And now Beebe getting near fall as he's got Parker in some trouble. And they will award them now, and it looks like he'll get 2, so he'll go up 4-0, does Beebe of McCook at 113 pounds.
And just stepping out now on mat number 1, Broken Bow's Wilson Susel-Zinn. Wilson, a sophomore, 25-match winner. He's had quite a season. Ty Kreis of Gothenburg is the freshman, his opponent, 13-match winner. No score in this match, just underway, but Wilson's got a head throw hooked up. He's going to drop down on a knee now. He keeps the head, though. No points awarded. Wilson's coming around the corner, tries to put his head in the ribs. The Kreis comes around, attacks the leg, and now Ty's coming down on the leg. We'll see if he can elevate Wilson and pick up the 2, and he does. So the first 2 points of the match goes to Gothenburg's Ty Kreis.
Meanwhile, on mat number 2, Cad Beebe is going to get the fall over Zach Parker of Ainsworth at 113 pounds. So Beebe of McCook wins by fall in the opening period, and he'll advance out at 113 pounds.
So we're at 1:08 to go here in the first period. Broken bows, Wilson Sussel's in that bottom position. He's trailing 2-0 to Gothenburg's freshman Ty Kreis. Looks like we have a stalemate call. So we'll come back. No points awarded. Wilson goes to the bottom position. There, Wilson does a good job on his stand-up, peels hands. He's quickly out. 55 seconds to go in the first period. Wilson's in of Broken Bow, trailing 2-1. Wilson down low on a shot. We'll see if he can get his head up and elevate Kreis's leg. He's attacked the ankle. Right now he's not able to gather himself up. Kreis is covering the head, and we're going to get a stalemate here.
Meanwhile, they're back to action on mat number 2 as Talon Campbell of McCook comes out at 120 pounds against Cooper Pohl, a freshman of Cozad, and Campbell takes the early 7-0 lead already with 1.5 minutes to go in the first period there.
25 seconds to go here in the Zinn match in the first period. It's a 2-1 lead for Kreis of Gothenburg. These guys are 113-pounders, first round action, Southwest Conference. Wilson attacks, the leg comes around. We'll see if he can hustle around and score it, and he does. So Wilson, with 10 seconds to go in that first period, gets his takedown. He now leads 3-2. Kreis is sitting out. Wilson's pretty high, but putting pressure on. He's got the wrist attack, trying to snap Kreis back, but we get the end of the period. So it's the end of the first period. Wilson Sussel Zinn of Broken Bow with a 3-2 lead, 113-pound first-round action.
Quick update at 120 pounds over on the other mat. Talon Campbell of McCook continues to lead Cooper Pohl of Cozad. This is a senior in Campbell going up against the freshman Pohl of Cozad. And again, Campbell with the lead 7-0, and it looks like he's going to get some more now as he's got Pohl in some trouble over on mat 2.
13 seconds into the second period, Wilson's in a Broken Bow in the top position with a 3-2 score. Out front now, trying to hook up a cradle. He's got his head in the rib. We'll see if he can score this. He's got to get things elevated. He's got his head in the rib. He's got his hands hooked up. Wilson right now trying to get around to the side, and Kreis is doing a good job of blocking off. But there, Wilson pops him down on a hip. We'll see if he can elevate. Hasn't got any back points yet. It's a 3-2 lead for Broken Bow's Wilson Sussel Zinn, and there's the count. So Wilson's earning back points, haven't been awarded yet. We're just about down to a minute left here in the period. You can see the official now awards the 3 points, and it's a 6-2 lead. Wilson cuts Kreis loose. It's 6-3 now.
And a quick update over on the other mat. Talon Campbell of McCook leading Cooper Pohl of Cozad going into the second period. Campbell leading by a score of 10-0.
Down to about 40 seconds here in the second period. Broken Bow's Wilson's in, is leading 6-2. 6-3. Wilson in the neutral position here. There's that shot by Wilson again. Gets good penetration, but he doesn't attack. It doesn't get the leg picked up. There he gathers and comes around on a double. And Wilson Zussel's in of Broken Bow scores his 2 and now stretches his lead to 8-3. 15 seconds remaining second period. Wilson looking for back points, trying to work a cheap tilt. Keeps that wrist. As long as he's got that wrist, oh, nice short thread. Comes around on the side, switches off. And wow, that was nice. So even though he doesn't score it, he runs out of time. Wow, really a nice move right at the end of the period.
Over at 120 pounds, over on the other mat, Talon Campbell now has worked up a 13-0 advantage over Cooper Pohl of Cozad. Pohl has been in trouble on numerous occasions, but continues to work hard and fight off his back to stay alive in the match. But for the moment, Campbell of McCook controlling things there at 120 pounds.
We're back in 15 seconds into the third period. Broken Bow's Wilson's in ahead 8-3. Wilson takes another low shot as he has taken the neutral, comes out the back door, picks up the 2. And Wilson's now getting things fired up. He's up 10-3 and looking for bonus points here. 1:30 left in the third and final period. Broken Bow's Wilson Sussel's in, leading 10-3. Wilson has Christ completely flattened out here. And Wilson is a strong-built kid, and he's really picked it up after about the first minute of the first period here. Now he's got a wrist trapped. He's working a half. Just a lot of pressure here. Christ is sitting out. We'll see if he's able to come out of this situation. Wilson tries to snap him back. Wilson's pretty high here, but he has so much pressure on his back. Christ can't come out from underneath. And we're going to get a warning for stalling on Wilson as he doesn't really tip or doesn't try to get anything out of that. Probably a good call. 10-3 lead here. Well, apparently it is a good call because that's the way it is. Sorry about that, folks.
Meanwhile, they just came to the end of period number 2 over on the other mat. Cooper Pohl of Cozad got a reversal, so you're scoring that match now. Talon Campbell of McCook leading 13-2 over Cooper Pohl of Cozad.
We're down to about 35 seconds to go in this match. Broken Bow's Wilson, Sussel's in, 10-3 lead. Wilson's riding a 2-on-1. Ty Kreis of Gothenburg's in the sit-out position, but he just hasn't been able to get out from underneath there. Wilson putting all that pressure forward, trying to work a snap here. Kreis tries to gather himself. No count there on the backs, but you can see Wilson working hard now. We're down to 10 seconds. He has that 7-point lead. Broken Bow's Wilson Zinn. Sussel Zinn of Broken Bow, the 113 pounds, is going to advance on out in the bracket with a 10-3 win over Ty Kreis, the freshman from Gothenburg.
Meanwhile, at 120 pounds, we'll update you there as Campbell of McCook leading Cooper Pohl of Cozad now by a score of 15-2. Pohl continues to wrestle tough and stay alive in the match as they have under a minute to go in that match at 120 pounds.
And I believe coming out here for Broken Bow on mat number 1 is Amarion McFarland. These guys will be at 120 pounds. And Amarion McFarland's opponent, Tucker Schmidt. Schmidt, 14-18. He's a sophomore. Amarion, a sophomore for the Indians, 11-12 on the year. And there, McFarland, nice shot, switches off to the double. Hasn't scored it yet. We're only 15 seconds into this match. Credit Schmidt, he does a good job of tying up the legs. We'll see if Amarion's able to hustle around, get those legs free. And Mr. Dankes is going to determine that we've got a stalemate. So no score, wrestlers back to the neutral. Minute 36 to go here in the first period, no score.
And we're going to come to the end of the match over on mat 2 at 120 pounds. And Talon Campbell, the senior out of McCook, will pick up his 22nd win of the season as he will advance out over Cooper Pohl of Cozad. But Pohl really fought hard in that match to just stay alive in it, as Campbell had him in trouble on numerous occasions, but Pohl stayed alive, although Campbell gets the win by major decision and moves out at 120 pounds.
There you had a shot by McFarland, but he wasn't able to finish it up. And Tucker Schmidt doing a good job of countering, coming around. And Tucker Schmidt gets his 2-point takedown. Now you can see Mr. Dankes has signaled locked hands. It's a technical violation. Locked hands on Tucker Schmidt. So 1 point awarded to Marion McFarland. That makes the score 2-1 in favor of Schmidt. McFarland, though, doesn't change position. He's still in the bottom, and that's where we're starting at right now with 57 seconds to go here in the first period.
And they just came out on mat number 2 at 120 pounds. Corbin Swanson of Ainsworth against Carson Stevens of Gothenburg. That match just underway, and we'll keep an eye on it for you.
40 seconds to go in the first period. Amarion McFarland, Broken Bow's 120-pounder. He's trailing 2-1 in the bottom position to Minden's Tucker Schmidt. Opening round action here in the Southwest Conference of Valentine. You can see Amarion trying to peel hands. He's got his head posted down. He's not able to do anything once he does peel the hands. Mr. Denke says we're going to call that a stalemate. We're going to get some more action out of these guys. And that's kind of a tap on the shoulder, I think, to both wrestlers to say, get busy. I don't want to penalize you now, but get busy. You can see Marian laying on his side here. Schmidt comes up. He's trying to get that right hand half in. Marian catches the hand, gets back over on his belly. And this period's going to wind up with a 2-1 lead for Minden's Tucker Schmidt over Marian McFarland of Broken Bow.
And we just got a score over on the other match taking place at 120 pounds. Corbin Swanson gets the 2 points. Swanson of Ainsworth, a sophomore, taking on Carson Stevens, a sophomore from Gothenburg. And Swanson now leads in that match 2-0. And it might be some more, too, coming up.
Yeah, it's pretty tight, isn't it?
And there it is. So you got the fall over on mat 2. Corbin Swanson of Ainsworth gets the win by fall and advances out at 120 pounds.
We're back underway in the Tucker Schmidt, Marian McFarland match. Interesting choice. Tucker Schmidt of Minden took the top position here. He has a 2-1 lead, but he did take top, I believe, going into this second period. And there's why right there. It works a little roll through, trying to get a cheap tilt, and he's going to pick up back points there on that. There they come. It's a 4-1 lead now for Schmidt of Minden over Broken Bow's 120-pounder, Marian McFarland. McFarland trailing 4-1, and you see Schmidt trying to work that same hold. He's got the wrist underneath trapped. You see Marian's got to work that wrist free, get a little more action underneath. 4-1 lead now for Schmidt, so Tucker's choice of taking top has paid off so far here in this period. Marian needs to score a reversal, trying to get some answer points to that tip. There, Marian trying to step up on the inside leg, able to come up. Schmidt drops down on the leg, doubles across, and returns him to the mat. Wrestlers right along the edge, 40 seconds to go here in the second period. See Marian a little frustrated underneath. Now we got stalling on Tucker Schmidt. Mr. Denke'd like to see a little more action out of him on top. But Schmidt will take that stalling call. Well, he's got that 4-1 lead, 35 seconds to go in the second period.
And on the other mat, we're calling it mat number 2, the complete red mat that you're watching on the video stream. They're just underway there. Cole Stokey of Ogallala against Alex Brawls of Minden, both sophomores. And Stokey leads early 2-0.
And that's kind of an interesting weight. I was talking to you about that earlier, Brent. Cole Stokey at 126. There's 2 state medalists in that weight class. And Stokey's the only returning Southwest Conference champ. The other 2 medalists weren't conference champs last year. So kind of an interesting scenario there. Still a 4-1 lead in the Schmidt-McFarland match, but Marian has a chance here. He's got a leg facing out, but he's going to run out of time. So a 4-1 lead, Tucker Schmidt of Minden leading Broken Bows of Marian McFarland. We're headed to that third period, and we're going to be in the neutral position.
And Brawls just got an escape in that match at 126, so your score now, Stokey of Ogallala 2, Brawls of Minden 1, with 40 seconds to go in the first period.
Broken Bows McFarland takes a neutral position, and he needs a takedown here. Trailing Minden Schmidt by 3. It's a 4-1 score. Plenty of time here.
Never fails when I give a score, then someone scores right like that. So Stokey the takedown. He's up 4-1 now on mat 2.
And we have that. It's still a 4-1 score here. 20 seconds into the third period. And Marian McFarland of Broken Bow trailing. There's kind of a half shot by Schmidt. Doesn't really want to commit to that, but McFarland catches a leg, and he's not able to do anything with that. Minute 15 to go in the period. Marian's down by 3. He's going to have to get busy here. He's controlling the wrist. Schmidt now backing out. Now keep in mind, Schmidt has given up stalling points, and there's a stalemate. Not enough action. If Marian can push the action, possibly get his stalling call, then get his takedown, things can get tied up. But he's going to have to push the action just a little bit more in what he's doing here. McFarland now controlling the wrist. He's got a right-hand tie, but he really hasn't done anything with this. There he drops down into the leg. We'll see if Marian can get 2 hands on that, and he does. Comes around the corner, and he gets his 2-point takedown. So now we've got a 4-3 score, 40 seconds to go in the match. Broken Bow's Amaria McFarland. You can see the entire Broken Bow group saying, cut him loose. So there's one for Schmidt. So a takedown now ties the match. And there's the shot by McFarland. He comes in on the double leg. He's going to get him picked up. We'll see if he can swing him and get more out of it. Nope. He gets his 2, though. And now we've got a tie 5 score. We're down to 15 seconds to go. McFarland covering. Oh, he doesn't want to cut him now. He doesn't have enough time to get in. He looks over, and you can see the kids kind of saying, stay there. So it's a 5-5 score, 5 seconds to go. McFarland riding right along the edge of the mat. And we're going to go into overtime here.
And meanwhile, at 126 pounds, Cole Stokey of Ogallala got the win by fall over on mat 2. So they come out now at 132 pounds. And we'll be watching Wyatt Myers of McCook against Cody Miller of Valentine. But the focus now is on the match going on at 120 with McFarland of Broken Bow on mat number 1.
And you can see McFarland here. He's got the last 2 takedowns. There's that double leg shot. He's in deep. He's got Schmidt picked up. Comes around, scores the 2, and 13 seconds, or excuse me, 13 seconds, do my math, into the overtime period. Amarian McFarland secures the takedown and wins a thrilling 7-5 decision for the Indians.
And some quick scoring over 132 pounds as Cody Miller of Valentine quickly goes up 4-1 over Wyatt Myers of McCook, and Miller's got Myers in trouble now. Can Myers fight out of it? Boy, it is in tight. We'll see if Myers is able to survive. He will not, as with 1:02 left to go in the opening period, Miller of Valentine will get the win by fall at 132 pounds.
And just stepping out here on mat number 1, Valentine's Chris Williams. He's already got a takedown. He's already got 2 points. He is leading McCook's Matt Herron. Williams, 2-time state champ, runner-up last year at the state tournament. And just a solid wrestler and has been that way ever since he put on his singlet here in the high school realm. It's a 6-1 lead for Chris Williams of Valentine, 30 seconds into the bout.
So what we'll do is we're going to step away for a short break on the radio. We're going to keep the video streaming, I believe. I'll look at Gavin. He says yes. So you'll be able to continue to watch the matches on the video stream, but we're going to step away for a short break on the radio as the other match going on right now at 132 pounds has Evan Smith of Minden and Max Mueller of Ogallala. So we'll step away for a short break on the radio, and then we're back with more action here from the Southwest Conference Tournament Championship.
In Gothenburg and Lexington, not just a flooring company anymore. Still your #1 store for flooring, countertops, cabinets, and blinds, but now 5-Star offers exterior construction such as roofing, siding, and concrete. Whether it's inside or outside construction, they've got you covered. Remodels, additions, or new construction, 5-Star can do it all. Located in Gothenburg and Lexington. Stop in today or call 844-537-2827. 5-Star, making dreams come true.
And we come back to the Southwest Conference Tournament Championships here in Valentine. And we've got Skeeter Campbell of Broken Bow coming out on mat number 1 now. His match just underway, and to call it for you, here's Kirk.
The match just underway, as Brent said. Skeeter Campbell of Broken Bow, 21 match winner. Looks like we just have a official timeout. He just brings the wrestlers in. He's just talking to them a little bit about where their hands are at, and doesn't mind aggressive wrestling, just clean wrestling. There's 2-point takedown for Campbell on Austin Chestnut, the sophomore from Gothenburg. So Skeeter with the 2-0 lead on the takedown. We're 30 seconds into the match. Chestnut able to get his escape. We're back into the neutral. Skeeter Campbell of Broken Bow with the 2-1 lead. Skeeter's number 2 seed here at 132 pounds. Whoa, nice. Skeeter dropped down, then came in, got that ankle pick. Now if he can drive in and finish this off. Tries to sit around. He's got himself gathered up. See if Skeeter switches off to the double here. And he's got himself clear up to his feet. Wow, nice job by Skeeter, gathering himself, picking up the 2-point takedown, 4-1 lead for Campbell. And he comes around now. Almost had Chestnut headed to his back. Austin doing a good job there of not giving those back points up. But so far it's been all Campbell. Campbell right now working that head lever. And he should either get that thing popped, and he does. Pops, attacks the head, and he's now got Chestnut going to his back. Skeeter Campbell, a broken bow, 132-pounder. He's got a 4-1 lead, but he's going to add on 2 more here. He's got 2 earned. He's turned Chestnut again. It's the same penning combination. So he's earned two. They haven't been awarded yet. Gets another count, but not a 3 count, or excuse me, not a 4 count for the 3. We'll see if he pancakes out of this. There he came across. Didn't hit the pancake, but caught the head. Kind of missed the pancake, which for Chestnut was probably fortunate. Still a 4-1 lead. We're about ready to wind this period down. There's the fall. 2 seconds remaining in the first period. Your winner by fall, Broken Bow's Skylar Campbell.
And right as Campbell won by fall, over on the other mat, Evan Smith of Minden got the fall over Max Mueller of Ogallala. So Evan Smith of Minden will advance out at 132 pounds.
And now we're going to move into 138 pounds here on mat 1. And you've got Broken Bow's Braylon Reinierson, the sophomore. He's wrestling at 138 today for the Indians. And his opponent, Valentine's Ashton Lurs, the sophomore. There's a nice shot by Lurs. He comes in, comes around, scores the 2.
And they're up to 138 pounds now on mat number 2 as Abe Mendez of Gothenburg comes out against Caden Swanson of Ainsworth. Just underway there at 138.
Braylon Reinierson filling in today at 138 pounds for the Indians. Trey Gary suffering an injury yesterday at Kearney. So Trey not able to go today, but Braylon, it's his opportunity. But he starts out in tough form here against Ashton Lurs. Lurs from Valentine now leading 2-0 with 1:10 to go here in the first period.
Abe Mendez with a takedown in his match. He leads 2-0 now over Caden Swanson of Ainsworth.
Braylon doing a good job trying to come out the back door, and he does. He gets his reversal right along the edge of the mat, right at the minute mark. So Broken Bow's Braylon Reinierson, the sophomore, able to come out the back door, and he picks up 2 points, and it's a 2-2 tie with Lurs of Valentine. Lurs quickly to his feet. He turns in. Reinierson drops down on the double leg, returns Lurs to the mat. 50 seconds here remaining in the first period. Lurs trying to sit out here. He's caught the leg of Reinierson, but Reinierson's hooked his own leg over Lurs' leg, and Lurs now having a tough time elevating. Reinierson's got the right leg laced in. Lurs has now got his arm trapped in there, and he's flattened out on his face, and Reinierson's got that leg laced in, and he's working tough on top. Ashton trying to get those hips up, and he's not able to do so. We're right on the edge of the 10-foot circle, and there's a stalemate. So no change in position, just a restart. It's a 2-2 score. Braylon Reinierson of Broken Bow in the top position. There, Lurs quickly to his feet on the whistle. Reinierson drops down on the double leg, but Lurs able to sprawl back. And he gets his 1-point escape with 8 seconds to go in the first period. Now Lurs comes in on a shot. Reinierson catches him coming in. We're down under 5 seconds, right along the edge of the mat, and there's the end of the first period. A really active first period. 3-2 lead, Ashton Lurs of Valentine leading Braylon Reinierson of Broken Bow.
And as they go to the second period in the other match at 138, Abe Mendez able to get 3 near fall right at the end of period number 1 to go up 5-0 over Caden Swanson of Ainsworth.
And we're just starting the second period with Reinierson in the bottom position. Lurs on top, and here we go. Reinierson sits out, gets his hand free. Lurs is trying to control that wrist. He does catch it, and he flattens Reinierson out, and he's now trying to work a little head lever of his own. Wrestler's right in the middle of the mat. Crossface, and here comes Lurs on a cradle. We've seen this cradle before. He's walking the head down of Reinierson. We'll see if Braylon can keep those hands from getting locked. He can't, and Lurs sets him back up. Right now, Ashton scores the fall. So 30 seconds into the second period, your winner by fall, Ashton Lurs of Valentine over Broken Bow's Braylon Reinierson.
And just as That match was over by fall. Over on mat 2, Abe Mendez gets the win by fall over Caden Swanson of Ainsworth. So Abe Mendez now goes to 9-9 on the season, and he will advance out at 138 pounds.
And it looks like right now on mat number 1, Minden's Jasper Berkestrand. He will be competing against Brian Keller, the sophomore from Valentine. That match is just underway. And these guys are up at 145 pounds. So you can see that I think the way the things ended up today, we didn't have any weights that were completely full. We were expecting some, but this time of year, kids get dinged up a little bit, and weight classes aren't completely full.
So over on mat 2 now at 145 pounds, you have J.J. Rodriguez of Cozad wrestling Ty Hotz of Gothenburg. So that's going to be our feature match for you now, and we'll have Kirk call that one for you as we'll kind of keep you updated on the other match going on, which is on mat number 1 as we view the action here today.
And there's no score in this match right now. We're at about 1:15 to go in the first period. Hotz of Gothenburg, the junior, 16-match winner. J.J. Rodriguez, a sophomore, 9-match winner for the Haymakers. Rodriguez taking a shot right along the edge of the mat. Wrestlers go out of bounds. J.J.'s apparently suffered an injury to a nose. He's wearing that face mask, and you can see sometimes those can be kind of a hindrance. But, hey, you get a chance to wrestle with it, you go with it. Rodriguez now hustling around. He's going to score his 2 points. 50 seconds to go here in the first period. J.J. Rodriguez of Cozad, he's got the lead. 2-0 lead for Rodriguez over Hotz of Gothenburg. Hotz flattened out here right in the middle of the mat. And Rodriguez with an introductory crossface there. Hotz comes up to his base. He's reaching back for the leg, but Rodriguez is holding steady here in the top position. 25 seconds to go, first period. 2-0 lead for Rodriguez of of Cozad.
On mat number 1, that's the one on your left as you're viewing the video stream in case you're just tuning into that. Brian Keller of Valentine and Jasper Berkestrand of Minden are tied up now at 2-2 as Berkestrand got a reversal and tied the match up at 2, as now they have a delay for blood time over on mat number 1.
Wow, and the end of that first period ended up in a precarious position. You saw J.J. Rodriguez of Cozad come around. He hooked up the cradle, and he started to take Hotz back, and Ty did a really great job of countering it. And the period ran out. Rodriguez didn't break his grip, but Hotz actually had him in a pinning situation. Can't get any back points until those hands break. Period ran out, so no exchange of points. But 2-0 score, Rodriguez leads after that first period. But that was going to be something there if there'd been another 20 seconds. Hotz is in the bottom position. Rodriguez basically just lets him up. So it's 2-1 now. J.J. Rodriguez of Cozad, the Haymaker with the lead. Second period. There's a shot by Hotz right along the edge of the mat, down on a single. But Rodriguez able to get those legs sprawled back, and he's got a front head hooked up right along the edge of the mat. Wrestling taking place right along the edge, 1:34 to go. It's a 2-1 lead for J.J. Rodriguez over Gothenburg's Ty Hotz.
Boy, you have a lot of action going on mat number 1 right now. Brian Keller and Jasper Berkestrand just exchanging takedowns and reversals. And now we're tied at 6-all going into the second period in that match at 145 pounds.
Must have had somebody on their back or close to it there, Brent. You could hear people getting pretty excited again. And it looks like we've got some blood time over here on mat number 2.
And now Berkestrand goes up 8-6 with the takedown, so he leads by 2 in that match at 145. And since there's a delay over on mat number 2, we'll kind of focus on this match for you. As Keller of Valentine gets the reversal. And now we're tied up at 8 at that match at 145. Boy, this has been a great match. I mean, all kinds of action over on mat number 1 right now.
Yeah, looks like they're scoring points like a basketball team right now. 8-8
kind
score.
Of. Now Keller kind of controlling things on top as we have about a minute left to go in the second period. Keller trying to get underneath that arm and maybe walk him over a little bit.
It looks like we're just back underway in the Rodriguez-Hotz match. That score is a 2-1 lead for Rodriguez. Wrestlers are in the neutral. Hotz drops down in on the leg. We'll see if Ty's able to drive across. He's got a single leg, but Rodriguez has got Hotz's face down. Rodriguez kind of bails out, and Hotz is able to get his 2-point takedown. So Ty Hotz with that 2-point takedown takes a 3-2 lead, just under 1 minute remaining in the second period. Hotz laces in the right leg, and he's got a crossbody ride right now with his 3-2 lead over J.J. Rodriguez of Cozad.
Meanwhile, the Keller-Berkestrand match on mat number 1 remains tied at 8. Berkestrand didn't quite get out to get the 1 point for the escape, so that match stays tied at 8 with 20 seconds left to go in the second period, and it looks like we've got more blood time there on mat number 1.
And in the meantime, Ty Hotz of Gothenburg has extended his lead. It's a 5-2 score, and Hotz is in that top position with J.J. Rodriguez of Cozad. Ty's got the left leg laced in. He's got that crossbody ride. And he's just now flattened Rodriguez out with 10 seconds to go in the second period. Rodriguez flattened out. Hotz with all the pressure forward. Rodriguez gathers his hips up under him, but that's going to be the end of the second period. A 5-2 lead for Ty Hotz.
They're still working on Brian Keller of Valentine over on mat number 1. That match at 145 pounds. Keller of Valentine, Berkestrand of Minden. Match tied at 8 with 20 seconds to go in the second period once they resume action.
We're in the final 2 minutes of wrestling in the Rodriguez-Hotz match, and Rodriguez now in on a leg. He's trying to get some lift here along the edge of the mat. Switched off to a double. Hotz, though, pressures in, but Rodriguez is driving across. Hotz comes on, catches his head, goes into the headlock, so he's got his 2 takedown. Hotz now working for the fall, 30 seconds into the third period, and Ty with that 7-2 lead for the Swedes. Rodriguez now, those shoulders are getting pretty flat, and there it is. Ty Hotz hits the head throw right off of the takedown, and he's able to get the win by fall. Your winner, Ty Hotz of Gothenburg.
So they are ready to go again at 145 pounds on mat number 1. Brian Keller of Valentine and Jasper Berkestrand of Minden back to action as we are coming toward the end of period number 2. And they're going to have to stop it again as Keller again will come back over to the table.
And just coming out and getting underway over on mat number 2 is Broken Bow's 152-pounder, Jack Myers. That match just underway. Jack in the red and black uniform for the Indians. His opponent from Gothenburg, Jamison Smith. These guys had a good match when we were up here just, it was just last week, wasn't it?
It was, yes.
And I believe Smith ended up winning that match, but it was a good match. No score, 30 seconds into the bout. Wrestlers tied up right along the 10-foot circle. Wrestlers breaking apart. There comes Smith, drops down in on the leg. He's got the leg picked up, keeps driving in. If I remember right, Smith liked to work from distance, liked to come in on some low shots, and was pretty fair at it. Jamison, the junior, 16-match winner. Jack Myers, a Broken Bow, 21-match winner, sophomore.
Berkestrand of Minden just got an escape in his match against Brian Keller of Valentine on mat number 1, so he'll go up 9-8 as they enter the third period.
There Jamison Smith comes in on that single again. This time he's able to bring it in and drive across. Secures the takedown over Jack Myers. So it's a 2-0 lead, Smith over Myers.
And now Berkestrand has Keller in all kinds of trouble as he has built an 11-8 lead, but he's going to have more points coming as he's got Keller on his back.
We still have a 2-0 score here. Jamison Smith of Gothenburg in the top position, leading over Jack Myers of Broken Bow.
And Jasper Berkestrand just gets the win by fall over Brian Keller of Valentine at 145 pounds. And I believe that the next match on that mat will feature Broken Bow's Connor Wells. So we'll keep an eye on that as Kirk continues to watch the Myers match for Broken Bow over at 152 pounds.
And we've just concluded the first period of wrestling in Jack Myers' match against Jamison Smith of Gothenburg. Score 2-0 in favor of Smith. Smith is in the bottom position as we get ready to start the second period. Myers just about ready to get aboard and get things underway here in the second period.
And Connor Wells of Broken Bow, the sophomore, 30-7 on the season, coming out against Caleb Zorkowski of Ainsworth, the senior. And Wells on the mat, going now on mat number 1 at 145 pounds.
And still a 2-0 lead for Smith of Gothenburg, 152-pound action.
And Wells gets the takedown of Zorkowski of Ainsworth to go up 2-0 as they're just underway in that match at 145.
Jack Myers in the top position. He's got a left-hand half in. You can see Smith of Gothenburg coming up. He's potted up. Jack runs him forward a little bit. Smith turns in now. He's in on that leg of Jack's. Smith gathers himself. He's up to his feet. Jamison now trying to get reversal points here. Drops down, going to elevate, cover, and there's your 2-point reversal. Jamison Smith of Gothenburg leading Broken Bow's Jack Myers 4-0, a minute to go, second period.
Connor Wells controlling his match now against Zorkowski of Ainsworth, has him on his back, and now Wells looking for the fall here in the opening period at 145, but Zorkowski is working hard off his back to just try to stay alive, but Wells has certainly controlled things throughout here in this opening period.
We still have a 4-0 score. Jamison Smith of Gothenburg leading. Jamison's in the top position. Wrestler's just going out of bounds. Jack Myers coming back. He'll get set on the bottom.
And Connor Wells is able to win by fall over Caleb Zorkowski of Ainsworth. So Wells gets the win by fall at 145 pounds to advance out in that weight class.
37 seconds to go in the second period. Broken Bow's Jack Myers in the bottom position. He's trailing Gothenburg's Jamison Smith. The Swede with a couple takedowns, with a takedown and reversal in this match. Jack just hasn't been able to get out from underneath here. We'll see in the last 20 seconds of this period if he can come up. There, Jack comes up to his feet. He's facing out. There's the 1-point escape. Good job by Myers as he's able to get that 1-point escape with about 10 seconds to go in the second period. Jack now with the right-hand tie. Smith breaks that free. Smith coming in on a low shot again. Jack able to sprawl back, and that's the end of the second period. 4-1 is your lead for Jamison Smith over Broken Bow's Jack Myers.
On mat number 1 coming out, Tag Buchel of Valentine against Gage Freeze of Minden. That match at 170 over on mat number 1.
We're just underway in the third period. Jack Myers in the bottom position. He's trailing 4-1 to Gothenburg's Jamison Smith. Jamison riding on top. Jack trying to turn in. Jack's now got the leg. But Smith hustles around, picks up that far ankle, and secures himself back in that ride. 1:37 to go here in the third period. Broken Bow's Jack Myers trailing by 3. Jack trying to get a little knee slide out. There he comes. Comes out, faces. Good job there by Jack. With those 2 escapes, he's cut that lead down to 2. Wrestlers are in the neutral. 1:15 to go here in the match.
Tag Buchel of Valentine on mat 1 has Gage Freeze of Minden in some trouble. He'll have near fall coming, but he's trying to end it by fall, although they have just 30 seconds remaining in the first period of that match.
Jack Myers of Broken Bow, just under a minute to go in the third period, trailing 4-2. There's a shot by Jack. Smith sprawls back. Jack's going to have to do something here that he hasn't been able to get all match, and that's a takedown.
And Tag Buchel just ended his match against Gage Freeze of Minden at 170 pounds, so Buchel of Valentine wins by fall and advances out at 170.
We go out of bounds here in the Myers match. It's a 4-2 lead for Jamison Smith of Gothenburg.
And
it looks like we're going to have some blood time. Excuse me, Brent.
Sorry, Kurt. Just going to let everybody know that coming out on mat 1 now will be Max Denson for Broken Bow, representing the Indians at 170 pounds. Denson, 23-16 on the season as a freshman against Ogallala's Jobadiah Brinkhorst, a sophomore who is 10-5 on the year. So I'll have Kirk help me, and we'll concentrate on Max Denson as the other match with Myers is in a delay. So Denson against Brinkhorst of Ogallala, matching up here at 170, and Brinkhorst is able to get the takedown and go up 2-0 in the opening period.
See if Max is able to. He's got good movement underneath, trying to get a little hand control. 30 seconds in, 2-0 lead. Max Denson trailing Jobadiah Brinkhorst of Ogallala. And the Myers match is back underway with 20 seconds to go. Jack Myers trailing by 2, wrestling going out of bounds. So we come back, we're down to the last 19 seconds of this match. Jack Myers needs a takedown to tie things up. There's a little shot by Jack. Smith fends that off. Jack's going to have to stay busy here with about 10 seconds to go. See if Jack's going to try to get a takedown. It just hasn't been able to get in on Smith. And Smith's shown us that he's pretty decent on his feet. There's a throw by Jack, and he gets that. Oh, my goodness. He caught Smith off guard there. It was a slow-mo throw, but he got the 2-point takedown. He didn't get any backs, but he got what he couldn't get the whole match, a takedown in the last 2 seconds. So here we go into the overtime, 4-4.
And now Denson just takes Brinkhorst to his back, and Max Denson is working on something here. He's got it in tight, 40 seconds left to go in the opening period. Max Denson of Broken Bow at 170 with Brinkhorst of Ogallala on his back. And there it is. Max Denson gets the win by fall to advance out at 170.
So the freshman Denson wins by fall, and the sophomore Jack Myers is in an overtime match trying to advance out. Jamison Smith of Gothenburg takes a shot. Myers covers the head. We're down to 20 seconds to go here. Jamison Smith out of bounds. Myers steps on out of bounds, and we come out of bounds. 17 seconds to go. We'll see if takedown wins this match. We'll see if somebody goes for one right here, and there's a shot by Smith. He's been able to get in on that double leg, and it looks like Jamison's going to score this, and there it is. 2-point takedown for Jamison Smith of Gothenburg, and that's going to be the end of the bout. So, credit Jamison Smith coming in, getting that takedown in the overtime. But Jack Myers and Broken Bow sending it into the overtime with his own takedown late. Good match. Smith, your winner of Gothenburg.
All right, we kind of have a break as far as wrestlers within our immediate coverage area, so we're going to step away for a moment from radio, take a bit of a break. We'll keep the video stream going, though, so you can continue to watch wrestling, and then we'll come back and get you updated. You're listening to live coverage of the Southwest Conference Wrestling Championships on KBBN Radio.
Is not horsing around this weekend with their inventory is done reduction sale. New items are arriving every day, and it's time to make some room. 10% off store-wide on originally marked items, and save anywhere from 50 to 75% on already marked sell items.
Horse trading is available.
It's the No Horsing Around inventory reduction sale going on this weekend, January 23rd and 24th at the purveyor of all things cowboy, Young's Western Wear in Valentine.
The First State Bank of Gothenburg is proud to be a member of the community. It's their commitment to the people of the region to offer professional banking services as well as personal attention for every customer. That commitment carries on to supporting the area youth in all of their school activities, whether athletic or academic. It's their sincerest hope that these same young people will become their valued customers throughout the years to come. Enjoy this broadcast, sponsored in part by the First State Bank of Gothenburg, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Whether you are buying or selling a home, it's probably the single most important decision you will make. That's why you deserve a professional with market knowledge, negotiation skills, and good ethics to assist you. That's Gothenburg Realty. Ray Lynn, along with Peggy, Becky, Sam, Shelley, and Jessica, are ready to go to work for you. Call 308-537-7676 today and get started on the path to buying or selling a property. Whether commercial, residential, or acreage, they can help. Gothenburg Realty Incorporated.
All right, we come back to Valentine High School. Continued coverage of the Southwest Conference Wrestling Championships. We put the focus now at 182 pounds, where Caden Powers is on the mat now for Broken Bow, and here's Kirk to call it.
And Caden Powers trying to finish up this situation, get the first 2 points, and he does. Powers with the takedown. Caden, 182-pounder. 25 match winner for the Indians. He's the second seed, I believe, here at 182 pounds. His opponent, Jonah Shimon, and there Powers just does exactly that. Powers Shimon over. He's got Shimon on his back.
Well, that's tight.
Yeah, it is tight. And you see he's looking at the official, and the official agrees. That's pretty tight. There's your pin. Winner by fall, Caden Powers of Broken Bow.
So Caden gets the win, advances out at 182. Alec Langen is going to come out at 220 now, I believe, for McCook. And we didn't have really a lot of time, Kirk, to kind of talk about the tournament and some of the wrestlers we would be seeing, but I did mention that we're going to be seeing some of the best in the state in their respective weight class. We talked a little bit about Lathan Duda, what he's done at 195, while Alec Langen of McCook is certainly one of the top wrestlers, in fact, top ranked at 220 in Class B coming into this tournament.
Yeah, Alec Langen won the Southwest Conference last year at 195 pounds. The McCook Bison was third in the state last year at 195, and the year before that, I believe he was fifth at 182 pounds. So he has one loss on the season, if I remember right, and that's to Genetone of North Platte, who we've seen wrestle quite a match with Duda last night. So really a good wrestler, good opportunity to see one of Nebraska's best here at 220, and Alec Langen starts off with that takedown. His opponent is Jade Brown of Cozad.
So we'll let that be our feature match right now on mat 1. Meanwhile, on mat 2, you've got Logan Whitty of Valentine wrestling Zach Smith of Minden. That's at 195 pounds. So I'll keep an eye on the scoring there, and we'll let Kirk concentrate on Brown and Langen at 220.
We come back over to the Brown-Langen match. Alec Langen with the takedown. Brown, Jade Brown of Cozad, he has an escape. We're down to 1:10 in the first period. Wrestlers are in the neutral right in the middle of the match. And there Langen comes around, scores his 2 points on the takedown. So the senior from McCook with a 4-1 lead over Jade Brown of Cozad.
And Logan Whitty goes up 2-0 over Zach Smith of Minden. So Whitty of Valentine up 2-0 in that match at 195 with about a minute left to go in the opening period.
Jade Brown with another escape. It's a 4-2 lead now for McCook's Alec Langen.
And Whitty turns Smith on his back. And Whitty looking for the fall now at 195. And we'll keep a close eye on that for you. And there it is. Whitty gets the win by fall on mat number 2.
We still have a 4-2 score here in the Langen-Brown match. There's just your basic run-over double. Alec Langen of McCook able to score that. He has a 6-2 lead over Jade Brown of Cozad. This is down to last 10 seconds here in the first period, and there Langen's cranking. He's going to try to get this, I think, ended in a fall. Brown doing a good job of keeping that far shoulder up, and he's going to survive the situation, but he's trailing 9-2 to McCook's Alec Langen.
Jacob Olson of Gothenburg is coming out against Lee Major of Valentine, both sophomores, and they'll wrestle at 220 pounds on mat number 2. Again, if you're just tuning into our live video stream, mat number 1 is the one to your left as you're viewing with the Badger head in the middle, and then the full red mat is mat number 2, just so you can kind of keep that straight if you're just tuning in.
You see Alec Langen able to get his reversal, 11-2, and then quickly puts Brown to his back, and I think this is going to be the end that it is. Alec Langen of McCook, winner by fall in the second period over Jade Brown of Cozad.
Meanwhile, the Olson and Major match over on mat number 2, it's now 2-1. Olson with a takedown, Major with the escape. So 2-1 the score there as a near a minute left to go in the opening period.
And they said they wouldn't start that second round until 12:15, Brent. Well, we're past that, so I wonder if they'll just roll right back into that.
Yeah, it's a good question. I have a feeling they will.
And that'll be a longer round with your semifinals and your wrestlebacks going on at the same time.
All right, we're going to switch Kirk over to mat number 2 now, where Olson of Gothenburg is wrestling Major of Valentine. And then coming out on mat number 1 is Dalton Kane of Minden against Colton Donison of Ogallala. So I'll keep an eye on the scoring there for you, as we'll have Kirk focus on Gothenburg and Valentine over on mat number 2.
And Olson able to get his escape there. So Gothenburg's Jacob Olson's tied this matchup. We're at 3 apiece, 23 seconds remaining, first period. The wrestlers just coming back in. Gothenburg's Jacob Olson is a tall wrestler here, 220-pound, so you're dealing with some pretty good-sized people. 15 seconds remaining in the first period. It's 3 apiece. Olson in on the leg. We'll see if he can gather up and get this scored. 7 seconds to go. Olson coming around. Major able to pick up the ankle. He covers. He gets around, and Lee Major scores the takedown. So Lee Major, Valentine, gets a 5-3 lead right at the end of the first period with that takedown of Jacob Olson of Gothenburg. Choice is going to go to Lee Major, Valentine wrestler in that black Badger uniform. Looks like he's going to take the neutral position. Jacob Olson of Gothenburg sporting the white uniform for the Swedes. Their logo on the back. Just underway here in the second period. Wrestlers right in the middle of the mat. 220-pound first round action. Olson with his back along the out of bounds. Wrestlers break apart and the right hand tie comes up. Olson's trying to work the head. And we'll see if Major comes around the corner. Olson comes up on a head throw, but he comes around, gets the 2-point takedown, but that, okay, we've got a 2-point takedown. We have an illegal throw. Excuse me, let me get this straight. He has an illegal headlock. There we go. So you have a 2-point takedown. And I'm not sure that Olson ever had the arm in the first place, but I'm a long ways away. So Olson gets the takedown. Major scores the 1 for the illegal headlock. We get a restart with Major in the bottom position. And we have a 7-6 lead for Jacob Olson of Gothenburg.
Well, not nearly as much action going on in the other match right now. Dalton Kane of Minden and Colton Donison of Ogallala are 0-0 going into period number 2.
Yeah, just there for a minute we had a lot of, it's kind of like me balancing my checkbook. Lots of numbers and things going on, but nothing seemed to be adding up correctly for me. So we have Jacob Olson of Gothenburg. He's got the 7-6 lead. 50 seconds remaining here in the second period. Olson with the left leg laced in, but he's not really doing a lot with that leg. And you could see Major's coming around. We'll see if he's able to scramble on around. He's got the ankle of Olson, but Olson's still in the top position. And now Olson picks up the ankle. And he's doing a good job picking the ankle up. If Olson can get his hips up on top, Major now reaches for the head. We'll see how this turns out. Olson's going to take it to his back, yep. Jacob Olson now on top. He's scoring back points. When Lee Major reached up for that head, that was the wrong place to reach, the wrong place to be, and now he's fighting off his back with 10 seconds to go in the second period. Jacob Olson scoring back points, working hard to get the fall here for the Swedes. Olson coming around, teeing out, but the period ends. So give 3-point near fall to Jacob Olson of Gothenburg, and he extends his lead to 10-6 going to the third period over Valentine's Lee Major.
Meanwhile, Dalton Kane of Minden, the sophomore, gets the win by fall in his match at 220 pounds. So Kane of Minden will advance out at 220.
So we just go to the third and final period here. It's a 10-6 lead. Jacob Olson of Gothenburg, he's in the top position over Lee Major of Valentine, the sophomore, at 220 for the Badgers. Lee now up on his base position. He's got to score some points underneath here. He's trailing by 4 to Olson. Major now with the table set. Olson trying to control that far wrist. He's got the wrist trapped in. Major's going to try to slide the knee, but he can't. Olson now working a little head lever action. He's flattened out, and he comes and attacks the head. And this may be all she wrote. Olson of Gothenburg, there it is. Gets the fall. 28 seconds into the third period, your winner by fall, Olson of Gothenburg at 220 pounds.
Wrestling now on mat number 1 is Jaden Cervantes of Cozad, the sophomore, 13-9 on the year, against Braxton Jeffress of Ainsworth, a senior. And Cervantes leads 2-1. This is at 285 pounds, and this will be the final match of this round at 285, as Cervantes just got a takedown, so he goes up 4-1 now on Jeffress of Ainsworth. Meanwhile, you've got Liebig of Gothenburg, Ethan Liebig of Gothenburg, coming out at 285 over on mat number 2, and we'll let Kirk focus on that. We'll kind of make that our focus match for the moment. We'll keep you updated on Cervantes' match of Cozad here on mat number 1.
So here we go, 285-pounders. 25 seconds into the first period here, no score. Colin Hillis of Ogallala in the gray, and he's wrestling Ethan Liebig of Gothenburg in the white. And I can see they're loading 6-pounders up here coming up on track, so it looks like we may be rolling into those 6-pounders after we get 285 taken care of.
Yeah, I heard him announce that they'll take just a couple of minutes to come out and sanitize the mats, and then we will immediately move into the next round.
So we're a minute into the first period here, and we have no score here in this 285-pound matchup. Colin Hillis of Ogallala, Gothenburg's Ethan Liebig. Nobody's really shown any concern about trying to take a shot or really even try to tug on a head. Just kind of taking some ground. There's a little authoritative tie-up by Liebig. Hillis, though, just tying up head-to-head. Hillis breaks free of that, comes back to the center of the mat. And you're not going to see a lot of low double legs or low singles on these guys.
Quick update on the Cervantes match at 285. Jaden Cervantes of Cozad leading Jeffress of Ainsworth 4-1. Jeffress controlling things on top in that match right now, but not able to do anything in the way of scoring yet, as Cervantes tries to battle out from underneath, but Cervantes leading that match 4-1 with just under a minute to go, second period.
And we've concluded one period here at 285 in the Hillis-Liebig match. No score. Choice is going to go to Colin Hillis of Ogallala. And he likes that neutral position, so he's going to stay in that. So here we go. Wrestlers are in the neutral position. No score in this match. Towards the end of the period, things picked up a little bit. Both wrestlers working on the head. 15 seconds into the second period. Liebig with the right-hand tie. Hillis breaks that free. Hillis kind of drops down a little bit, but doesn't really commit, and I can't say I blame him. Liebig just holding his spot, taking ground.
And right at the end of the second period, a great roll through by Cervantes to get the reversal, and he's going to get 2 to go up 6-1 going into the final period.
And we've been in the neutral here for almost a minute. Liebig now of Gothenburg with the overhand. He's looking like he's trying to work a little head throw action. Hillis is in there. Liebig tries to get his hips through, and he does. And he takes Hillis off his feet to his back. So 2 points earned.
Did the gym just shake?
I tell you, that had to take the air right out of Hillis. My goodness. Man. You could just kind of hear people go, oh. And Hillis right now is trying to survive this, and I don't know if he's going to be able to, and he's not. 34 seconds to go in the second period. Winner by fall, Gothenburg's Ethan Liebig.
And we will stay with the Cervantes match now to close things out here in round number 1, as Jaden Cervantes of Cozad leads Braxton Jeffress of Ainsworth 6-1, as we have a minute 15 remaining in the match.
Looks like he had a warning for stalling and a 1-point award to Jeffries. So Braxton stays in the top position. He gets a 1 point for the stalling underneath. There's your roll. Cervantes hits that roll. He gets his reversal, and he's going to get a fall out of this.
And that is exactly what he did at the end of the second period to get that reversal, but this time enough time to secure the fall. So Cervantes at 285 advances out for Cozad. All right, we're going to have just a short little break while they sanitize the mats and get ready for the next round, so we're going to take a break too. You're listening to live coverage of the Southwest Conference Tournament Championships on KBBN Radio.
BD would love for you to be a part of their great team. They offer competitive wages, a team environment, and day one benefits. Some include health, life, dental, tuition reimbursement, and more. Apply online at bd.com/careers. BD loves supporting youth sports and the bright student athletes who work hard to compete in every contest. Remember bd.com/careers to start your journey to being a part of their great team.
Stuck in a state of falling behind? Struggling to keep up with your kids, your finances, your insurance, your life? Then let me, State Farm Agent Heidi Bazada in Cozad and Gothenburg, help you simplify and get to a better state. Because with our office handling your auto, home, and life insurance, you'll have more time to handle everything else. More money, too, because adding State Farm policies can earn you discounts that could add up and actually help you get ahead. Call me, State Farm Agent Heidi Bazada in Cozad and Gothenburg today and get to a better state with State Farm.
Mike Borders with Borders Law Office invites you to call him at 308-872-3311. The young people of Central Nebraska are our future, and that's why Mike supports broadcasts of high school sports. He knows it all starts with students learning the importance of balance, more specifically the balance of academics and sports. Call Borders Law Office at 872-3311. From general practice to real estate and agricultural law, Borders Law Office in Broken Bow, proud sponsors of this broadcast. Since 1917, Nebraska State Bank has been helping Custer County and its neighbors progress with innovative products and superior service. And they are here with you, helping you achieve your goals, reinvesting in our area by involvement, leadership, and donation as a means to help others strive and succeed and to further invest in our communities. With all of their locations here in Custer County, Nebraska State Bank is proud to serve you in Callaway, Myrna, and 2 locations in Broken Bow, and online anywhere all the time at nesb.bank. Nebraska State Bank, member FDIC, and equal housing lender. One thing we definitely desire perfection on is our vehicles. You want something that gets you to where you're going comfortably while looking great. Whether storm damage, deer damage, or insurance claim, take your ride to Rod's Body and Paint Broken Bow. They're the collision specialist. You should call 308-872-5346. Offering over 42 years of experience, they'll get you back on the road quickly without sacrificing quality. From dings and dents to full replacement and auto glass repair. Rod's Body and Paint, West Highway 2, Broken Bow.
Well, we come back to Valentine High School as we wait action coming up in the next round. If you're just joining us, we'll kind of go back and recap some things that happened. We'll start with Broken Bow, where earlier in the opening round, Wilson Susel Zinn of Broken Bow got the win by decision over Ty Kreis of Gothenburg 10-3 to advance out at 113. At 120, a thrilling match by Marion McFarland, who won by sudden victory over Tucker Schmidt of Minden and got the win in the quarterfinals at 120 earlier today. Go back to 106. We haven't seen Chauncey Watson yet for Broken Bow. He got a bye, as did Cyrus Wells for Broken Bow at 126, so we'll see them a little bit later. 132, Skeeter Campbell came out in the opening round and won by fall over Austin Chestnut of Gothenburg to advance there. Representing Broken Bow at 138 pounds today is Braylon Reinerson, and Reinerson fell to Ashton Lurs of Valentine, who won it by fall over Reinerson, who will drop down into the consolation round. 145 pounds, Connor Wells, a winner earlier today by fall over Caleb Zurkowski of Ainsworth. Jack Myers at 152. He fell in his match to Jamison Smith. Myers got a takedown right at the end of the match to force overtime, but then Smith got the win in sudden victory there. So Smith of Gothenburg gets the win over Myers at 152 in the quarterfinal match earlier today. 170, Max Denson of Broken Bow, solid match for him. He took Jobadiah Brinkhorst of Ogallala to his back in the first period and got the fall to advance out at 170. Caden Powers at 182 pounds. Impressive start for him, too, winning by fall over Jonas Shimon of Gothenburg. Haven't seen Lathan Duda yet. We'll see him later at 195. He got a bye in the quarterfinals, as did Kiefer Anderson for Broken Bow at 220, as did Sawyer Bumgarner at 285. So we'll see those three guys a little bit later in the tournament today. We'll take another break. We'll come back with more after these words.
Celebration, you need food and drink for your guests. Come and see us at the grocery cart. We're ready to help at the deli and the GK Wine and Spirits. In the deli, you can't beat delicious Chester's chicken or order a meat and cheese tray. You can't beat the convenience of a smoked rack of pork ribs either. Then stop by the GK Wine and Spirits for savings on your favorite beers, wines, or spirits. For any get-together, stop at the deli and the GK Wine and Spirits shop inside the grocery cart in Broken Bow.
Custer Federal State Bank has been a home lender since their inception in 1925. They continue their commitment to this day, offering conventional loans, first-time homebuyer loans with grant funds available for down payment assistance, construction loans, and home equity loans. Remember, unlike many traditional lenders, they utilize secondary market funding to offer long-term fixed interest rates in all markets, including ag, commercial, business, and home. Custer Federal State Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. All loans are subject to credit approval.
At Trotter Service, every oil change comes with a multi-point inspection. As a Tire Pro store, they bring customers only the best brands of wheels and tires at the best prices anywhere, and have computer balancing and alignment too. They service semis and provide bulk fuel and propane delivery as well. At Trotter Service, your hometown automotive repair and tire store.
Friendly service every time. Quality is what you'll find where your neighbors and your friends go see Trotter.
The changing seasons are generally welcomed with open arms, but not in our homes. With the help of Mead Lumber, you can keep the chilly air where it belongs. Upgrading your home's insulation not only conserves energy and lowers your heating and cooling costs, it makes for better living with improved air quality, health, and warmth. Work with those who have pride in a highly trained team to help with your building and projects. The crew at Mead Lumber. Also, be sure to visit meadlumber.com soon.
Your voice lets him know he's safe. Shelter Insurance does the same for you. Roadside assistance is now included with your auto policy. So if your car leaves you stranded, just call and we'll take care of you while you take care of what's most important. Find an agent at shelterinsurance.com. Wear your shield, wear your shelter. Some restrictions apply.
Shelter Insurance's auto rates are falling. See Agent Brent Custer for details.
Whether it's an install, repair, or expansion, when it comes to your lawn looking its best because of a sprinkler system, call A to Z Lawn Pro and Landscaping. Get rid of the time and stress of needing to remember to water. Investing in a sprinkler system saves you money in the long run and ups your home's value too. Sprinklers water consistently and evenly, so you don't have to try to. Have a system but want to cover more of your yard? They can help. Call A to Z Lawn today, 872-5182.
All right, we come back to Valentine High School, and we're getting ready to go with more action now as we go into the next round of competition. And our focus match is going to be at 106 pounds. This will be a semifinal. Chauncey Watson of Broken Bow out on the mat, 25-7 on the year. He got a bye in the quarterfinals, so he wrestles in the semis against Nate Haggard of Cozad. And to call it, here's Kirk.
We're just underway. Chauncey in on a shot right along the edge there. And we go out of bounds, so we stay in that neutral position. Watson, your number 2 seed here. Nate Haggard of Cozad, he's the 3.
The other semifinal going on now at 106 pounds on mat number 1. Oglala's Jorge Carrizales and Logan Choquette of Minden. And Carrizales of Ogallala leads 4-1 there with a minute and a half to go. And he has Choquette in some trouble.
And 40 seconds into this bout, Chauncey Watson again with another shot along the edge. Not able to get that finished up, so no score in the bout. We're on a restart right in the middle of the mat. Nate Haggard, the freshman from Cozad, Chauncey's opponent here. Watson's been the aggressor on his feet, taking a couple shots, just not quite able to get them finished up. There's another shot by Watson in on the leg, and Chauncey's got a lot of length. He's able to get the leg. He's trying to bring it on up, switches off to a double. We'll see if he can step his left foot around, but Haggard does a good job of fighting that off.
And whoever wins that Watson-Haggard match is going to face Jorge Carrizales for the Southwest Conference Championship, as Carrizales of Ogallala just got the win by fall over Choquette of Minden to advance out into the final.
40 seconds remaining in the first period. No score in the Watson match. Wrestlers right in the middle of the mat. Chauncey's been in on a couple shots, just hadn't quite been able to get them finished up. There's another shot by Watson, a double leg, and this time he sinks his hips in. Haggard's trying to keep his hips up. Watson switches off, changes directions, and gets his two. 18 seconds to go in the first period. 2-0 lead. Broken Bow's Chauncey Watson.
And coming out on the mat now, a semifinal at 113 pounds as Wilson Susel Zinn of Broken Bow wrestles Cad Beebe of McCook. They're just underway at 113. Again, that's a semifinal, and so we'll keep a close eye on that for you as well here as we roll through the semis.
And Nate Haggard of Cozad scored an escape with about 4 seconds to go in the first period. And the first period comes to a conclusion. Chauncey Watson of Broken Bow with the 2-1 lead. Choice is going to be to Watson. He defers, and Haggard's going to go to the bottom position. Watson on top, leading 2-1.
Still no score in the Zinn match. Zinn of Broken Bow against Beebe of McCook, semifinal at 113 pounds. They near a minute left to go in the opening period.
Chauncey Watson and Broken Bow, 10 seconds into the second period, leading 2-1. Haggard of Cozad trying to sit out. Watson catches the wrist. He's flattened Haggard out now. Haggard trying to build back up. These are two pretty long-limbed 106-pounders.
Beebe of McCook trying a shot on Zinn. Zinn able to fight it off, and they're going to go off the mat. Still no score in the semifinal match at 113 pounds.
And Haggard trying to come out from underneath there, and Watson does a good job of coming around, changing directions. We had a potentially dangerous situation there as the arms were tied up. Haggard is still in the bottom position, still trailing Broken Bow's Chauncey Watson 2-1. Have a caution on the restart here. Watson aboard. 1:15 to go in the second period. Watson of Broken Bow with the 2-1 lead.
In the Zinn match, each wrestler's taken a couple of shots, but still no score here as we come to the final seconds of period number 1. And it looks like we'll go to the second period in the Wilson-Zinn match at 113 pounds, scoreless in that semifinal at 113.
Haggard sits out, tries to get a little lifter on the leg. Watson drops down on the legs. He's got a double. Haggard tries to roll him through that situation. It looks like we go out of bounds, so no change in position. 2-1 lead, Chauncey Watson of Broken Bow. 45 seconds to go, second period.
Just underway, second period at 113 pounds, watching Wilson Susel Zinn of Broken Bow against Cad Beebe of McCook. Still, no one has scored yet as we wrestle now in period number 2.
30 seconds remaining in the second period. Chauncey Watson of Broken Bow still with the 2-1 lead. Haggard of Cozad took the bottom position here and hasn't been able to score. He's been close along the edge of the mat, but hasn't been able to score. We're down to 20 seconds.
And now Beebe of McCook just got an escape to go up 1-0 in his match against Wilson Zinn of Broken Bow in the semifinal at 113.
Haggard is up to his feet now. 5 seconds to go. Watson's dropped in on the leg, and we go out of bounds. So we have 5 seconds to go in the second period. Watson with the 2-1 lead and Chauncey in the top position. So here we go on this last 5 seconds. Haggard's trying to score. He put himself down, just hasn't been able to score, and Watson able to get out of the period. Finishes it where he started it, in the top position. Chauncey's choice, he's going to go neutral.
Under a minute to go, second period in the Wilson-Zinn match. Zinn of Broken Bow trailing Beebe of McCook 1-0 in their semifinal at 113 pounds.
So we're in the final 2 minutes here. This is semifinal action. 2-1 lead for Chauncey Watson of Broken Bow. He's taken the neutral position. Chauncey able to ride out that second period. Nate Haggard of Cozad unable to score there.
And now a shot by Cad Beebe of McCook. He gets the takedown of Wilson Zinn, and Beebe now goes up 3-0 at 113 pounds.
Nate Haggard of Cozad trying to work a little drag. Not able to get that. Watson breaks free. We're at 1:20 to go here in the match. Wrestlers right in the middle of the mat. You can see Watson controlling the arm. Haggard breaks free. Watson checks the head a little bit. There's a shot by Haggard, fended off easily by Watson. Chauncey back in. Haggard trying to control wrist. Watson breaks free. We're coming down to about a minute to go in the match. Chauncey Watson, a Broken Bow with the 2-1 lead.
Blood time now in the match at 1:13 as Beebe of McCook will come over and be attended to. He leads Wilson Zinn of Broken Bow 3-0. 8 seconds left to go, second period when they resume.
Watson takes a shot in on a Kai crotch. He's gathering up. It looked like Haggard was going to try to come around and get a cradle hooked up. And Watson's now in on that single leg, coming up to his feet. Haggard trying to work a little chin drop. Watson drops his hips. Oh, we end up out of bounds. 36 seconds to go in the match. Watson just about had 2 points there. It's a 2-1 lead for Watson. Good scramble action, good countering by Haggard. Haggard taking ground now as he's got to get a takedown to get ahead in the match. 2-1 lead, Watson. Wrestlers right in the middle of the mat. 25 seconds to go. Watson checks the head. Haggard ties up a wrist now, working a little 2-on-1 on the arm. Watson just circling to his left. 15 seconds to go here. Watson breaks free. Haggard drops to his knees. Hasn't taken a shot, though. Haggard really hasn't come in on a shot yet. 5 seconds to go in the match, and Watson's controlling wrists. Haggard now kind of flailing in, and Watson comes up and gets the head. He would have had 2 if we'd had 2 more seconds, but we don't, and he didn't, and he wins. 2-1, Chauncey Watson.
There you go. So we're going to put Kirk now on the Zinn match, which has just resumed. They're going to go to the final period with Beebe of McCook leading Zinn of Broken Bow 3-0 in that semifinal at 1:13. Chauncey Watson advances out to the final. His opponent will be Jorge Carrizales of Ogallala. They'll wrestle later for the conference championship at 106 pounds.
So 10 seconds into the third period, as Brent said, Broken Bow's Wilson Susel Zinn, 113-pounder in on a leg. He's wrestling Beebe of McCook. We'll see if Wilson can get this elevated. Beebe's come down and tied up the feet of Zinn, and we're going to get a stalemate. 1:33 to go in the bout. Broken Bow's Wilson Susel Zinn.
Meanwhile, they just came out on the mat at 113 pounds in that other semifinal where Pedro Carrizales, a freshman of Ogallala, is wrestling Bryson Bussinger of Cozad. And it looks like Carrizales of Ogallala just goes up 2-0 in that other semifinal at 113, and now he's got Bussinger in some trouble, and that's it. So Pedro Carrizales of Ogallala will advance into the final at 113 pounds as he gets the win by fall over Bussinger of Cozad.
And you're going to see these teams scoring a lot of team points here because every time you win in those semis, you're picking up second place points, so that's an automatic 10. So Ogallala and Broken Bow, they're vying for that team championship. Valentine in third right now. Those teams are looking to score those 10. And there's 2 more points here to run the score 5-0 for Beebe of McCook over Broken Bow's Wilson Susel Zinn. That's a matchup between the 2 and 3 seeds in the semis. Zinn of Broken Bow, he is the 3rd seed. He's trailing 5-0 right now.
Anna Marion McFarland of Broken Bow is coming out at 120 pounds to wrestle Talon Campbell of McCook. That'll be a semifinal. McFarland, a thrilling match in his quarterfinal where he won by sudden victory to get in against Campbell of McCook in the semifinal at 120. And that match just underway.
Wilson Susel Zinn is in the bottom position with 29 seconds to go on the restart, trailing 5-0.
And Campbell takes a shot and gets McFarland to his back, and this could be trouble early for McFarland as Campbell's got it in tight, and that's the fall. So McFarland at Broken Bow runs into the senior Talon Campbell of McCook, who shows just how good he is, and he gets the win to advance out at 120.
Yeah, number 1 seed there, Campbell, and he lives up to his seed. So Amarian looking to come back through those wrestlebacks. And we just had this match, Wilson Susel Zinn versus Beebe of McCook, concluded. Beebe with 5-0 decision. He'll advance to the finals. And Zinn of Broken Bow will be coming back through the consolation bracket.
So out on the mat now on mat number 2. Again, it's the mat to your right as you're viewing it on the video stream if you're just tuning in to us. It's the all-red mat. That's mat number 2. And on it now, Corbin Swanson of Ainsworth and Logan Stevens of Ogallala. As Stevens of Ogallala gets the early 2-0 lead in it. That is another semifinal, that at 120 pounds. And we've got Gothenburg wrestler Ty Kreis, a freshman, coming out against Zach Parker of Ainsworth. That is our match at 113 pounds. That'll be a consolation match. So we're in the consolation round there. But with Gothenburg on the mat, we're going to make that our feature match and put Kirk on it. And we'll keep you updated on the semifinal over there at 120 on mat 2.
And keep in mind, when we have a consolation match, such as Ty Kreis right now, you've got a minute first period. Kreis able to get a takedown in that first period, and right now trying to return Zach Parker of Ainsworth to the mat. It looks like we've got a locked hand signal against Kreis. Wrestlers are going to go out of bounds. And this is a locked hand signal. Technical violation. There comes the 1 point awarded to Zach Parker of Ainsworth. So your score is going to be a 2-1 lead for Kreis. No change in position. And you can see the Gothenburg coaching staff asking the question and getting the answer, and the score stays 2-1.
Logan Stevens has Corbin Swanson of Ainsworth in a lot of trouble right on the edge of the mat, as Stevens is going to get back points, but he's looking for the fall, although time is starting to run out in the first period.
And the freshman from Gothenburg, Ty Kreis, now hooks up a cradle on Zach Parker of Ainsworth. He's got Parker in all kinds of trouble. Question is he going to get it? He got the fall right before the period ends. 1 second remaining on the clock. Winner by fall, Ty Kreis of Gothenburg.
And in the semifinal at 120 pounds that we were watching on mat 2, Logan Stevens of Ogallala, right before the period came to an end, got the win by fall over Corbin Swanson of Ainsworth. So Stevens of Ogallala will be one of your finalists at 120 pounds.
And it looks like right now we've got Chris Williams coming out for Valentine on mat 1, and his opponent, Sawyer Theron of Gothenburg. This is 126-pound semifinals.
We'll keep Kirk on it. We'll make that our feature match for you on the radio. And meanwhile, on mat number 2, Cozad's Cooper Pohl comes out in a consolation match at 120. He'll be wrestling Tucker Schmidt of Minden, and we'll keep an eye on that one for you as well.
And 126 pounds, the seeds have held here. Chris Williams, highly decorated wrestler for Valentine, your number 1 seed. And he has Sawyer Theron of Gothenburg in all kinds of trouble here. It's a 4-1 lead for Williams. There's an escape. It's a 4-2 lead for Williams. Theron, Sawyer of Gothenburg, he is your 4th seed. Coming down to about a minute to go here in the first period. Williams gets the legs in, he's got the boots in, he's got his 2-point takedown, and now works for some backs. Looks like he's got 2 points coming. There they are. That makes the score 8-2. 1 minute remaining, first period. 1 point escape for Theron of Gothenburg. Wrestler's right in the middle of the mat. 8-3 lead for Williams. There's a little shot by Theron. Williams with the underhook, though, and then just runs him over. Gets the 2 for the takedown, and he's going to end it right there. Winner by fall, Chris Williams of Valentine over Gothenburg's Sawyer Theron of Gothenburg's Sawyer Theron will be coming back through on the wrestleback side.
Consolation match going on mat number 2 right now at 120 pounds, featuring Cozad's Cooper Pohl, a freshman, against Tucker Schmidt, the sophomore from Minden. No score as they wrestle in the second period there. And as we watch that match over on mat number 2, coming up next on that mat is going to be Broken Bow's Cyrus Wells, who will be coming out to wrestle in his semifinal at 126 pounds. Of course, already advancing out into the final at 126, Chris Williams of Valentine.
And now wrestling on mat number 1 is Drew White of Cozad and his opponent Cody Miller of Valentine.
And it's now 2-2 in the match featuring Cooper Pohl of Cozad, Tucker Schmidt of Minden with the takedown, Pohl with the reversal, and now Schmidt comes back around. He gets the reversal and goes up 4-2 over Cooper Pohl of Cozad. That's a consolation match going on at 120 pounds.
And Drew White has the takedown here in the first period at 132 pounds, semifinal action. White of Cozad with the boots dug in on Cody Miller. This is a match between the 1 and the 4 seed, White being the top seed. We'll get a stalemate action. Miller comes down. He'll get himself set on the bottom. White gets ready to get aboard.
And now getting a reversal, Cooper Pohl of Cozad. So that match is tied up at 4 apiece as they wrestle out the final 25 seconds of the second period.
Nice job there by Cody Miller. A lot of action. Little hip heist out, faces out, gets his escape. So the wrestlers are in the neutral. Miller's escape makes the score 2-1 in favor of White, but White there with a little pancake action right along the edge of the mat. Caught Miller kind of coming in, caught him, put him to his back. So we've got a takedown, 4-1 lead, and I'm not sure if we've got points here coming. I think we've got points coming here along the edge. There they are, the 3-point near fall, Drew White. So the takedown, the near fall, 7-1 lead, Drew White over Cody Miller of Valentine.
Cooper Pohl just got Tucker Schmidt of Minden on his back and got 2, so 6-4 the score with Pohl of Cozad leading in his consolation match at 120 pounds.
Cody Miller trying to work a little Granby roll. White simply rolls through with him, almost catches him across his shoulders. No points awarded there. 20 seconds to go, first period. Cozad's Drew White, the freshman. He's leading here, 7-1 over the junior Cody Miller of Valentine. White now with both boots dug in. Back arch, putting a lot of pressure here. Reaches clear across, a little bit of a cowboy ride, gets the arms tied up. He's going to score some more back points right at the end of the period. 2 points awarded. It's now a 9-1 lead for Drew White, the freshman from Cozad, with a commanding lead over Cody Miller of Valentine. It looks like Miller's going to end up with the choice and go neutral. White deferred, Miller takes neutral. See Miller staying active, lots of motion. But White just keeps his position. Miller coming in on a shot. White easily blocks that off. White comes underneath. Oh, and Miller catches him and steps across it. But White able to keep his hips moving, and he's on the leg. So Miller just about caught him there, but White able to come on through. No score on a takedown. We'll see if Drew's able to elevate Miller. He's got the leg covered with his foot. Now he's just got to come across. White's trying to get a lift off, Miller's trying to get a lift off the ankle, but now White covers the hips, and there's your 2.
On mat number 2, consolation match at 120 pounds, Cooper Pohl continues to lead by 2, 6-4, with 15 seconds left to go in that match. So Cooper Pohl trying to ride this thing out as he rides on top of Schmidt of Minden, trying to ride out the remaining seconds and stay alive in the tournament. And he will. In fact, he'll get 2 reversal right at the end to make your final score an 8-4 decision. So Cooper Pohl of Cozad gets the win to stay alive in the consolation match at 120.
And Miller right now has come out of a roll-around situation. He's got his reversal, and he's got White in fighting off of his back right along the edge of the mat. It's 11-3. Drew White in the lead, but Cody Miller now is getting awfully tight here. I mean, this is a fall with 21 seconds remaining in the second period. Cody Miller of Valentine in a roll-around situation comes out of that, catches Drew White on his back, and Drew's not able to get off his back. Miller gets the fall in the big upset here at 132 pounds.
All right, Cyrus Wells is out on the mat now in his semifinal at 126 as he wrestles Cole Stokey of Ogallala, so we'll make that our feature match. We'll put Kirk on it. I'll watch Skeeter Campbell, who comes out now for Broken Bow on mat number 1 at 132 pounds.
We're about 25 seconds into the match. Cole Stokey of Ogallala, the opponent. Cyrus Wells with the takedown, and Stokey was awarded a 1-point escape. So we're on blood time now for Cyrus. It's a 2-1 lead, Wells leading Stokey.
So I'll have Kurt come with me now and help me a little bit on Skeeter Campbell and Evan Smith of Minden as they wrestle in their semifinal at 132 pounds.
30 seconds into the match, no score. Skeeter Campbell, he's your number 2 seed at 132 pounds. Evan Smith, the 3 seed. These two guys have both won over 20 matches, so this should be a good one. Skeeter drops down to both knees, takes a couple feint shots. Smith comes in, but Skeeter now down on the ankle, right in the middle of the mat. Skeeter able to get his head up. Smith's trying to attack the ankles. We'll see if Skeeter can get his feet up and come out the back door here. Pressure's back in, but Smith persistent on that ankle, and he rolls through the situation. We'll see if Smith can get his head up. Campbell reaches back, but Smith right now, if he can get his head out and cover, he'll get the 2. Skeeter, though, trying to fight his way out. Nice sit out there by Skeeter. Comes around on some switch action. He gets his 2.
All right, so I'll continue to watch Skeeter. Cyrus Wells now back out on his match, as getting an escape was Evan Smith of Minden. So your score 2-1 now in the Campbell match in the semi at 132. And Kurt goes back over to watch Wells at 126.
And it's a 2-1 score. Wrestlers are in the neutral. 2-1 lead for Cyrus Wells. We could see a Wells-Stokey match if things work out later in the day at 145. Those guys would only meet in the finals should that happen. Cyrus Wells right in the middle of the mat. He has a 2-1 lead. 40 seconds to go, first period. Left-hand tie by Cyrus.
And coming to the end of the first period, we are at the end of the first in the Skeeter Campbell match in his semi at 132. Campbell will go to the second period leading 2-1.
And Cole Stokey, the opponent for Cyrus here, he's a returning Southwest Conference champ at 113.
Now blood time in the Campbell match, so we'll put all the focus now on Cyrus Wells in his match at 126.
Final 15 seconds of the first period. Wells with the takedown, Stokey with an escape. Those are the only points scored so far in the match. Looks like we're going to finish this first period with that 2-1 lead for Cyrus. And we do. So there's the flip of the disc. Choice is going to go to Cyrus, and he immediately wants to go down, looks over, everybody's in agreement. So Cyrus goes to the bottom position with his 2-1 lead. This is a 126-pound action. Wells is your 2 seed here. Stokey's your 3 seed. Chris Williams of Valentine, he's sitting on top of things, waiting to see who comes out of this match to face him in the finals. Wells quickly to his feet on the whistle. High steps out, turns in. He now leads 3-1.
And we're back to wrestling now in the match at 132 with Skeeter Campbell leading Evan Smith of Minden 2-1 with just under 2 minutes to go in the second period.
Stokey kind of takes a flailing shot along the edge, and Cyrus kind of reroutes him, almost came around to pick up the takedown. But we run out of room. Come back on the restart, 3-1 lead. Cyrus Wells of Broken Bow. Semifinal action here, 126 pounds. 30 seconds into the second period. Wells with that 3-1 lead. He's escaped already this period. Little shot by Wells. Wells with his back along the out of bounds. Stokey reaches up with the left-hand tie. Wells now with the 2-on-1 on the arm. Little Russian armbar action here. Stokey trying to fend that off.
In the Campbell match now, Skeeter leads it over Smith of Minden. The scores went to 6-3 now in favor of Campbell as we have a minute left to go in the second period.
Just under a minute to go here in the second period. It's a 3-1 lead for Cyrus Wells of Broken Bow. Cyrus with the escape here in the second period. Stokey will have choice in the third. Wrestlers are in the neutral. Wells controlling the arm. Oh, Stokey with a little snap down, tries to come around, but we go out of bounds. That was a nice snap by Cole. He snapped down Wells, came around, and just out of bounds.
And we have blood time again in the Campbell match. Skeeter Campbell continues to lead in that semifinal at 132 pounds. Campbell 6, Evan Smith of Minden 3.
We've got 20 seconds to go in the second period. Still in the neutral position here. Broken Bow Cyrus Wells with a 3-1 lead. Wells now again on that 2-on-1 on the arm, trying to slow things down here. Right along the edge. Stokey actually out of bounds. Wells inbounds. Wells drops down on the leg, and we go out with 1 second remaining in the period.
And we resume action now in Campbell's match at 132. 49 seconds to go, second period, as they wrestle again. Campbell leading 6-3 over Evan Smith of Minden.
So here we go, 3-1 lead. Cyrus Wells of Broken Bow with that lead. Cole Stokey of Ogallala takes the bottom position. We're going to get a caution red, which is on Wells. Wells started a little early there with that hand on the elbow. No points. Wells trying to pick up the ankle. Stokey able to get to his feet, peels hands, and he's out. So it's 3-2, minute 50 to go in the match. We're in the neutral. Stokey needs the takedown to win it. Wells needs the takedown to seal it.
Coming to the end of period number 2 in the Campbell match, Evan Smith got an escape, so now your score is Campbell 6, Smith of Minden 4, with 5 seconds to go, second period, at 132 pounds.
So here we go. We're right in the middle of the mat. A minute 24 to go here in the match. Stokey comes in on a shot. Wells now with that left-hand underhook. He breaks free and he comes right back in on a double right along the edge of the mat. And we go out of bounds. So minute 15 to go. Cyrus Wells of Broken Bow with the 3-2 lead.
Blood time again in the Campbell match. This time it's Skeeter who is being attended to. So a delay in that match as we focus again on Cyrus Wells.
Winding down to the last minute here of this match. 3-2 lead, Wells. There hasn't been any scoring here off their feet, but there's been plenty of action off their feet. Wells now with his back right along the edge of the mat, left-hand tie. Under a minute now. Stokey comes in, goes out of bounds. Both these guys have shown some action here. Stokey's done a good job of trying to come in. Wells fending that off. 45 seconds to go in the match. Wells with the 3-2 lead. Cyrus circles to his left. There's a shot by Wells. Isn't able to get in on it. But that does a couple things. He doesn't get the shot, but he gets in and keeps that official thinking, hey, he's active. He's not going to stall this out. 30 seconds to go in the match. Stokey trying to work a little pass, doesn't get it, and Wells drops in on the leg. He's got the single up. We'll see if Cyrus is able to secure this. And there it is. That should, he doesn't get the 2. The hands were down on the mat, but the 2 weren't awarded. So Wells drops down on the leg. He's still on the leg, 10 seconds to go, and Cyrus really just needs to stay on that leg. If he can drive across, great. Just stay on the leg, finish the match out. Comes across, there's the 2. I really thought those 2 should have come a little earlier because the hands came down on the mat. But nonetheless, it's a 5-2 hard-fought win for Cyrus Wells over Cole Stokey of Ogallala.
So Cyrus will advance to the championship at 126, where he'll wrestle Chris Williams of Valentine. I think I'll stick around for that one.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting match.
All right, now let's put the focus at 132. They wrestle in the third period. This is semifinal. Skeeter Campbell against Evan Smith of Minden, and Campbell leads 6-4 with a minute 40 to go in the match.
And Campbell right now in on the leg. It looks like we've got 1 point escape here for Green, so it's a 6-5 score. We're in the neutral position. Smith now pressing the action. Campbell's up on his toes trying to circle around. We'll see if Skeeter can't get around the corner. Smith comes up, and we've got blood time again on red, which is Skeeter. So we have a 6-5 lead for Skeeter Campbell with the blood time. We've seen some good matches here, a lot of action. You can feel the intensity picking up a little bit. Well, and you get these 2 and 3 seeds running into each other. Those guys are pretty close.
Well, it gives us a moment to thank Fort County Heating and Air helping us with our coverage today. Owners Brian Hogg and Austin Cox serve the area with a combined 20 years of experience in the HVAC industry. They provide free estimates and 24-hour service. Make sure your heater is ready for the cold. Call Fort County Heating and Air in Broken Bow at 872-2258. Also want to say a big thank you to Viero Wireless, who is our partner when it comes to our live video streaming of high school sports and other events that we do through KCNI and KBBN Radio. A big thank you to Viero Wireless, our partner when it comes to live video streaming. Of course, we got the matches for you on the radio, KBBN 95.3 FM and KBBN.com. And we're also giving you a live video stream of the matches for you today as well. That's on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook.
So here we go. We're back to 1:15 to go in this match. It's a 6-5 lead for Broken Bow's Skeeter Campbell. Semifinal action at 132 pounds. Evan Smith of Minden, the opponent. It's been a hard-fought match. We're out of bounds. We'll get a restart. We have 1 minute to go, minute and 1 second. Campbell with that 1-point lead, and Smith trying to get a little quick start. There's your caution. No points awarded. Smith with a little length on Skeeter, which I think Skeeter's probably used to that in his matches. These are 132-pounders trying to get themselves into the finals, where they'll wrestle Miller of Valentine as he upset White of Cozad. And there's Smith covers the legs, and there's your 2-point takedown with 40 seconds. Smith now leads this match 7-5. Or excuse me, 7-6. So Skeeter now, he needs an escape to tie it or a reversal. But Smith now ties up the wrist underneath, and he's got that hook in. Skeeter's going to have to get a little action here, but Smith's going to turn him. And there's one, there's two, and he's earned 2-point near fall. Smith gets the turn. Campbell's going to come out of it if he catches the leg. So there's 2 points, 9-6. Skeeter needs to get one and get two, but he's going to run out of time as we're coming down to that 5-second mark. So there's your one. Now he's got to come, and Smith will just get on his bicycle. And there's your warning for stalling, but the period runs out. The match runs out, and your final score, it's 9-7. The win goes to Smith, Evan Smith of Minden, with the win over Skylar Campbell of Broken Bow.
Good match. Skeeter comes up just short at 132 and making it into the finals, so he'll drop into the consolation bracket now, as Smith of Minden will advance out into the championship match now at 132 pounds. Meanwhile, you have Austin Chestnut coming out against Max Mueller of Ogallala. That's a consolation match at 132 pounds. And as we update you there, Mueller of Ogallala has a 5-0 lead going into period number 2. Meanwhile, you have Abe Mendez coming out in a semifinal now at 138, wrestling Hunter Heath of Minden. So we're going to make that our feature match since it's the semifinal at 138. We'll put Kirk on it as we watch Abe Mendez, the junior from Gothenburg.
Mendez, as Brent said, wrestling Hunter Heath of Minden. Heath is your top seed at this weight class. Mendez able to get an upset of the 4 seed in the first round when he defeated Caden Swanson of Ainsworth. No score in this bout. There comes Mendez underneath. He comes in on a double leg shot, switches it off. Wrestling right along the edge of the mat, and we're going to go out of bounds.
Meanwhile, Austin Chestnut just got a reversal on Mueller of Ogallala and now has him on his back. Austin Chestnut, a consolation match at 132. Mueller has the lead at 8-2, but Chestnut has Mueller in some trouble now.
Lots of trouble along a lot of territory and a lot of time.
And there's the fall. So
wow.
Austin Chestnut, who fell behind, able to get the pinning combination and stay alive in the tournament as he wins in the consolation round at 132 pounds.
Still no score in the Abe Mendez match. 40 seconds to go here in the first period. Mendez of Gothenburg wrestling number 1 seed Hunter Heath of Minden. Heath, 33-match winner for the Whippets. 30 seconds to go. Wrestlers go out of bounds. And we're going to stay in the neutral position with no score. Mendez has been in on a couple shots trying to get things finished up, just not able to do that. And Hunter Heath shows you why he's got those 33 wins with only 3 losses.
Well, the winner of the Mendez match will advance out to the final and wrestle the winner of Merritt Skinner of Ogallala and Ashton Lures of Valentine, as they are on the mat now at 138 pounds in the other semifinal there. And Lures goes up 2-0 as they're just underway in the first period.
And we're going to end this first period of the Mendez-Heath match the same way we came into it, with no score.
And if you're listening to us in the Broken Bow area, we wrestle at 138. You may wonder, well, what about Trey Gary of Broken Bow? Trey not wrestling today because an injury, we're told, in yesterday's duels at UNK. So that's why Trey is not here, wrestling at 138.
And Trey's here with his teammates. He's just not
right.
suited
Yes,
up.
right. Yeah, not wrestling. Yeah,
right.
True. Yeah.
We've seen him, talk to him a little bit, and just got banged up a little bit. And this time of year, you got to take care of those because the season's getting short on you. And Braylon Reinerson stepped in for the Indians. So we're 30 seconds into the second period here, and Hunter Heath has got Mendez of Gothenburg in a little bit of trouble here. He's got a lifter at the leg. He's come across, picking up back points. He's earned 3-point near fall. They haven't been awarded yet, and here they come. So it's now a 3-0 lead for Hunter Heath of Minden over Gothenburg's Abe Mendez. And Heath still on top, still has the leg laced in, and still looking for another lifter, and he goes right back to it.
Coming to the end of the first period in the other semifinal at 138, Ashton Lures with a takedown, leading Merritt Skinner 2-1 as they have just come to the end of period number 1.
And you could see Heath, smart wrestler on top here for the Whippets. He gets his turn, looks at the official, comes off the turn, basically breaks the hold. He's still got the legs tied up, gets his 3-point award, and then goes right back to it. He doesn't just stay in there, keep trying to turn the same turn all the time. So he scored 6 out of that situation. He leads Abe Mendez 6-0.
Now Lures with an escape goes up 3-1 over Skinner of Ogallala in the other semi at 138.
35 seconds remaining in the second period. Mendez on the bottom, and he just hadn't been able to get out from under there. Hunter Heath has turned him twice here in the second period, leads things 6-0. And Abe's worked hard underneath, just hadn't been able to score. Note to self, maybe not go down with Heath now that you kind of know. I mean, that's just part of the experience of wrestling somebody. Hunter's got a lot of leverage, and he's always tying up a wrist. Mendez is working hard underneath, trying to get his base. Just not able to get out of there. So there's the end of the second period. 6-0 lead, Hunter Heath of Minden leading Gothenburg's Abe Mendez, semifinal 138.
And it looks like they go to blood time over on the other semifinal at 138 as Lures of Valentine continues to lead Skinner of Ogallala by a score of 3-1.
And we're just starting the third period here in the Mendez-Heath match. 7-0 lead, Gothenburg's Abe Mendez trailing Hunter Heath of Minden. Wrestling in the neutral. And Connor Wells is on deck on mat 2, is that right, Brent?
That is correct, yep.
So here we go, minute 40 to go in the third period. There Mendez again, trying to come in on a shot along the edge. Heath able to fight that off, circle, we're out of bounds. We'll come back on a restart, 7-0 lead, Heath over Mendez. Minute 35 to go here in this bout. Mendez of Gothenburg taking the ground, but here Heath takes a shot as Mendez comes in, gets in on it, gets his 2, and then immediately gets in on that leg turn and goes headhunting. But we go out of bounds, it's a 9-0 lead. That was nice by Heath. He kind of let Mendez walk into him, took the shot underneath. But, man, when he gets on top, he gets that leg turk, elevates that leg, and attacks the head. He's looking for back points.
And in the Lures-Skinner match, they have 35 seconds remaining in the second period. Lures Valentine continues to lead 3-1. Oh, make it 5-1.
And we're at a minute 10 in the match here. Mendez of Gothenburg in the bottom position. Again, just trying to work out, but Hunter Heath of Minden has just been smothering on top. There, Abe gets up to his feet, walks out of it. So there, he gets on the board. 9-1. It's a lead for Heath, and Mendez now. We've seen him hit a cartwheel. He's pretty acrobatic, pretty athletic, but I don't think Hunter Heath's going to fall for any of those things. There, Heath drops in, gets underneath all that, drops in on the single leg. He's got the leg, and Abe's now got the whizzer in. But Heath now trying to cover laces. He's coming up to his feet. Oh, Mendez kicks out. 30 seconds to go in the match. 9-1 lead Heath. Mendez again now picking up his pace, stalking in. Last time he came in like that, Heath came underneath him.
And
Warning stalling on Heath.
Sorry, Kurt, they go to the third period now in the Lurs and Skinner match. That's the other semifinal at 1:38, and Lurs of Valentine leads 5-1 as they wrestle in the third period.
Mendez takes a shot down on the single. Heath just covers his head, and we go out of bounds. 10 seconds to go here in the match. And it's going to be Hunter Heath unless something pretty miraculous happens here for Abe Mendez. There, Heath comes up underneath, stalks underneath there, and he's going to pick up 2 takedown. And your final score here is going to be Hunter Heath 11, Abe Mendez of Gothenburg 1. Hunter Heath of Minden advancing to the finals.
So now we wait to see who his opponent will be in the final as Lurs and Skinner continue to wrestle. Lurs of Valentine with the lead, 5-1. Next match coming out on mat number 1 right now, featuring Ty Hotz of Gothenburg as he will wrestle at 145 pounds. And that'll be a semifinal against Gage Stokey of Ogallala. So we'll kind of turn Kirk loose on that one to watch Hotz in his semi at 145, and we'll continue to keep an eye on the Lurs-Skinner match as Lurs gets another takedown and now goes up 7-1.
And Stokey has a takedown, and he's got a Hotz in all kinds of trouble. There's their fall. Gage Stokey of Ogallala, 2-time state medalist, gets the fall over Hotz of Gothenburg in the first period.
So Stokey advances out to the finals at 145 pounds. Coming up next on mat number 2 behind the Lurs and Skinner match will be Connor Wells of Broken Bow Wrestling at 145. And Connor will try to advance out into the final where he would wrestle Stokey, who was just victorious at 145 pounds. Coming to the final 10 seconds now of the Lurs and Skinner match, and it looks like Lurs is going to advance out at 138. He leads 7-1, and here come the final seconds, and that'll be it, as Lurs of Valentine will advance into the final at 138 pounds later today. So we'll keep our eyes on that mat, which is mat number 2. If you're viewing us on the live video stream and you just tuned in, the mat to your right, the full red mat, is mat 2. The one with the badger head in the middle is mat 1. And we're going to focus on mat 2 as Connor Wells comes out at 145 pounds, trying to advance into the championship match.
And this match just underway. So the winner here comes out against Gage Stokey. A little snap down by Connor. Connor quickly around, gets his 2-point takedown. So Wells quickly on the mat, on the board there with his takedown. Basically cuts Berkestrand loose. Comes back in, gets another takedown. So Connor showing his efficiency here on his takedowns, leads things 4-1. 30 seconds into the match. Looks like Connor's going to lace in that right leg. Wrestling taking place right along the edge here. Berkestrand trying to build up. Wells has got a crossbody in. He's got the elbow hook. And we're going to go out of bounds. So it's a 4-1 lead for Connor Wells of Broken Bow. He's in the top position. Here we go on the restart. Berkestrand tries to sit out. Wells just basically cuts him loose at the minute mark here. We'll see if Connor can collect his third takedown. Pause the head, drops in on the single, comes up. Nice. Runs pike, gets his 2. 6-2 lead, Connor Wells. Wells again laces in that right leg. He's got his crossbody right in. 40 seconds to go in the first period. Connor, on the strength of those 3 takedowns, leads this match 6-2. And it's been all Connor here in this match. got that deep left hand in now. We'll see Spurn. Berkestrand's trying to fight this, but we'll see if Connor steps off and just takes a bite here and gets a turn.
Coming out at 152 pounds on mat 1 now, semifinal between Cameron Zink of Ogallala against Jamison Smith of Gothenburg. Zink the early takedown. He goes up 2-0 in that match.
Well, still now, he switched off to a right-hand half. He's trying to turn Berkestrand. Berkestrand pretty loose in those shoulders, doing a good job of his flexibility, fighting that off, and the period ends. It's 6-2. If my right elbow was behind my left ear, I think I'd have to go see some PT for about a month and a half. He kind of gets up, rolls his shoulders, and goes on. So here we go, 6-2 lead. Connor Wells of Broken Bow. He's in the bottom position, quickly up to his feet on the whistle. Berkestrand returns him. There's locked hands. So Connor's going to get at least one out of this. We'll see if he gets his 2 and his 1. Connor now trying a little head toss. Not able to get it, but there's your technical violation for the locked hands on Berkestrand. So Jasper will give 1 point to Connor. Connor with that 7-2 lead, still in the bottom position.
152 pounds semifinal. We'll update you there. Cameron Zink of Ogallala continues to lead Jamison Smith of Gothenburg 2-0 with 40 seconds to go in the first period.
Minute 30 to go here in the second period. Wells with the 8-2 lead. Berkestrand trying to get a little toss there, but not in position to do it. We go out of bounds. We're going to be in the neutral position. Wells with a little shot. There comes Jasper underneath, and Wells with the head throw. Catches him coming in. He gets his 2 for the takedown, 10-2 lead for Connor, but I think he's going to secure the fall here on this headlock situation. Right, lots of territory, and there's a minute 10 to go here. So Wells just needs to kind of bide his time. Jasper's doing a good job of fighting this. There's just a lot of time to fight it. Credit Berkestrand, showing a lot of guts here. He might come on through. Wow. Wow, nice job by Jasper Berkestrand, not giving in there. We've got 50 seconds to go. He gets off of his back. 13-2 is your score. Wells scrambles his hips up on top. But Jasper Berkestrand, man, a lot of heart there to survive that situation.
Cameron Zink with a takedown and now an escape to go up 3-0 in his match over Jamison Smith of Gothenburg. So to update you there, a minute 46 to go, second period. 5-0 Cameron Zink over Jamison Smith of Gothenburg right now with a minute 46 to go in the second period.
And at the 3:38 mark of the match, your winner by fall is Connor Wells over Jasper Berkestrand. So Connor, at 145, advances to the finals where he'll see Ogallala's Gage Stokey.
So Bo's got 3 in the finals now, right? Chauncey Watson advanced at 106. Cyrus at 126, and now Connor at 145.
Exactly.
Right?
Yep. And just looking at update on team scores. Now, this doesn't include what just happened. Ogallala has 54 and Broken Bow 50, Valentine 48, McCook 41. So as we go through this, that'll probably start to spread out a little bit.
So we'll continue to watch Jamison Smith now of Gothenburg, who's in some trouble now against Cameron Zink of Ogallala, as Smith on his back, now able to get out of the pinning combination, but 3 near fall for Zink as he goes up 10-1, and he's trying to turn Smith again as we come to the final minute of their semifinal at 152.
And over on the other mat, Tate Felber on mat 2 of McCook. He's taking on Cozad's Isaac White. No score in that match, about 50 seconds into the bout.
Now more points coming for Zink as he tries to turn Smith again. We got 25 seconds to go. Smith able to battle through that, but 3 more near fall for Zink, and that'll put him up 13-1. We watched Zink wrestle and White of Cozad wrestle, Kirk. You know, we were looking at the rankings coming into today. You got, I think Zink was 2, White was 3 in the state at that weight class in Class B, according to AnyWrestle.com. So these interesting semifinals to watch, especially if it means those two meet up in the final. That could be a heck of a match for sure.
Yeah, and White's got his hands full. He's got a 26-match winner there with Felber of McCook. But, yes, you're right. If the bracket plays out, Zink was I think he was 4th in the state last year for the Indians of Ogallala at 152. So, yeah, you've got some quality guys here at this weight, and we're seeing that kind of come out here in these matches. We have no score in the White match right now at 152, as we're going to finish up this first period with a 0-0 score. White of Cozad and Tate Felber of McCook.
The score is 14-2 in the other semifinal at 152, and Zink now just puts Smith to his back, and there it is. There's the fall with 1:46 to go in the third. So Cameron Zink of Ogallala will advance out to the final at 152 pounds. Good effort by Smith against a high-quality wrestler, and Smith will drop down into the consolation bracket now.
So we're in the second period, 10 seconds into the second period. Isaac White of Cozad, he's in the top position. Right now, he's got Felber in a little trouble, and he's scoring some back points. Points have been earned, but they haven't been, here they come. There's 2-point near fall for White. 30 seconds into the second period, and those are the first points of the match. And Isaac sets him right back down, sets him in his lap. Felber now trying to scramble out. Isaac gets a little lifter. Felber rolls on through, comes up to his feet, and Isaac just cuts him loose. So it's a 2-1 score now. We're in the neutral position. Isaac White of Cozad, the sophomore, 24-match winner, only 2 losses. Wrestling 26-match winner, Tate Felber of McCook. Wrestling right in the middle of the mat. Just under a minute left here in the second period. White with that 2-1 lead. There Felber takes a shot in. White able to fend that off. White now with right hand tie. Felber wipes that off. Wrestlers just stalking each other with 40 seconds to go here in the second period. So we've seen White score from the top position. Felber now working a little 2-on-1. White not cooperating there, has a right-hand tie. Again, right in the middle of the mat. There, Felber drops in on a single leg again. White sprawls back, and Felber can't collect that up, can't get 2 hands on it, as White's controlling that far wrist. Felber's able to get to it with his left hand, but White's got control of the far wrist, so it doesn't do him much good to get on in. Wrestling right along the edge, under 10 seconds to go. White leading 2-1. White out of bounds, Felber in. Here, White circles back in. And this is going to be the end of the second period. So a tight one, 2-1 lead. Isaac White of Cozad leading Tate Felber. And I believe the choice goes to White, and Isaac's going to go down.
And just concluding at 160 pounds in one of the semifinals there, Alex Banuelos of Minden, 33-2 coming into that match, gets the win by fall over Blumenstock of Ainsworth. So Banuelos of Minden will advance out into the championship match at 160.
Well, we're 15 seconds into the third and final period here. Cozad's Isaac White, the sophomore, he leads 2-1 over the senior Tate Felber of McCook. White on the bottom, hasn't been able to score here. Coming down to about 30 seconds into this third period. White's got his base build up, but he hasn't been able to do much out from under there. He's got the 2-1 lead. Now Isaac takes Felber's right hand, gets his head underneath, he's turning in, attacks the leg, posts that right wrist to the mat. And now Felber's scrambling to get those hips up. He's still in control, but he's got a little trouble. Felber gets the hips up. White's got the leg. White keeps circling. Now he's attacking the far ankle, pops his head. There's your 2. It's a 4-1 lead for White. Isaac White of Cozad, 4-1, 55 seconds to go, third period. White again has Felber kind of sitting in his lap, gets a little lifter. Felber comes back to his base. White spurring a little bit, not able to get the leg in. He's tying up Felber's wrist. Now Felber's trying to come out, attacks the head, pops his head, and gets a reversal. 30 seconds to go. It's a 4-3 lead, and Felber's going to cut White. It's a 5-3 lead for Isaac White. We're in the neutral, 25 seconds to go. Felber comes in, White catches him right along the edge of the mat. Felber tries to throw, and we go out of bounds. and that would not have succeeded. White felt that, had his hips back. So Felber going for broke. He's behind by 2 with 19 seconds to go. 5-3 lead. Isaac White, there's a little shot by Felber, no penetration. Comes back in on a reshot, controls the elbow. White just holds his spot, looks at the clock, 7 seconds to go. Felber again swings down, tries to catch the single. Now he's going to try to work a little dump underneath, not able to do that, and you're going to have a final score in a hard-fought match. Isaac White of Cozad with a 5-3 win, and he'll advance out into the finals. So White and Zink in the finals, that should be a fun one, but that was a good match. Really hard-fought win for Isaac.
It was. We're going to step away for just a short timeout on radio. We'll keep the video stream going for you to watch. The one match currently going on is on mat 1. That's featuring Tag Buchel of Valentine and Isaac Hood of Ainsworth. Buchel leading 4-1. That's a semifinal at 170 pounds. We'll take a short break on the radio. We're back with more action after these words.
A list of worst emergencies to have.
Absolutely.
The next time you're facing one, give Squires Septic Service a call. 870-0717. He's ready to take your call 24 hours a day.
Absolutely.
His sewer camera can find problems fast to save you money. Plus, he can clear drains with Roto-Rooter or Jetter. Oh, and Gary has Porta units too. Squires Septic Service of Myrna. 870-0717. Don't wait to call until it's too late.
Absolutely not.
Have you seen any finches in your backyard? If not, then you need to get to Aeroseed and pick up their special finch blend. Aeroseed offers 9 different varieties of bird seed to attract almost any type of bird to your feeder. Available in economically priced bulk quantities from 1 pound to 50, you can get as much or as little as you need at a great price. If you need a feeder, Aeroseed carries a good variety of those as well. To attract and keep birds in your yard, stop into Aeroseed in Broken Bow today.
Are your aches and pains preventing you from doing the things you love? Call Team Physical Therapy 872-5111. We offer complete one-on-one physical therapy for you. Call Team Physical Therapy 872-5111. Team Physical Therapy is known as the best hands in town, and we will help you achieve your goals and keep you moving in 2021. Call Team Physical Therapy 872-5111 or check us out on the web at myteampt.com.
Friendly rivals, hometown pride, wearing your school's colors. Small towns are brought together cheering on their favorite teams. Agland ATV knows how hard the athletes and coaches work year-round and are proud to help sponsor the games of our customers and their kids and grandkids. We have built relationships with many of these families through the years and are proud of their success. Best of luck to all the local athletes from Agland ATV in Broken Bow.
872-3424.
Agland ATV, West Highway 2, Broken Bow, 872-3424.
And we come back to Valentine High School, side of the 2021 Southwest Conference Wrestling Championships. And the match that we will focus on for you now is happening at 160 pounds. That's on mat number 2. Semifinal at 160 featuring Brandon Schreiner of Gothenburg, the sophomore, against senior Blake Wyatt of Ogallala. There's no score as they go to the second period now. And we'll have Kirk follow that one for you live on KBBN Radio.
As Brant said, no score here in this match. Schreiner is your number 2 seed in this weight class. Ogallala's Wyatt, your number 3. We've seen a lot of good matches with these 2 and 3 seeds. So we're underway in the second period. Schreiner riding that claw ride a little bit. Comes off of that. 15 seconds into the second period. Schreiner in the top position. No score. Wyatt trying to build himself up off his base. Gets up into his table. Schreiner controls the inside wrist. Hasn't really been able to do much with that. And here Wyatt comes up to his feet. Blake's trying to hit a switch, but Schreiner's got control. Brandon's got control of that wrist on the far side. So to no avail. And now Blake Wyatt of Ogallala is flattened out on his stomach. Schreiner's trying to tie up that arm. And right now, honestly, there's just not a lot of action going on. Schreiner's bringing in that wrist, but Wyatt gets it back out front. Blake builds himself up, pops up to his feet, faces out, gets his one. So a quick 1-point escape there. And it's a 1-0 lead for Blake Wyatt of Ogallala over Gothenburg's Brandon Schreiner. There's a shot by Wyatt, a little high on the hip. Schreiner fights it off, but Wyatt switches directions, comes around, gets 2. And he's got Schreiner in a little bit of trouble here. It's a 3-0 lead for Wyatt, and Wyatt's got the legs tied up. If he attacks the head here, he could score some backs, and that's what he does. Schreiner trying to fight off of his back. Wyatt with a lot of leverage there. He's got the lifter on the legs, attacking the head, and there's the fall. Winner by fall, Blake Wyatt of Ogallala over Brandon Schreiner of Gothenburg.
All right, so with that match just concluded, we'll put the focus at 170 now. Tag Buchel of Valentine won by fall, so he's in the final. Now we're going to find out who will wrestle him for the championship as Max Denson of Broken Bow comes out in the semifinal at 170 against Riley Baker of Gothenburg. And to call it for you, here's Kirk.
So wrestling underway. Baker now in a rear standing position. Hasn't scored 2, though. Picks up the leg, and there's the 2-point takedown. Baker of Gothenburg with the 2-point takedown 30 seconds into the bout. Max Denson of Broken Bow trying to work up off the bottom. We saw this match just a week ago, won by Baker in the duel. Baker now has a hammer. Denson's right arm on his own back. Baker trying to post that. We'll see if he comes across, and it looks like we're going to get a potentially dangerous situation as that arm was coming up past 90.
And they're just underway in the first semifinal at 182 pounds. Caleb Pohl, the senior of Cozad, wrestling Braxton Janda of Minden, who is just a freshman. There's no score in that match as they wrestle in the opening period.
So we're reaching the 1-minute mark here of the first period. 2-0 lead for Riley Baker of Gothenburg over Max Denson.
And right as this always happens to me. I give you a score update, and right after I say it, Caleb Pohl got a takedown for Cozad. So Pohl leads 2-0 now in his semifinal at 182 pounds.
So it's an update of an update.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. 35 seconds remaining in the first period. Riley Baker of Gothenburg still leading. Denson of Broken Bow. Denson is your 3rd seed here. Got here with the win over Ogallala's Brinkhorst in a fall. Riley Baker with the first round bye. But Baker right now in control, and it's got that hammer series going. Denson having a hard time keeping that right arm off his back. Now Baker trying to tilt in, spurs in the leg, and Baker's earned 2. He hasn't had him awarded, and he's got Max in all kinds of trouble here. As the period's going to wind out, Riley Baker of Gothenburg is going to be awarded 3 near fall, and that extends his lead to 5-0. So the flip of the disc must not have been quite what we wanted. We got a flip of the disc. I think we had edge, and usually nobody's calling edge. So we go neutral. I believe Max was the guy that took that position. Max Denson and Broken Bow trailing 5-0 going into the second period. There's a shot by Baker. Denson sprawls back, and then Baker gathers, comes up underneath, ducks his hips up underneath. Hasn't scored, though. Denson's got control of that arm. Baker's trying to spur in and try to scramble his hips up. He's still trying to scramble his hips up if Denson can get an arm through, but I don't think he's going to get to. And Riley right now, Baker's looking for 2, and he's looking for backs. So he's got the 2 for the takedown, and he's got Denson now in a little bit of trouble.
And we'll give you a quick update. Caleb Pohl of Cozad advances into the finals at 182. He wins by fall, and now Lathan Duda comes out for Broken Bow at 195 pounds in his semifinal. So we'll watch both Duda and Denson for you now as they're both out on the mat. Duda on mat 2, Denson on 1, and Lathan Duda dumps Chris Rano of Cozad to his back, and he's going to get the takedown. He'll get 3 near fall, 5-point move, Lathan Duda. He'll then let his opponent up, so there's the escape, 5-1, Lathan Duda at 195 pounds.
And you've got a 7-0 lead for Riley Baker, and we have blood time running for Max Denson. So that match is paused right now.
Another takedown for Duda. Then he lets Ruano go. So 7-2 is your score. Duda leading. Lathan, of course, well, there's two more. As Lathan now goes up 9-2.
And Lathan had some matches yesterday at Kearney.
Tough matches against
yeah.
Class A kids.
Yes.
And now Duda with a pinning combination on Ruano, trying to get himself into the final at 195 pounds. Of course, Lathan, if he's not already, Kirk, becoming probably one of the more decorated wrestlers in Broken Bow school history, as we're going to have a delay now in the Duda match. Blood time as Ruano will come to the table to be attended to. And so we'll put the focus back on the Denson match at 170.
And that match is just underway, coming out of blood time. Blake trailing 7-0 here. He's in the bottom position, 30 seconds in the second period. Blake building up. Riley Baker, his opponent, Gothenburg, and Riley had the answer to most of the questions that Blake's had. There, the cradle hooked up by Baker, 19 seconds. He's trying to dump Max, pick up some back points, and he's able to do just that. Max trying to counter it, had the right idea, but Baker able to get him dumped on his back. 5 seconds to go here. Denson's going to survive this, but he's going to give up 3 more backs. So you're going to go into the third period with a 10-0 lead for Gothenburg's Riley Baker.
Still with blood time in the Duda-Ruano match, and it's all Lathan as he leads 13-2 in the opening period of that match. Of course, you got Duda going, Denson going. We'll see Caden Powers soon in his semifinal at 182 pounds for Broken Bow.
Max Denson in the top position here, 10 seconds into the third period, trailing 10-0 to Riley Baker of Gothenburg.
Back to action now in the Duda match. Duda trying to come around so he can turn Ruano. As we come to the final 30 seconds of Lathan Duda's semifinal at 195 pounds. Now Duda steps across. Ruano trying to do what he can, but now Lathan turns him, and here comes some more near fall. Ruano's done a good job of fighting when he's on his back, but that time he won't be able to come out of the situation. So Lathan Duda is going to get the win by fall. And Lathan Duda, well, does what Lathan Duda does. He advances out, and he'll wrestle for the title at 195 a little bit later.
We're reaching the 1 minute mark of the third period with 11-0 lead for Gothenburg's Riley Baker over Max Denson of Broken Bow. Baker in the bottom position. Denson right now, though, trying to work a little hammer series. Baker gets his hips up. Denson trying to snap him back. Oh, Denson's got him. We'll see if Max can tip those hips. And Max is scoring back points. And Baker right now has got some trouble with that big lead. Denson's going to have to come up, though, and cover the head and try to get another bite here. And Baker's going to be able to get on out of that. But good job by Denson, not quitting in the match, and keeps wrestling. And we have 1 point escape for Baker right along the edge.
That got a little interesting for just a second, didn't it?
Yeah, there should be 3. There's the 3 award. Okay. Yeah, that was – Baker kind of found himself in a little trouble there. And, like, how did I get myself here? So it's a 12-3 lead, 30 seconds to go. Baker leading, and Max Denson trying to dump him to his back. Oh, this is tight. Denson's got a 2-point takedown. We're right in the middle of the mat with 20 seconds to go. We'll see if Baker can get off his back, and he does. Wow, Denson caught him, put him off his feet to his back, and does it again right along the edge of the mat. Oh, my goodness, he scored 2 there. We're out to see if the score gets straight. There's the fall.
Wow.
Denson gets the fall with 3 seconds to go right along the edge of the mat. In fact, Baker was out of bounds. Denson was in bounds. But Denson threw him in the middle of the mat, scores takedown back points, throws him on the edge of the mat, And Denson wins it by fall with 3 seconds to go in the match.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, that went from just finishing out the match to, hey, I'm going to get this. Wow, Max Denson, the freshman, he's in the finals of the Southwest Conference. Oh my goodness.
And now what you don't like to see is Riley Baker a little bit slow getting up. He's kind of favoring that left arm. My goodness, what a match. Meanwhile, at 195 pounds, Bo Edmond of Ogallala was your winner by fall. So Edmond will be the competitor for Lathan Duda in the final at 195 pounds a little bit later. So Max Denson, the freshman, wow, what a win. He will advance out and wrestle in the final at 170. I think it's Tag Buchel, right? If I remember correctly, I think Tag won for Valentine earlier at 170, so that'll be your matchup in the final at 170 later today. All right, Caden Powers on the mat now for Broken Bow wrestling in the semifinals at 182 pounds. And again, to call it for you, here's Kirk.
Caden Powers underway. I'm just trying to catch my breath after Denson's match. My goodness. That's why you just don't quit wrestling. And right now, Caden Powers is in a body lock situation. Ogallala's Landon Holacek's got Caden tied up, but Caden's got him tied up. Caden hips him to the mat. Nobody's scored yet, and Holacek hasn't given up on this, and he's on his back. It's a 2-0 lead for Powers, but he's going to pick up back points and maybe the fall here. Holacek was in deep. Powers hipped him down. And you can hear the Ogallala coaches saying, get your arm through, get your arm through. And Holacek's trying to fight that arm through. Powers obviously trying to keep that from happening. A minute to go. Powers with the 2-0 lead, and there's the fall. A minute 3 of the match. Caden Powers, your winner by fall. And those are two big wins for Broken Bow, picking up bonus points and getting guys into the finals.
Well, perfect timing. Kiefer Anderson on the mat now at 220 pounds. He just got a takedown over Jacob Olson of Gothenburg. Anderson, we were told, picked up his 100th career match win yesterday at the UNK Duel, so congratulations to him for that. Now he's wrestling in the semis at 220 here at Southwest Conference. So that'll be our featured match. It's underway, Anderson and Olson, and we'll put Kirk's eyes on it for you now.
And it's a 2-0 lead for Anderson. And Anderson puts a right hand in and just cranks Olson over right along the edge of the mat. And, oh, my goodness, he just cranked him over. And Olson right now is just trying to survive, but if he can get off the mat, but I don't see that happening.
There it is.
The fall at a minute 10. Anderson with the right hand half just powers Olson over to win that match and to get into the finals. So Broken Bow.
Wow, what a series of matches here.
Well,
bang, bang, bang for the Indians.
You could kind of see that coming with Broken Bow and scoring points. They kind of needed that because I glanced down and Ogallala at one point had about a 20 or 30 point lead. Well, I just glanced down. That's not without Anderson there. 118 Ogallala, 94 Broken Bow. Oh, here we've even got it updated more. Broken Bow now in the lead, 124, Ogallala 118, Valentine 81. So things change pretty fast.
And a chance now for Broken Bow to get some more points, as coming out on the mat in his semifinal at 285 is Sawyer Bumgarner. He'll be matched up with Ethan Leibig of Gothenburg. So Sawyer Bumgarner wrestling now at 285, and we'll put the focus on that match for you now.
And we saw this match a week ago with Broken Bow Gothenburg duel. Sawyer winning that match. Leibig, a big guy though, and there Sawyer gets his takedown. He's got a 2-0 lead here. Leibig building up underneath. Sawyer just kind of looking for an opening here. And you've heard me say this about Sawyer before, but as a 285-pounder, when he's on top, his feet are dug in the mat, he's got pressure on you constantly, and he's wearing you down. And you can hear that they're going to, at the end of this round, you have a wrestle back round. You take a little break just to sanitize mats and get right back into it. So they'll keep things moving. 2-0 lead with Sawyer Bumgarner. First period action here, 285, semifinals. His opponent, Ethan Liebeck of Gothenburg, and right now Ethan's just trying to get himself built up. Sawyer with a lot of pressure here on the head. 50 seconds to go, first period. Liebeck flattened out on the mat. Gets his hips up. Sawyer keeps a lot of pressure there. Comes down on the near ankle. Is going to try to elevate that ankle on a pick. Flattens Liebeck right back out.
Well, the other semifinal at 285 is going on, and now it's just concluded as Reed Steinbeck of McCook able to get Jaden Cervantes, the sophomore of Cozad, to his back, and Reed Steinbeck of McCook is going to win by fall at 285. So Steinbeck will wrestle the winner of Bumgarner and Liebeck for the 285-pound conference championship later today.
And we just finished the first period here of the Sawyer-Bumgarner match. Sawyer with the takedown and a 2-0 lead over Gothenburg's Ethan Liebeck. Choice is going to go to Sawyer, and he's down. So Bumgarner takes his 2-0 lead to the bottom position. And this is the only action going on right now if you're listening to us on the radio. Sawyer able to get to his feet. Liebeck returns him to the mat. Sawyer posts that foot out, works himself up. We'll see. Now he's trying to get that foot of Liebeck's, not able to do there, walks himself out, gets the 1-point escape, extends his lead 3-0. Bumgarner a broken bow. Liebeck trying to do a little head throw, and Bumgarner just kind of walks into him and walks over him. 5-0 lead. Sawyer Bumgarner a broken bow. Minute 20 to go here in the second period. Liebeck gets himself built up, posts that left foot out. Bumgarner sags his hips right back down to the mat, flattens him out. Checks his dental work with a crossface, just in case they didn't have a loose one. Checked it again. Liebeck now flattened out right in the middle of the mat. Under a minute to go here in the second period. Bumgarner reaches down, picks that near ankle, runs his feet, flattens Liebeck back out. Ethan now trying to get built up, but you can see Bumgarner there forces the head to the mat. Sawyer's pretty physical, maybe a little frustrated right now too. Liebeck's kind of gone into his shell here. Gets his hips up. Bumgarner physical on top, 30 seconds to go in the second period. Sawyer with a 5-0 lead. Ethan gets built up and Sawyer sags his hips back down, comes in with a crossface. We'll see if he's able to use this corkscrew action. Liebeck posts the left foot out, trying to fight it. Bumgarner now reaching under. Here comes the towel girl as the second period's winding up. Ethan able to get back to his base. Bumgarner hustles back around back. And we're going to end the second period with that 5-0 lead for Broken Bows, Sawyer Bumgarner. Steinbeck of McCook waiting for the winner of this match to come out and wrestle in the finals. Bumgarner, your number one seed at the weight. Third period just underway. Liebeck now with the head toss, but Bumgarner's going to have none of that. Gets his two and he takes Liebeck to his back. And this just might be the end of the match here. 20 seconds into the third period. Bumgarner with a lot of pressure. Ethan's going to try to roll through, and he does. Ethan gets off his back. There's three more for Sawyer. 10-0 lead for Sawyer. Minute 30 to go in the match. Liebeck working hard underneath, gets himself back up to his table. Bumgarner flattens him out, keeps the pressure on. Sawyer peeks at the clock, minute 15 to go. Ethan trying to build up underneath. Now Sawyer puts that right hand right on the back of his head. Ethan's kind of opened up on the near side, and Sawyer's trying to take advantage of that. There's your warning for stalling underneath. 1 point awarded to Bumgarner, 11-0 lead. 55 seconds to go in the match. Bumgarner leading, 11-0. Liebeck trying to build up off the bottom, gets his table set. Posts the left foot out. Bumgarner picks the near ankle, flattens him out, immediately goes back and attacks the head. Now Sawyer comes clear out front. He's going to circle all the way around. 30 seconds to go in the match. 11-0 lead for Sawyer Bumgarner. Liebig now trying to hook that near leg, but Bumgarner has none of that. Flattens him back out, goes right back to work. Keeping Liebig's face down in the mat. Grinding on him a little bit here in the last 10 seconds. Liebig trying to build up. Bumgarner trying to get in that power half. And we're going to end this match with an 11-0 major decision win for Sawyer Bumgarner of Broken Bow. Sawyer a little frustrated at the end of the match. He wins it 11-0.
So Sawyer advances into the championship match at 285 later today, where he'll wrestle Reed Steinbeck of McCook for the conference championship. All right, we're going to step away for a moment. We'll take a little bit of a break. We're back with more in a moment on KBBN Radio.
Dana F. Poland Company provides a full range of accounting-related services for their customers. They are proud to say that they serve clients in virtually every major industry. They appreciate the opportunity to do business with you as your accountant and advisor. They promise to build a relationship that is about more than numbers. Get started today. Dana F. Poland Company, building relationships for over 100 years.
7 days a week, when you're looking for a home-cooked meal, look no further than the Tumbleweed Cafe on East Highway 2. They feature daily lunch specials that are a great pick-me-up in the middle of your day. Don't forget, you can order online and pick up too, or make use of their handy drive-thru for extra fast, home-style food. They love serving Central Nebraska with the classics, from burgers and fries to chicken fried steak and pies, at the Tumbleweed Cafe, East Highway 2, Broken Bow.
When it comes to your fields, results right now and in the future as well are both important. Who has the expertise needed to do that? Trotter Fertilizer. They have the best technology in the industry, and they'll put it to work for you, because every field is not the same. They can help your specific field so your yield becomes more profitable. Trotter Fertilizer looks forward to partnering with you. Proud to support the Broken Bow area wrestlers. Trotter Fertilizer.
Forgetfulness. It jumps up and bites all of us at one time or another, but you simply cannot forget to get your septic tank pumped. Due to Plumbing wants to remind you to get it done at least every 2 years. Give Scott a call and get on the schedule so you can put the remembering part to him. 872-3402. Due to Plumbing is proud to support Central Nebraska wrestlers who are hard workers every time they take the mat. Enjoy the broadcast, brought to you in part by Due to Plumbing.
All right, we come back to Valentine High School, and we're back to action now. We're going to focus at 113 pounds, where Wilson Zinn of Broken Bow is in the consolation bracket and is wrestling now against the Minden wrestler. And we will put Kirk on that for you. Cole Nielsen, a sophomore from Minden. Wilson Zinn of Broken Bow wrestling in the consolation semifinals at 113 pounds.
So the winner of this match will have themselves in for that third place opportunity. You lose this round, you're done for the day. Wilson drops down on the single. He gets the takedown, and he takes his opponent directly to his back. Nielsen goes right to his back. It's a 2-0 lead, and Wilson right now is working on the fall, and he gets it. 53 seconds into it, he gets the fall. Now I'm looking at their clocks. These are consolation matches. We'll see if they're going to run a 2-minute period here. They've got 2 minutes on the clock right now. Yeah, these should be consolation semis, and that's what should be happening over on the other mat. So there should be a 1-2-2. So that 59 seconds, that period should be over.
You know, Kirk, you talked about the semifinal matches and how they're so big in regards to the points when you start looking at team scores, because you get those points by just getting into the final. These are kind of big matches, too, when you look at the opportunity to get into the third place match as opposed to being done.
Yeah, because if you win here, then you pick up the fourth place points. Everybody going into the consoles is going to pick up 4 points for fourth place automatic. Then you try to add on to that later. Like in those semis, everybody picked up 10 points, got into the finals. For the second place points, you're guaranteed that. And it looks like after Wilson's match, we have Bryson Bussinger of Cozad and Ty Kreis of Gothenburg. This is at 113. The winner here comes out against Wilson Susel-Zinn for that fourth place medal. And right now, Kreis was in on a shot, but Bussinger able to whizzer and hip him down and scores the 2.
And we'll keep an eye over at mat number 2, 106 pounds consolation semifinal, where Abel Flores of Gothenburg, the sophomore, wrestling Nate Haggart of Cozad. And they're in the second period of that match with Flores leading 3-0.
So we got a little bit of a Gothenburg-Cozad dual action going on here right now. 2-0 lead. Bryson Bussinger of Cozad. As the period runs out, we'll go into that second period with that 2-0 lead over Kreis of Gothenburg.
Abel Flores shoots in on Haggart of Cozad, gets a leg, and now Haggart rolls through, and I think he should be getting points. Yeah, he got 2 near fall, did Haggart against Flores. So now, as he then lets lets Haggart go, so now you're tied up at 4 now in that consolation semifinal between Flores and Haggart at 106 pounds.
Yeah, and if the official happened to be where we're at, which he'd been out of position, but I'm not so sure that 2 wouldn't have been done. I mean, that he was on his shoulders for a while. We probably had the best view of it here. We still have a 2-0 score in the Bryson Bussinger match. Bryson leading Ty Kreis of Gothenburg. Again, this consolation semis. These guys are trying to get to one more match. Bussinger controlling wrists, got both wrists tied up of Kreis. Kreis now sits out. We'll see if he can get his hips elevated. Bussinger trying to lay him back in. Bussinger trying to spur in the right leg, and he gets it in there. Trying to get in the other boot. Kreis fights that off. Bussinger scrambling hips up now, gets the left leg laced in. He's got both legs in, and he tips Kreis. Tying up the wrist, 40 seconds to go first period. Kreis gets bellied back out.
And they'll go to the third period at 106 pounds, that consolation semifinal. Flores of Gothenburg and Haggart of Cozad all tied at 4 going into the final period.
And Broken Bow's Marion McFarland is on deck here on mat number 1. So a lot of action coming up here. Coming down to about 10 seconds to go in the second period. Bryson Bussinger of Cozad in the top position with a 4-0 lead over Gothenburg's Ty Kreis. There's a warning for stalling on Kreis, and that's the end of the second period. So Kreis has been warned for stalling, and he's trailing 4-0. Choice is Bussinger's, and Bryson's going to go to the bottom.
Still 4-4 between Flores and Haggart. Nearing a minute left to go in the third period.
Kreis gets the leg in on Bussinger. Here in the third period, just underway. Bussinger gets back to his hips, sits out. Kreis trying to follow him. Bussinger trying to get that leg out of there. Kreis attacks the head. Bussinger flattens back out. So no back points here.
Moments ago, Haggart of Cozad gets the escape, so he now leads Abel Flores 5-4 in their consolation semifinal at 106.
Ty Kreis of Gothenburg in the top position. He's trailing 4-0. The clock keeps ticking on him. Bussinger of Cozad trying to come around. Bussinger's coming up to his feet. Kreis is persistent with that leg, but he hadn't been able to do anything with it, and we get a potentially dangerous situation. So a minute 11 to go in this match. Bussinger of Cozad in the bottom with a 4-0 lead. Kreis of Gothenburg looking to get on the board.
15 seconds to go in the third period at 106. Abel Flores against Nate Haggart of Cozad. Haggart leading 5-4. 5 seconds now left to go. I don't know if Flores is going to have enough time to do anything. And there's nothing at the end, and it looks like Haggard's going to hang on and get the win 5-4. So Nate Haggard of Cozad will advance out and wrestle for third place at 106 pounds later today.
Back over to the Kreis-Bussinger match. Not much has changed. Kreis is still in the top position, but he's trailing 4-0. 30 seconds to go in the match. Hasn't been able to do much with Bussinger underneath there. Had the leg laced in. Bussinger's caught the leg here. Now he's got a little scramble created. Kreis again able to stay in that top position, but he hasn't been able to get any kind of a turn in there. We get a warning for stalling underneath on Bussinger. He'll take that warning with 4-0 lead, and the clock's going to wind out. And Bryson Bussinger is going to be your winner here, and he'll advance out at the 113-pound bracket, and he'll wrestle Wilson's Susel Zinn of Broken Bow in the consolation finals.
So McFarland now coming out to represent Broken Bow in his consolation semifinal. Meanwhile, over on mat number 2, Cooper Pohl of Cozad is wrestling Corbin Swanson of Ainsworth. And it is Swanson of Ainsworth leading 2-0, but I think he's got more points coming as he took Pohl to his back. He gets 2 near fall, but now a reversal by Pohl. It's 4-2 the score there, so we'll keep an eye on it as they come to the end of the period. And we'll put the focus on the McFarland match as he comes out to wrestle for Broken Bow at 120 pounds.
And Amarion McFarland in on a double leg. Stevens tries to kick him through, not able to do so, and Amarion gets on the board. So the Broken Bow 120-pounder McFarland leads 2-0. Carson Stevens, his opponent of Gothenburg, flattened out underneath. McFarland with that 2-0 lead with 30 seconds to go here in the first period. Again, all consolation matches are a 1-2-2 period setup. Stevens trying to build up. McFarland tying up arms. But McFarland hasn't come off the hips here, and we'll see how long Mr. Denke lets that go. Stevens gets his hips up. McFarland now trying to work a little pump handle action, picks the inside ankle. Under 10 seconds to go here in the first period. Now Marion trying to elevate the hip. Could come up to a cradle situation, but time runs out. So Marion McFarland with his takedown leads 2-0.
So these are both consolation semifinals at 120 pounds. Cooper Pohl of Cozad continues to trail Corbin Swanson of Ainsworth 4-2. Again, the winners of these two matches going on right now will wrestle each other for third later today.
Just underway in the second period. Broken Bow's Amarion McFarland in the neutral position. Carson Stevens of Gothenburg just taken off his feet by McFarland to his back. So McFarland with the 4-0 lead. Now Stevens rolls out of that situation. 3 points are still hanging out there. McFarland, though, not panicking, comes out. Doesn't give up the reversal, pops his head, gets his 3 for the near fall. And with 1:28 to go in the second period, Amarion McFarland of Broken Bow leads 7-0. Credit Amarion not panicking there. Carson Stevens came out of that spot. Looked like maybe he was going to get something going. McFarland just hung in there, popped his head, didn't give up the 2. McFarland with a little far knee, far ankle, now works his way up. He's got a left hand tight waist there, trying to pick the ankle along the edge of the mat. Stevens flattened out, and we're out of bounds. 58 seconds to go in the second period. 7-0 lead, McFarland of Broken Bow.
In the other consolation semifinal at 120, the score continues to be Corbin Swanson of Ainsworth 4, Cooper Pohl of Cozad 2, as they come to the final seconds of the second period.
And on the restart, Carson Stevens of Gothenburg hits a little Granby action, gets his 1-point escape. Now he's come in on a shot on Amarion. McFarland able to sprawl back, stop that shot. Now he's controlling the head. He's trying to work a little head throw. Kind of had that hooked up the wrong way. Stevens ducks out of it, comes underneath. And around the corner, gets his 2. 7-3 here. Stevens trailing Broken Bow's McFarland. Stevens now has both legs in with 20 seconds remaining here in the second period. He's flattened out McFarland. He's going to work a little bit here. We'll see if he can try to power in a half. See his coaching staff talking to him about that. Marion kind of looking back at his coaching staff. He just needs to hold his spot. Sits out. Stevens comes up, cracks the crossface, trying to scramble up on top. McFarland bases back out, and that's the end of the period. So it's a 7-3 lead, third period coming up. Broken Bows and Marion McFarland in the lead. Stevens takes the bottom position for the Swedes.
Meanwhile, a great comeback by Cooper Pohl of Cozad in his match, the other consolation semifinal at 120 pounds. Pohl was trailing 4-2 to Swanson of Ainsworth, but now he's scored 4. Looks like they're going to give Swanson a point, though, on a violation. So your score is 6-5 in that other match at 120, with Cooper Pohl leading Swanson of Ainsworth.
We've got a warning for stalling on McFarland in that top position. Marion with a 7-3 lead. We're down to a minute 44 in the match. But Marion just picked up his warning for stalling, not getting off the hips. Now Stevens tries to hit a little Cranby. A little slow getting through it. Just about got caught on his back. Doesn't work. Comes up to his feet. McFarland returns him.
And now Pohl's got Swanson in trouble, and Cooper Pohl of Cozad is going to win his match by fall. So Cooper Pohl of Cozad is going to advance out, and he will wrestle the winner of the match we're watching right now with McFarland for third place later today.
And right now, McFarland has a 4-point lead as we approach that 1 minute mark of the match. Marion in the top position's got a left-hand wing in. He's got the wrist trapped underneath. We'll see if he's able to walk this out and get a turn here. He's got to keep that left hand straight across there. There's the force. He's got Stevens going to his back, and Amarion's picking. Loses the wrist, though, and Stevens comes out. Looks like Amarion's got 3 points earned. They haven't been awarded. Stevens comes out of the situation. Here comes the 3. It's 10-3. McFarland leading, but Stevens kind of has McFarland's wrist tied up. And now you kind of see the inexperience of a couple guys here rolling through some situations. McFarland's going to come on through, and he's going to attack the head, and the roll around is going to stop right here as McFarland gets Stevens to his back. Stevens had Amarion in a little trouble there, but now Amarion with that left-hand half. Working for the fall right along the edge. We go out of bounds with 9 seconds to go. It's a 13-3 lead for McFarland of Broken Bow. It looks like Amarion is going to finish this match out 9 seconds away from getting himself into the conference semifinals, or excuse me, consolation finals. Stevens sits out. McFarland returns him. Gets that left hand in. Marion just cranks over Stevens there at the end of the match. Picks up 2 more, and it's 15-3 final.
So McFarland will wrestle for third place later today against Pohl of Cozad at 120 pounds. All right, we will keep it right here in Valentine because coming out is Skeeter Campbell now for Broken Bow at 132 pounds. Skeeter lost a real tough match earlier, which denied him an opportunity to wrestle for the finals. So he now will come out in the consolation semifinals, trying to make it into the third place match, and we'll put the focus on him as he wrestles over on mat number 2.
And Skeeter's opponent here, Wyatt Myers of McCook. As Brent said, in the semis, lost that tough 9-7 match to Smith of Minden. Skeeter led late in that match. Smith able to come back. There's nice fireman's by Skeeter. It looks like Skeeter's not going to cry over spilt milk. He's going to take a little of his frustration out on his opponent, Myers. He's got the takedown. He's working on the near fall, working on the pin. 25 seconds to go, and there it is. So Skeeter Campbell makes short work of his match with Wyatt Myers, wins by fall, gets into the consolation finals. Consolation finals, right. I've got to get that through my head.
So Skeeter will continue to wrestle today. We'll see him wrestle for third place at 132 pounds a little bit later on today. All right, we've got another Cozad-Gothenburg matchup for you now as Drew White of Cozad comes out against Austin Chestnut of Gothenburg. White, a freshman, Chestnut, the sophomore, and they wrestle in the consolation semifinals at 132 pounds.
And talk about a guy coming in here off a tough loss, Drew White. He was a top seed and got caught in a roll around with Miller in the semis of Valentine. Miller got the fall, and that's why Drew White's here trying to get himself back into the consolation finals. Drew has a 2-0 lead over Chestnut. Gothenburg Swede trying to build up underneath. White working on tops, got that far elbow trapped in. Looks like maybe he might be switching off here to a cradle. Chestnut just trying to keep his knee and nose away from each other. White's got that hooked up. See, he runs out of time though. He had it hooked up tight, but the 1 minute first period comes to a conclusion. It's a 2-0 lead, Drew White at Cozad. And it looks like we got a little blood time on the Gothenburg wrestler, Chestnut. We switch back over to mat 1. You'll see Merritt Skinner of Ogallala. He's wrestling Caden Swanson of Ainsworth. It's a 2-0 lead right now for Ogallala's Merritt Skinner. Ogallala right now in second place on the team score behind Broken Bow. So any points that Ogallala can put on the board will help their team point situation. Still blood time over here on the other mat. So we'll just kind of stick here on this match. It's a 2-1 lead. Skinner of Ogallala.
Well, if you're just tuning in to us, we can let you know that these are the Broken Bow wrestlers that will wrestle for a championship later today. Chauncey Watson made the finals at 106 pounds. Cyrus Wells makes the finals at 126. His brother Connor is going to be in the finals at 145. Max Denson wrestled one of the most exciting matches so far today as he defeated a very good Riley Baker of Gothenburg. Denson got the fall right at the end of the match to advance and wrestle for the final at 170. Caden Powers of Broken Bow will wrestle for the final at 182. Lathan Duda in the finals at 195. Kiefer Anderson at 220 and Sawyer Bumgarner at 285 will wrestle for the championship of those weight divisions for Broken Bow later today.
Drew White has extended his lead in his match. He's now leading 5-0 over Austin Chestnut of Gothenburg. And right now, White's working on trying to get the fall right in the middle of the mat here. White with the 5-0 lead, but he's adding to that as we speak. Drew White, a pretty good-looking freshman here for the Haymakers. Upset in the semis, but has come back with a vengeance here in the consolation bracket. Credit Austin Chestnut, though. He's putting up the fight, but he's not able to survive that situation. So he's a winner at 2:01 of the match by fall, Drew White of Cozad.
So we'll get another Broken Bow wrestler coming out now, I believe,
Should
on
be
mat
Braylon,
number
right?
2. Yeah, Braylon Reinerson will come out. Of course, Braylon thrown into the mix here at 138. Trey Gary, who usually represents Broken Bow at that weight class, an injury yesterday, so Braylon has come in to fill in, and we've talked to head coach Ed Schaaf a lot about the depth of his team, and here you go. You have a youngster who's able to come in and fill a spot for you.
Right now, Mendez in on the double leg, gets Braylon picked clear up off the mat. Braylon's trying to chest cradle here and keep things tied up, unable to do so. Mendez gets his 2-point takedown. Reinerson, though, trying to elevate that ankle, trying to get those hips slid out, not able to do so. So it's a 2-0 lead for Gothenburg's Abe Mendez. 20 seconds remaining here in this 1 minute first period. Reinerson can't control his inside arm. Mendez has that thing tied up, has it on his back. 10 seconds to go first period. Reinerson flattened out. Mendez has control of that arm on his back, trying to work a little tilt action, not able to do so. And that's going to conclude the first period. Abe Mendez of Gothenburg leading Broken Bow's Braylon Reinerson 2-0. Choice goes to Braylon. He's going to defer. Abe's going to go back to that neutral position. So here we go, second period. Mendez takes the neutral. Reinerson tying up. Wrestler's right in the middle of the mat. Mendez with the right hand collar tie. Reinerson trying to be heavy on the head. 20 seconds into the second period, there's Mendez comes in on the shot. See if he comes across. Reinerson trying to counter. Mendez got the leg up. We'll see if he can step the foot, come around back, get his two. Braylon trying to roll through, not able to do so, and there's 2-point takedown, Abe Mendez of Gothenburg. So Abe now leads this match 4-0. Minute 15 to go, second period. Wrestlers go out of bounds.
And it appears as though the winner of the Mendez-Reinerson match will meet Merritt Skinner of Ogallala, who gets the win over Caden Swanson in the other consolation semifinal at 138 pounds.
Back over to the Mendez-Reinerson match. Minute 9 to go here in the second period. Abe Mendez, he's got the 4-0 lead. Reinerson flattened out right now. He's got to get himself built back up. Mendez tying up the wrist. There, Reinerson able to get up to his knees. Mendez now traps that inside arm, the right arm, on Reinerson's back, trying to come across, trying to thread. You see his coaching staff working with him, trying to get that head stuffed over. And then he loses the arm. So Mendez, 30 seconds remaining second period, has a 4-0 lead. Braylon working hard underneath, got himself back up to his table. Hasn't been able to score out from under here, obviously. There, trying to work a little knee slide, comes out, sits. Comes on, Mendez doing a good job of following on the top, right along the edge of the mat. Down to about 10 seconds to go here in the second period. Mendez controls that wrist, trying to elevate the hips of Reinerson. That's going to conclude second period, 4-0 lead, Mendez. Abe, oh, it looks like it's Braylon's choice here in the third period. Braylon's going to take the top position. He hasn't had a chance to work from this spot this whole match. Mendez has shown that he's pretty tough on top. There, Braylon gets the leg laced in. He's got the crossbody ride. Mendez just holding his spot right in the middle of the mat. Braylon trying to launch across without any success. There, Mendez sits out, flattens out now. Mendez trying to go to work on that foot that's laced in, trying to catch the instep and trying to elevate. You've got Braylon trying to work a power half on top. Now Mendez is sliding him off the top, brings him over the top. There's your 2-point reversal for Abe. And Abe now going to work on trying to get the turn. Ties up the arms. A little corkscrew action here. And Mendez is working for the fall now with that 6-0 lead. Reinerson doing a good job of fighting underneath, but hasn't been able to get off his back here as we're approaching the 1-minute mark of the match. Mendez now just covers. Reinerson up on his head, digging toes in, trying to keep off his shoulders off the mat. And there it is, the fall for Gothenburg's Abe Mendez. Winner by fall in the third period, Abe Mendez. Braylon Reinerson's efforts come to a conclusion here today.
On the mat now, on mat number 1, is J.J. Rodriguez of Kozad wrestling in his consolation semifinal against Jasper Berkestrand at 145 pounds. And Rodriguez controlling things now. He's going to get 3 near falls, so that's going to increase his lead 7-1 in that match at 145. The other consolation semifinal at 145 is out on the mat now as Ty Hotz of Gothenburg is on the mat. And we're going to put our focus on that. We'll have Kurt call it for you, and then we'll continue to watch the Berkestrand and Rodriguez match for you as well.
And right now, Keller's coming in on a little fireman's action, and he's able to get his 2-point takedown and takes a 2-0 lead over Gothenburg's Ty Hotz. Keller working in that top position for the Badgers. Badgers wearing those gray uniforms with red and white striping down the side. Keller doing a good job of controlling Hotz here. And that's the end of the first period. It's a 2-0 lead on the fireman's carry by Brian Keller. Choice goes to Brian, and he's going to immediately take the bottom position. So we'll see what Ty Hotz can do here in the top position, trailing 2-0. Hotz laces, well, there comes in the left leg. He had kind of a soft knee in there, ends up getting the leg laced in. So Hotz now with the crossbody ride. Trying to launch across, trying to get Keller's hips broke down. Keller trying to control the arm. Hotz has Keller on a hip. Has those legs tied up. Keller flat on his belly. Hotz working on the head a little bit, looking for an opening.
I'm sorry, Kurt,
No,
go ahead.
Right.
No, go ahead.
Keller trying to get those legs out, able to do so, but Hotz slips it right back in, and now Keller's trying to get up off his back. Here comes the strokes, and Keller in a little trouble there. Hotz scoring back points.
J.J. Rodriguez of Kozad, Jasper Berkestrand of Minden, the other consolation semifinal at 1:45 going on. Rodriguez continues to lead 7-4, controlling things on top now with just 35 seconds remaining in the match.
We now have a 2-2 score as Ty Hotz able to score back points on Brian Keller. 30 seconds to go, second period. Hotz of Gothenburg able to get the turn. Keller went down this period, and he just hadn't been able to get out from underneath there. Hotz digs in those legs. Keller now able to get out of the legs, sits out, trying to post on up, but Hotz snaps him back in. 10 seconds to go, second period. Keller with a little hand control, might be able to get out and get his one. No, he comes right back in, and he's not going to score this, and Hotz throws him off his feet. And Keller doesn't get any points out of it for the escape, and Hotz doesn't get any points out of it for the near fall. So it's 2-2 going third period.
And J.J. Rodriguez of Kozad will advance into the third place match later today as he wins by a 7-4 decision over Jasper Berkestrand of Minden. So Rodriguez, just a sophomore for Kozad, will wrestle for third place at 145 pounds later today. All right, I'll keep an eye on the Hotz match for you. Meanwhile, Jack Myers is coming out for Broken Bow, and he'll be wrestling in his consolation semifinal on mat number 1 at 152 pounds. So we'll make that our feature match on the radio call, and we'll keep you updated on the Hotz situation as Hotz now has taken his competitor to his back, and Hotz is picking up back points. So we'll watch that for you as it comes to the final minute and a half of the match.
And just underway, Jack Myers of Broken Bow. He's drawn a tough customer, Tate Felber of McCook.
And Ty Hotz has just picked up the win by fall over Brian Keller at 145 pounds. So Hotz and Rodriguez will wrestle one another at 145 pounds for third place later today.
Felber able to get the takedown on Jack. We go out of bounds here with 20 seconds to go in the first period. Jack Myers of Broken Bow, 152-pounder. The sophomore taking that, he's in the down position, getting taken down by Felber of McCook. Felber getting beat in the semis in a close match. So 26 match winner, he's a good wrestler. Tough draw here for Jack. Winding down the first period. That's a 2-0 score. Felber of McCook leading Broken Bow's Jack Myers. Jack's going to defer on his choice. Felber's just going to get in that bottom position and get ready to go. Mr. Denke's whistle, and we are off and rolling. Felber up to his feet, able to get out, get his one, extends his lead to 3-0. Myers with a little shot there. Felber comes in on his own single shot, and he gets the leg up, gets both hands on it, and scores his 2-point takedown. So it's a 5-0 lead now for Tate Felber of McCook, the senior. Felber working on that arm. Jack trying to protect it, just not able to. Felber now trying to tilt up, trying to pick up some cheap points here, cheap back points on a tilt. Jack fends that off. You got a right wing in.
We can give you a quick update on the other consolation semifinal that is underway now at 152 pounds. Jamison Smith of Gothenburg leads John Brace of Minden 2-0 as they go to the second period.
And Felber able to work a little hip lever action, turns Jack here, and there's the fall. So at the 2:06 mark of this match, your winner by fall, Tate Felber over Broken Bow's Jack Myers.
So a good tournament for Jack, but, well, like you said, Kirk, pretty tough draw getting Felber in that consolation semifinal.
Yep, that's one of those, that guy coming across there's just pretty tough, coming off that semifinal close loss.
So we can put our focus now on the other consolation semifinal happening at 152 pounds as Jamison Smith of Gothenburg gets another takedown and now leads John Brace of Minden 6-0 as they near a minute left to go in the second period. The winner there, of course, will advance out and wrestle Felber for third place here at the conference tournament later today. These are the consolation semifinals. The winners advance to wrestle for third place later today as we continue to work through what has, well, been another very enjoyable Southwest Conference tournament.
Yeah, we've seen some good matches here, good pairings, and it looks like Gothenburg's Jamison Smith right now is cranked over John Brace of Minden, and he's going to get the fall there. So Gothenburg puts another guy into the consolation finals with Jamison Smith advancing at 152.
All right, we're going to keep the live stream rolling for you. Over on mat 1, Sage Shrunka Valentine wrestling Landon Holacek of Ogallala. And coming out on mat 2, Isaac Hood of Ainsworth wrestling Jobadiah Brinkhorst of Ogallala. And these are the consolation, well, the Brinkhorst Hood match is consolation semifinal at 170. And then the Shrunken Holacek match is happening at 182 pounds. So we'll keep the live video stream going on those two matches for you if you're watching our coverage that way. Meanwhile, on the radio, we're going to step away for a commercial break. We'll continue with more action from the Southwest Conference Wrestling Tournament after these words.
Irrigation may be known worldwide, but their roots are right here in central Nebraska, something they are very proud of. They hire right here in the heartland and know their success is due to those quality employees. As a way of showing support for the community, Sargent Irrigation sponsors high school sports broadcasts so those unable to attend can follow the action. Enjoy the broadcast, sponsored in part by Sargent Irrigation in Broken Bow.
At Flatwater Bank, they're not only bankers, they're your neighbors. Whether it's financing your first home or navigating the unprecedented times of a pandemic, they're there for you. With state-of-the-art technology, you get big bank benefits from local people who care. And as your local community bank, your deposits are invested back into the community. If you're not their customer, they'd love to have a chance to show you what you've been missing. With locations in Ansley, Brady, and Gothenburg, Flatwater Bank is still pioneering. Member FDIC.
Peterson Supermarket in downtown Gothenburg has been family-owned for almost 70 years. In that time, they prided themselves as being the friendly store, putting their customers first and always striving to make their shopping experience more enjoyable by either carrying out customers' groceries or placing special orders. They are also proud sponsors of the Gothenburg community and the surrounding areas because they believe community is important. At Peterson Supermarket in Gothenburg, they hope to see you in the aisles.
Some people just have a knack for being there when you need them the most. Like your third grade classmate who sticks up for you against that bully. The neighbor who gives you a jump start. And the friend who chases away that flock of geese at your outdoor wedding. Your State Farm agent has your back too, through good times and the not so good. And who's got your agent's back? State Farm, the company people have trusted for more than 90 years. We're here to help life go right.
Talk to Donna Cahill with State Farm in Broken Bow or Gothenburg.
Broken Bow Livestock and Burwell Livestock provide cattle producers a place to buy and sell their livestock. When you're needing to market or purchase, call Drew Gaffney or Justin French at 872-3334. They're proud of their personalized customer service coupled with competitive livestock marketing. Give Drew or Justin a call with your questions at 872-3334. They look forward to making cattle auctions a breeze for you. Good luck to these student athletes from Broken Bow and Burwell Livestock.
All right, we're back on the radio. You're listening to live coverage of high school wrestling Southwest Conference Tournament live on KBBN 95.3 FM. Also on the web at kbbn.com. And again, we have a live video stream accompanied by our radio call going on for you today. You can access that on the KCNI KBBN YouTube page, on Sandhills Express Facebook, and on the Twitter feed at KBBN Sports. Well, we've got Jonas Shimon of Gothenburg out on the mat now. The senior wrestling in his consolation semifinal at 182 pounds, taking on the freshman Braxton Janda of Minden. And they move into the second period with Janda of Minden holding a 2-0 advantage. And call the match for you. Once again, here's Kirk.
And Janda of Minden hooks up the cradle on Shimon. Right now, Jonah's in all kinds of trouble on his back. Looks like we got 2 points coming. Here they are. 2-point near fall. So our score now is at 4-0 lead. Shimon of Gothenburg looking to get on the board here. Wrestling right along the edge of the mat. Shimon able to get to his feet, but Janda able to return him. And that 4-0 lead still holds. So Braxton Janda, the freshman of Minden, has a 4-0 lead. Jonas Shimon of Gothenburg looking to get on the board. Here he goes. Sits out, comes up to his feet. But Janda does a nice job of covering hips. Returns him. Shimon now working to get up off of his belly. Trying to work himself back up into his table position. Got a minute here in the second period. Cradle hooked up by Janda. We'll see if he gets another turn on this. We've seen him score off this once. Goes through on the suicide cradle, gets it, scores it, and there's 2 points. 6-0 lead now for Janda over Gothenburg's Jonas Shimon. Janda doing a good job with that cradle, scoring off of it twice. Shimon just not being able to score out from underneath. Jonas builds himself up, gets his hips up, but Janda goes right back into that cradle and is going to tip him back. Shimon can't counter that. And Braxton Janda scores 3 more near fall. It's now 9-0. All of those points coming off cradle situations.
They are underway now in the consolation semifinals at 195 pounds on mat 2 as Chris Ruano, freshman from Cozad, taking on Minden's Zach Smith. They're just underway in the match. Ruano was the young freshman that ran into Lathan Duda in the semifinals. And so Chris now trying to fight through and keep his tournament alive as he tries to advance into the third place match at 195. That match about midway through the opening period, so we'll keep an eye on it for you.
And we're just underway in the third period here. Jonas Shimon of Gothenburg trailing 9-0 to Minden's Braxton Janda. Janda took the neutral, able to get the takedown, and now leads 11-0. So Braxton Janda, a pretty good looking 182-pound freshman here for the Whippets. Shimon trying to square up his hips, and Janda over the near one, under that far leg, elevates, and he's scoring back points here. Gets a count, doesn't score anything. Shimon able to roll out of that situation, but not able to escape. Shimon flattened out on the mat again. Janda again with those toes dug in, pressuring forward, putting a lot of pressure on his opponent. There's Shimon able to get his hips up, but he can't square up. And Janda comes underneath, hooks up a little corkscrew action. We'll see if he can get a turn again. Braxton Janda working on trying to get the fall here of Jonah Shimon of Gothenburg. Jonah fighting to keep that shoulder up. Janda now covering. Again, Shimon trying to keep that inside shoulder up. Janda working to keep it down. Reaching across, trying to bring the far arm across. And there's the fall. Winner by fall, Braxton Janda, the freshman from Minden, advances to the consolation finals with the fall over Jonah Shimon of Gothenburg.
195 pounds now. Zach Smith of Minden just got a reversal, so he leads Chris Ruano of Cozad as they come to the final minute of the second period. That's a consolation semifinal at 195 pounds. Meanwhile, they're coming out on the mat, on mat number 1 at 220 pounds, where Colton Donison of Ogallala will be taking on Jacob Olson of Gothenburg. So we'll let Kirk stay on that mat and call that match for you. We'll continue to keep you updated on the Ruano-Smith match at 195, where again the freshman Chris Ruano of Cozad trails right now Zach Smith of Minden by a score of 2-0, as looks like we've got blood time over in that match now at 195 pounds.
And we're almost 30 seconds into this match. There's a shot by Olson, first shot of the match. He gets to the leg, can't do anything with it. Trying to follow up and doubles across, keeps his feet moving. And nice job there by Jacob Olson, good persistence, able to pick up the takedown. Now, Colton Donison of Ogallala just about got his knee a little too close to his nose, and Olson tried to slip in the cradle, not able to get it. But it looks like Jacob Olson, the sophomore from Gothenburg, is going to go into the second period with his lead. 2-0 your score in favor of Gothenburg's Jacob Olson. 220-pound action here. Winner here gets a chance to wrestle for third place. A little confusion there on choice. Olson finally defers. I think Mr. Denke kind of let him work that out a little bit. Bottom line is Colton Donison goes to the bottom position. He's able to get to his feet. We'll see if he can score here. He gets his hips out. There's the 1-point escape. Donison on the board now, trailing 2-1 to Gothenburg's Jacob Olson. Olson now comes in and gets a little physical.
Consolation semifinal at 195. Zach Smith gets 2 points right at the end of the second period, and he goes up 4-0 as again we have blood time over in that match. Zach Smith of Minden leading Chris Ruano of Cozad 4-0 as they get ready to enter the final period.
And we had a technical violation on Olson grabbing of the headgear. So Donison on the board there with that technical violation ties things up at 2 apiece. So wrestling back underway here in the second period. Wrestlers are in the neutral position. Right now they're kind of tied up in an over-under. But Donison's going to come under, pick up the leg, and he takes Olson directly to his back. And right now Olson's in all kinds of trouble here with a minute left to go in the second period. Donison's covering. He picks up the 2. He leads 4-2 and gets a fall. The fall for Colton Donison of Ogallala over Jacob Olson of Gothenburg. Donison advances out at the 220-pound bracket.
Well, they continue to wrestle in the match at 195 pounds. They're in the final period now. They're back to action there with Zach Smith of Minden controlling things on top against Chris Ruano of Cozad. Smith with a 4-0 advantage. So we'll kind of bring Kirk over to mat number 2 and watch that. As coming out on mat number 1, you're going to have Colin Hillis of Ogallala taking on Jaden Cervantes of Cozad. Well, since we got Cozad on mat 1, we'll keep Kirk there.
Okay.
And I'll keep you updated on the Ruano match at 195, as it looks like Ruano is going to get the reversal and get 2. So now he's to within 2 with a minute 2 remaining in that match.
Little action over there, just underway here with Hillis and Cervantes. No score. These are 285-pounders trying to get into those consolation finals.
Ruano needing a takedown to tie things up against Smith. Warning for locked hands, and we're going to get the reversal. Smith will get the 2 on the reversal, and he goes up 6-2.
You should get 1 for that locked hands.
Okay, there you go, 7-2.
So we've wrestled a minute over here and not accomplished too much. Score 0-0. Cervantes, he is going to defer to Hillis. And Hillis is going to take the bottom position. So nobody on the board here yet. Jaden Cervantes, the sophomore for Cozad, in the top position.
And they're coming to the end of the Ruano-Smith match, and it looks like Zach Smith of Minden is going to advance out. Looks like the final will be a 7-2 decision in favor of Smith of Minden, and he will wrestle for third place at 195 pounds later today.
And right now, Colin Hillis took that bottom position, and he might be asking himself, why did I do this? He's flattened out right now, and Cervantes has got a power half in and a lot of pressure. And Hillis is just having a hard time getting back to his base. Cervantes trying to work on that inside arm. Now he's gone to a crossface, trying to reach underneath, trying to corkscrew this up. And Hillis trying to fight that off, trying to block out. He's tipped up on his hip, and Cervantes is going to get the turn here. But he only got a 1 count. Hillis hasn't got all the way through, though, and Cervantes now comes back up. He's got a reverse half, and now Cervantes is scoring back points. Hillis just not able to get out from underneath, and Cervantes really attacking here, and Jaden's going to get the fall. So your winner by fall, Cervantes, in the second period, moves out at the 285-pound bracket.
All right, so starting to come to the end now of the consolation semifinal round. Got a match going on at 220 pounds now on mat number 2 as Dalton Kane of Minden going up against Lee Major of Valentine. And they're looking at the situation close as Kane controlling things against Major, but there's only 5 seconds left to go in the period. We'll see if Major can survive this. And there's the end of the period. 3 near fall going to Dalton Kane of Minden, and he'll go up 5-0 as they go into the second period. Meanwhile, Ethan Leibig is out on the mat, wrestling. We've been here a while, haven't we, Kirk?
Yes,
sorry.
Yes.
So anyway, here we go. Leibig is on the mat number 1 at 285, and we'll let Kirk watch and call that one for you.
You know you've been here a long time when you tie your own tongue into
yes,
a knot.
I know. Well, you got Matt and then you got Match, and they just kind of go together sometimes.
I hear you, Brad. I know exactly what you're saying. Well, Ethan Leibig just underway here. He's going to hit a head throw, and he's going to get his 2 on Braxton Jeffries of Ainsworth, and Ethan's going to go for it all right here. And I think you're going to get Jeffries going to roll through. Leibig, though, catches him halfway. We'll see if he's able to survive. Leibig covering now. And there's the fall. Winner by fall, Ethan Leibig of Gothenburg. He advances. He'll be wrestling for third place later in the day.
And Dalton Kane, he got the win by fall over in his match at 220 pounds. So that's going to bring us to the end of the consolation semifinal round. Little break coming here, so we're going to take a commercial break on the radio. We might even take a little music break too, if we can. But we'll take a break. We'll come back and we'll kind of get things set up for you as we move into the finals and the third place matches coming up here at the Southwest Conference Tournament Championships. Thanks for listening, everybody, to live coverage of wrestling on Central Nebraska's Sports Source.
Star in Gothenburg and Lexington, not just a flooring company anymore. Still your #1 store for flooring, countertops, cabinets, and blinds, but now 5-Star offers exterior construction such as roofing, siding, and concrete. Whether it's inside or outside construction, they've got you covered. Remodels, additions, or new construction, 5-Star can do it all. Located in Gothenburg and Lexington. Stop in today or call 844-537-2827. 5-Star, making dreams come true.
Young's Western Wear and Valentine is not horsing around this weekend with their inventory is done reduction sale. New items are arriving every day and it's time to make some room. 10% off store-wide on originally marked items and save anywhere from 50 to 75% on already marked sell items.
Horse trading is available.
It's the No Horsing Around inventory reduction sale going on this weekend, January 23rd and 24th at the purveyor of all things cowboy, Young's Western Wear in Valentine.
The First State Bank of Gothenburg is proud to be a member of the community. It's their commitment to the people of the region to offer professional banking services as well as personal attention for every customer. That commitment carries on to supporting the area youth in all of their school activities, whether athletic or academic. It's their sincerest hope that these same young people will become their valued customers throughout the years to come. Enjoy this broadcast, sponsored in part by the First State Bank of Gothenburg, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Whether you are buying or selling a home, it's probably the single most important decision you will make. That's why you deserve a professional with market knowledge, negotiation skills, and good ethics to assist you. That's Gothenburg Realty. Ray Lynn, along with Peggy, Becky, Sam, Shelley, and Jessica, are ready to go to work for you. Call 308-537-7676 today and get started on the path to buying or selling a property. Whether commercial, residential, or acreage, they can help. Gothenburg Realty Incorporated.
BD would love for you to be a part of their great team. They offer competitive wages, a team environment, and day one benefits. Some include health, life, dental, tuition reimbursement, and more. Apply online at bd.com/careers. BD loves supporting youth sports and the bright student athletes who work hard to compete in every contest. Remember bd.com/careers to start your journey to being a part of their great team.
And we bring you back to Valentine High School. We're at a break here at the Southwest Conference Tournament Wrestling Championships, as we'll have the third place and gold medal matches coming up for you soon here on KBBN Radio. We'll talk for just a moment, Kirk, about the team scoring. It's as we get ready for the final round here with the third place match and the final matches coming up. Really has kind of become a two-team race now for the conference team championship.
Yeah, kind of what we thought coming into it. Broken Bow, they're in that first place slot right now. They have 157 points. Ogallala, 15 points behind them with 142. Third place, though, Minden, kind of a surprise there with 99 points. They've had a good tournament. Valentine in fourth place with 89. McCook 78, Cozad 75, Gothenburg 56, and Ainsworth with 15. So you're right, Brent. I think we're looking at 157, 142. Broken Bow and Ogallala fighting it out for that team championship.
You look at Broken Bow, they've got 8 wrestlers into the finals. Chauncey Watson at 106, Cyrus Wells at 126, Connor Wells at 145, Max Denson gets in at 170, Caden Powers at 182, Lathan Duda at 195, Kiefer Anderson at 220, and Sawyer Bumgarner at 285. They'll match up for finals in those weight divisions. I believe we're sorting through it. Oglala's got 7, right, in the finals, I think.
I think that's what we talked about, yes.
And there will be a couple of times where Ogallala will match up with Broken Bow, which could be interesting 3 times.
Yeah, there should be 3 different times. Now, one of those is, you don't want to count your chickens before they hatch, but usually we've had pretty good luck relying on Lathan Duda there at 195 pounds.
Yeah,
so
right.
That's one of the pairings. 145 with Gage Stokey and Carson Wells. That's a big pairing. And then I'm trying to think back what the other match was. 106, yeah, with Carrizales and Chauncey Watson. And, those matches aren't only just big today. They're big because that comes around later on. You'll see some things there. with the sub-district district situation. We won't see Ogallala until the district, though.
All right, so that's kind of the setup. We're going to take a break here, folks, on the radio. We're going to send it back to music for just a little bit, and then when we're ready to go with the next round, we'll come back and bring the matches to you. Haven't done this yet, and I don't know why I haven't, but we need to give a shout-out to Gavin Higgins. He is here running the video camera, so if you've been watching the live video stream of the matches here today, it's because of Gavin Higgins, and we appreciate him being here with us today. Also, a big thank you to all of the sponsors you've been hearing on the radio and then watching come across your screen on our live video stream to make this coverage possible for you today. All right, we're going to step away for a little music break on the radio. We'll come back with more wrestling when we're ready to do so, so keep it right here on KBBN Radio. Buddy, they are having the face-off as we get ready for the third place and championship matches of the 2021 Southwest Conference Wrestling Championships. Well, as we get started for our final segment here for you today, we want to take a moment and again say thanks to all of our sponsors who are bringing you today's coverage. We're live on the radio on KBBN 95.3 FM. We've been live on all of our media platforms with our live video stream, and these are the businesses that are bringing you all of that coverage today. We want to say thanks to Dana F. Cole, Tumbleweed Cafe, Trotter Fertilizer and Broken Bow, Duda Plumbing, Sargent Irrigation, Flatwater Bank, Peterson Supermarket, State Farm Insurance, Donna Cahill, your local agent, Broken Bow Livestock, Drew Gaffney and Justin French, 5-Star, Young's Western Wear and Valentine, First State Bank in Gothenburg, Gothenburg Realty, BD, State Farm Insurance, Heidi Bazana, your representative, also Borders Law, Nebraska State Bank, Rods, Bonnie and Paint, Grocery Cart, Custer Federal State Bank, Trotter Service, Mead Lumber, Shelter Insurance, Brent Custer, your local agent, A to Z Lawn Pro and Landscaping, Squire Septic Service, Aero Seed, Team Physical Therapy, Agland ATV, and Power Solutions, all bringing you coverage of the conference championships here in Valentine today. All right, we're getting ready to go with our first feature match of this final round. We are at 106 pounds. Third place match will feature Nate Haggard of Cozad, the freshman, against Logan Choquette of Minden. I'll keep an eye on the scoring there, but our feature match will be Chauncey Watson of Broken Bow going up against Jorge Carrizales of Ogallala for the title at 106.
And these guys are just underway here. Chauncey Watson, the freshman for Broken Bow, 26-match winner. Freshman for Ogallala, Jorge Carrizales. He's a 12-match winner, only one loss for Carrizales on the year. 20 seconds into the match. No scoring, but we've had some action here. Watson took a shot, wasn't able to finish. Carrizales has been in on a couple shots, hadn't been able to finish, so these two guys are going after each other. Carrizales comes around back, able to get Watson to the mat and get his 2 points. So 40 seconds into the match, Carrizales of Ogallala leads things. 2-0.
In the third place match, they go to the second period now with Nate Haggard of Cozad leading Logan Choquette of Minden. Haggard got 3 near fall toward the end of the period, and he leads 5-0.
And Carrizales hooks up a cradle on Watson. He's got Chauncey on his back here a minute into the match. And that cradle's pretty tight, and it's getting tighter in there. He gets settled down. Winner by fall, Jorge Carrizales of Ogallala. He's your Southwest Conference champion with the fall over Chauncey Watson of Broken Bow.
So Chauncey Watson of Broken Bow gets into the finals at 106 pounds, and he will come away as your runner-up and silver medalist here at the Southwest Conference Championships. We watch now the third place match at 106 pounds where Nate Haggard of Cozad continues to lead Logan Choquette of Minden by a score of 5-0. And we'll kind of keep our focus on that as over on mat number 2, it'll be the championship at 113 pounds where Pedro Carrizales of Ogallala is wrestling Kat Beebe of McCook. That's for the championship at 113 pounds. Following the third place match here at 106, we'll see Wilson Zinn of Broken Bow coming out to wrestle for third for the Indians. So we'll kind of put our focus on mat number 1 now as Haggard continues to control things, Kirk, against Logan Choquette of Minden.
Yeah, and I have to get myself used to change of uniforms here. Haymakers in their all-black uniform with haymakers across the back, and the Whippets wearing that black uniform. And right now, the haymaker uniform of Haggard, he picks up the reversal, and he's got Choquette in all kinds of trouble here. Haggard with the 7-0 lead, and right now working on that fall. 20 seconds to go here in the period. We'll see if Choquette's able to get off. And he does. But he does give up 3 points. And Haggard extends his lead to a 10-0 lead as we're winding down the second period. This is your third place match, 106 pounders. So Green's choice, and that's Choquette of Minden, and he's going to take his opportunity to get on top. Hasn't had a chance to be there, or not for long. And here he goes. We'll see if he can get anything done up here in the top position. Nate Haggart up to his feet. The haymaker trying to peel hands. Choquette controls that wrist, able to get him to the mat. Now Haggart trying to slide those hips out. It's got a little lifter with the leg. Choquette able to get on around. Keeps his top position. Keep in mind, it's a 10-0 score. Nate Haggart of Cozad with the lead here.
Give you an update on the first place match at 113 pounds. Pedro Carrizales of Ogallala leading Cat Beebe of McCook 2-0 as they go into the second period.
Still a 10-0 lead. Choquette of Minden in that top position, but he's trailing. Haggart just hasn't been able to get control of his inside arm as Choquette's had that thing tied up. But in all fairness, Choquette hasn't been able to do anything with it. There, Haggart gets his table set. He's got both arms owned. Choquette's trying to dig in the legs, and Haggart's trying to shake him off. Choquette's staying behind the pits. As long as he can stay behind those pits, he's all right. Stalemate. So we've got a stalemate called here. We'll come back. And we've got some disgruntlement here. We have an unsportsmanlike conduct on the Cozad bench. So that score shows up 10-1, but I'm not so sure that's right. The unsportsmanlike shouldn't go to the match score. But nonetheless, we have a big lead here for Nate Haggart. Haggart now trying to peel hands. He's got his feet and he walks out, faces out, and gets his 1-point escape. So the score shows 11-1. Choquette trying to get in on the leg. He's the guy that needs to score. And Haggart, wow, with a little nifty standing cradle, comes down, picks his two up. He's going to pick up some more on top of that. That was a nice, sweet little swing down there. Nate Haggart. He picks up a technical fall here in this match, and he's your winner, and picks up the third place medal at 106 pounds for the Cozad Haymakers.
So Wilson Zinn of Broken Bow will be coming out to wrestle for third place at 113 pounds now. Meanwhile, we'll give you an update on the championship match at 113. Pedro Carrizales of Ogallala controlling things there. He leads Cat Beebe of McCook by a 10-0 score. And, of course, these are big matches that we're wrestling, especially for Ogallala early when you start thinking about the team score, which, again, it's kind of become a two-team race for the team title between Broken Bow and Ogallala.
And I think you have an 11-point spread there right now with Broken Bow leading that.
And
right now, Wilson Sussel's in, just underway.
And Pedro Carrizales, by the way, just won at 113 pounds for Ogallala by fall. So he'll be your conference champion at 113.
That should throw 6 more on their team score.
So now we'll put the focus on Zinn of Broken Bow, wrestling for third place at 113 pounds.
And Wilson has a 2-point lead here as he's able to get a takedown in this shortened, abbreviated first period. We're on the consolation side of the bracket here. Brian Bussinger of Cozad trying to sit out. Zinn able to follow him around. Bussinger with his forehead to the mat, trying to pressure into Zinn. Wilson working a little crossface, trying to tie up that arm. He's got the far arm tied up. We're going to wind up this period with Wilson Sussel Zinn of Broken Bow with that 2-0 lead. Wilson looks over. It's his choice, looks over. Everybody agrees to go neutral, and that's where we're at. So Wilson looking to try and score off of his feet again to extend his 2-0 lead. Bussinger kind of just plows in. Zinn able to catch him. His defense blocks off, go out of bounds, and here we go on the restart. Bussinger in that kind of square stance there. Nice little duck under there by Zinn. Wow. Wilson, nice job. Catches him stalking in, ducks under, uses Bussinger's momentum against him, and it's a 4-0 lead. Nice quicks there by Wilson. That was pretty. That was really pretty. Bussinger up to his feet, though. He's facing out, and he's trying to throw Zinn, but Wilson able to keep his hips back. And they go out of bounds with no change in position. You can see Bussinger trying to work a little throw action off that, not able to get it. Man, when you see somebody work just simple little duck under like that, catching somebody walking in, though, it's basic, good technique. Really nice. Okay, here Wilson now working on Bussinger. Bussinger trying to protect that arm. Zinn works his way back around, trying to pull the near side arm out. Bussinger back up. Wilson with a good grip. He's got good control of the inside wrist. We're down under a minute remaining in the second period. Wilson Susels in with the 4-0 lead. Wilson now has a hammer going here. He's got Bussinger's left arm on his back. Let's see what he does with this. Looks like he's going to come across. Comes back off. Looks over at his corner. They're trying to give him some coaching on what to do with this. We'll see Wilson's going to try to thread it, but he comes off the hips, and Bussinger feels that, gets his hips up, but he can't own his own arm. Now Bussinger up to his feet and faces out. So that's the first point, the escape for Bussinger. And Bussinger, again, he's just kind of coming straight forward right on the tracks. We'll see if Wilson uses that. We'll slide by action by Bussinger, but Wilson's not pushing in. There, Bussinger able to get the slide by that time, and he snaps it and walks the corner, gets his 2 points. Wow, that was nice. So we've seen a couple nice takedown techniques by these two guys. Bottom line is you got a really great competitive match with Wilson Susels in with a 4-3 lead going into the third period.
Give you a quick update on the championship match at 120. Ogallala has another wrestler wrestling for a title. Logan Stephens currently trailing Talon Campbell of McCook by a score of 4-2. They've got a minute left to go in the second period in the championship at 120.
So Wilson Susels in of Broken Bow with the 1 point lead in the top position here in the third period. Again, Wilson's got that near arm tied up. Bussinger gets to his feet. Wilson returns him. Bussinger does a good job of getting right back to his base, coming right back to his position, trying to come up to his feet. Oh, Zinn tries to snap him back, not able to do that. 30 seconds into the third period, Bussinger back to his feet. Good return by Zinn. And you got locked hands on Zinn, so this thing's going to be tied up here. On the return, Wilson didn't get his hands broke apart in time, so everybody's tied up 4 apiece. So you've got a tie match here. If you're Wilson, your mentality is, I'd like to get my ride, but you know what? I've taken this guy down twice. We'll see how that all plays out. Potentially dangerous, the call, no points here. Bussinger return, potentially dangerous. Coach Sofel up, encouraging Wilson, giving him some advice.
Quick update on the championship match at 120. They go to the third period as Logan Stephens gets an escape, and now he trails by just 1 point to Talon Campbell of McCook as they enter the third period in the championship at 120.
Now Wilson's got that far arm trapped underneath. Bussinger's trying to get his hips up. Wilson's trying to pressure across on a corkscrew. Bussinger able to roll on through that situation. Just under a minute to go in this 4-4 tie. Wilson Susels in the top position, all tied up 4-4 with Bryson Bussinger of Cozad. Bussinger up onto his table. Zinn trying to sag him back. 40 seconds to go. We'll see if Zinn can ride this out. If Bussinger happens to score the escape, Zinn has been able to take him down. Bussinger with some action on the bottom, not able to score there. We're at 30 seconds. Zinn still in that top position, still looking for the ride out. And now we're going to get a warning for stalling on Wilson with 26 seconds to go. He's trying to get Wilson to come off the hips as the official. So now things really get interesting. Bussinger quickly to his feet. Wilson's in, returns him. Bussinger sits out. Zinn hustles around the back. We're down to 18 seconds. Bussinger now up to his table. Zinn reaches across. Bussinger on his feet. Wilson's trying to return him. He does, under 10 seconds to go. Zinn now working a little spiral actions. Got the spike here. Bussinger sits out, tries to pressure back in. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Zinn stays tight on the body, and we're going into overtime.
Quick update on the championship at 1:20, 47 seconds left to go in the third period, and your score is now 6-4 with Talon Campbell of McCook leading Logan Stevens, the sophomore from Ogallala.
And here we go, folks. We're in overtime. There's a double leg by Zinn. Bussinger tries to kick him through. Zinn takes him to his back. So Zinn's going to win it. Now the question is he going to get the fall out of it? Wilson's got his 3 points. He's got his 2, he's got his 3, he's got Bussinger's going to roll on through, and that's going to be the end of the match. Doesn't matter what happens after that. Zinn wins on the takedown, but he gets a 3-point near fall. So Wilson, Susel Zinn, third place finisher.
There you go. Now we can kind of update you on the final seconds of the championship at 1:20, and it looks like Talon Campbell of McCook is going to be your champion there as he defeats Logan Stevens of Ogallala by an 8-4 decision. So Stevens is your runner-up at 120 pounds, and Talon Campbell of McCook is your conference champion. All right, we'll have Broken Bow Wrestling on both mats now as Cyrus Wells will come out for the championship at 126 pounds. McFarland is out for Broken Bow to wrestle for third place at 120, so I'll keep an eye on the score there, and we'll have Kirk focus on the championship at 126.
And a quick update team score-wise, I think it's a 6-point spread. Broken Bow with the lead there. So Chris Williams of Valentine, Cyrus Wells, Broken Bow. These two guys were in the state finals in different classes last year. Williams was second, Wells was second. Williams has 2 other state championships under his belt, however.
Takedown by McFarland. He's up 2-0 in his third place match at 120. McFarland trying to get Cooper Pole of Cozad turned, but McFarland leads 2-0 as they come to the final seconds of the opening period.
And no score in the Wells match. Cyrus fending off the shot by Chris Williams. Minute 15 to go here in the first period. Wrestling right along the edge. Williams tries to hit a little duck under. He's in on the legs. Wells trying to block down. We go out of bounds. Looks like somebody's looking for some blood, but we don't have any, and now we're wrestling. In the neutral. No score. Williams has been on the attack here. Wells working a little side to side, trying to keep his motion up, not just standing right in directly in front. Wells kind of comes down on the leg, not enough for any penetration. Williams controlling that outside elbow on Williams' left, Wells' right side. Wells now tying up, got a little 2-on-1 on the arm. 20 seconds to go here in the first period. No score in this match. Wells with his back along the out of bounds. 5 seconds to go, and Williams just gives him a shove. We'll get a restart here.
It remains 2-0 in the third place match at 120 pounds as McFarland of Broken Bow continues to lead Cooper Pole of Cozad. Now there's 2 more for McFarland, just got it, and he goes up 4-0 in his third place match with 36 seconds to go in the second period.
And we go to the second period of the Wells-Williams match. Cyrus' choice is down. No score in this match. We'll see if Cyrus is able to score out from underneath here. We know Williams is tough on top. And we got a caution here on Wells. Cyrus trying to get a little jump on the whistle. And there, Williams. Wells comes up, drives back, and Williams sets him back in his lap, and now Williams is getting back point counts right here. Wells can't get on through. He's underneath the leg, but Williams is able to get, I'm not sure if it's a 2 or a 3, what he's holding. I think it's 2. And there they come, 2-point near fall. So Williams on the board with the first points on the near fall, 2-0 lead for Valentine's Chris Williams.
2 takedowns for Amarian McFarland in his match at 120 pounds. That's for third. And as they go to the third period, McFarland leads Cooper Pohl of Cozad 4-0.
We're at 1:15 in the second period. Cyrus Wells unable to score out from underneath Williams. Williams has gotten a turn, picked up 2 points in this match. He's got both boots dug in, comes across with the crossface right now. And those 2-point near fall are the only points of the match. There's another turn. Williams launches the hips over to Wells, getting another count. Cyrus unable to stay off his back there. Here's the award of 3, so now Williams with that 5-0 lead. Williams again turns those hips. I don't know if he got a 2 count yet. He's holding 2. There comes 2 more near fall. So Williams has turned Wells 3 times here in this second period and made the score 7-0 in favor of Williams.
It's 4-0 in the third place match at 120. Amarian McFarland continues to lead Cooper Pohl of Cozad as they've got 1:06 left to go in the third period.
We're going to get a restart on a stalemate call here with 14 seconds in the second period. Chris Williams of Valentine leading Broken Bow's Cyrus Wells in the second period 7-0. All the scoring coming here in this second period. Wells took down, just hasn't been able to get out from underneath. There, Cyrus is up to his feet. Williams is hanging. Cyrus has got scores on the kick out with 1 second to go and gets on the board. It's 7-1 now. Williams' choice. We'll see where he goes.
McFarland, meanwhile, has picked up 2 more to extend his lead 6-0 against Cooper Pohl. Now Poland escapes, so your score 6-1. McFarland continues to lead as they have 20 seconds left to go in the match.
Williams' choice was neutral, so we started this third period. Williams leading 7-1 over Wells. Williams takes a shot. Wells has blocked that out. And right now kind of working on a little front head action. That really doesn't have much hooked up. And we got a stalemate situation. We'll be back to the neutral.
Amarian McFarland, another takedown. He extends his lead 8-1, and that's going to be your final, I think. I don't think Pohl got any points at the end. And McFarland of Broken Bow going to be your third place medal winner here at the Southwest Conference Championships as he defeats Cooper Pohl of Cozad in the third place match, 8-1 decision.
So back over to the Wells match. Cyrus trailing 7-1. Williams took neutral here for Valentine. Nobody scored on their feet here in the third period. Down to a minute to go in the match. Wrestlers on their knees right in the middle of the mat. Williams trying to work a little short drag action there. He's got a right hand underhook. And the official steps in. Looks like we're going to have some blood time here. So 7-1, 52 seconds remaining in the match in favor of Williams.
Well, over on mat number 1, they have advanced to 126 pounds. The third place match there featuring Cole Stokey of Ogallala and Alex Brace of Minden. And I'm sure that Broken Bow and Ogallala especially paying close attention to how each other are doing in these matches that are being wrestled off, as it has kind of become a 2-team race now for the team title. And it could get kind of exciting as we come to our final matches of this round. Now, next up on mat 1, wrestling for third, it'll be Skeeter Campbell for Broken Bow. He'll be in the third place match coming up at 132 pounds.
And we're still in a blood delay here on the Wells-Williams match, so no action going on there.
Well, if you're just tuning in, as we wrestle through these third place and championship matches, Chauncey Watson of Broken Bow made it into the finals at 106 pounds and then fell to Carrizales of Ogallala, the top seed at 106. So Watson will be your silver medalist and runner-up at 106 pounds. Wilson Zinn, he took your third place medal at 113 pounds for Broken Bow. He was your winner there. And then just a moment ago, Amarian McFarland able to win his third place match at 120 pounds for the Indians.
And you see the team score. Broken Bow now has an 11-point lead, 163, or excuse me, a 9-point lead, 163 to 154. I haven't been in the classroom for a while. That 9 and 11 all kind of look the same to me. So Ogallala has a chance here to put 3 up, plus any bonus points that they can with Stokey. Broken Bow over here with Cyrus right now trailing 7-1.
Yeah, Cole Stokey is on the mat for Ogallala, wrestling at 126 pounds. That's a third place match against Alex Braze of Minden. As Stokey continues to lead, 2-1 is the score there with under a minute to go in the second period.
You know, these are those times where if you're in that team race, you got to just kind of say, just go out and win matches. It'll take care of itself, especially Broken Bow with that 15-point lead coming into the finals. All right, we're back underway. 50 seconds to go in the match. Cyrus Wells, Chris Williams wrestling in the neutral. Wells trailing by 6. Wells just hasn't been able to get in on Chris. Right now, Williams is tying up the arm of Wells. The wrestlers down on their knees facing each other.
Well, Cole Stokey just got the win in the third place match at 126, and he did it by fall. So he gets the win by fall to pick up some bonus points for Ogallala, as Stokey will be your third place medalist.
And right now, Williams has got Wells caught in a little bit of a spladle action here. So it's 9-1. And it looks like Williams on that spladle is going to pick up the fall with 5 seconds remaining in the match. So your Southwest Conference champion at 126 pounds, Chris Williams of Valentine by fall over Cyrus Wells of Broken Bow.
So that's perfect time to keep Kirk busy, because coming out and wrestling now at 132 pounds, third place match, Skeeter Campbell of Broken Bow, the senior, 23 matches won so far this season against 23-6, Drew White of Cozad. This could be a good one, and we'll put Kirk's eyes on it for you as they wrestle it off for third at 132 pounds.
Yeah, and both these guys lost some tough matches in those semifinals. So they got their heads back up, come back through. Kind of shows you the quality of this weight class when you got these two guys wrestling for third and fourth. Right now, no score on the match. Skylar Campbell of Broken Bow. Drew White, a good-looking freshman for Cozad. Both these guys had leads towards the end of their matches. White got caught in that roll around, got pinned. Skylar ended up losing by decision late in his match. So it takes a lot of character, a lot of perseverance to come back through those kind of situations and keep wrestling, but that's the name of the game. So we go to the second period. White in the bottom position, no score here. Skylar Campbell working on the left side. White trying to peel hands. Drew pops up to his feet here. He's peeling on the hands. We'll see if he can get out and get his one. He does. So the first points of the match, 1-0 lead, Drew White. White right back in on a shot and picks up the takedown. So from the 1 to the 2 to the 3 points lead. Drew White with the escape and right back in on the shot, scores it. He has a 3-0 lead over Skeeter Campbell of Broken Bow. Campbell flattened out now, a minute 20 to go, second period. Campbell working to get it back to his base. White trying to dig in the boots. And right now, Drew White's putting a lot of pressure on Skeeter. He's got the legs dug in, back arch, trying to reach across. Mr. Denke's going to call the stalemate here. At 59 seconds to go in the second period, Skeeter Campbell looking to score off the bottom, trailing 3-0 to Cozette's Drew White. Skeeter quickly to his feet, so if he can peel hands, wow, nice mat return by White. Big lift, gets a nice mat return. Now White digs in the legs, throws in the left-hand half, and he's getting back points counted. He's got 3 earned, and now comes up and he's finishing it with that left-hand half, and this is pretty tight. See if Skeeter's able to get on through this. White adjusting, Campbell able to get back to his stomach, but here's your 3-point near fall, and the lead is now 6-0 in favor of White. 20 seconds to go here in the second period. White now with the Campbell's left arm on his back. Campbell trying to turn in. White trying to bring the leg. Campbell gets his arm back down. Pods up. White pressures forward. Slips in the left-hand half. And then Campbell sits up on it. But White able to scramble back, keep his position, not give up any points. Campbell just about baited him into that. That's a 6-0 lead headed to the third period in favor of Drew White. So here we go, neutral. Wow, nice low shot by White. catches Campbell a little flat-footed, but nice low shot. Change of level came in. Credit Drew White with that shot, and he now leads by a major decision. White working a little hip lever action, trapping the wrist underneath, trying to get to it. Campbell's fighting that off. Minute 30 remaining here. Campbell now able to get back to his belly. White's got the left-hand wing in. Goes back to that trapping the wrist underneath. We'll see if he walks this hip lever. That's what he's trying to do. And this is pretty tight. Not scoring yet, but here it comes. Good patience there by White as he cranks that over.
Well, it just went final in the championship match at 132 pounds. Cody Miller of Valentine was leading Evan Smith of Minden, but Smith was able to come through a situation, ends up getting Miller on his back, and Evan Smith of Minden wins the 132-pound championship by fall.
And Drew White just picking up more back points here against Skeeter Campbell of Broken Bow. We've got an 8-0 lead here for White. He shoves in a left-hand half, and he's going to try to crank over Skeeter here. 20 seconds to go. That's pretty tight. We'll see if Skeeter's able to survive this. That is a tight left-hand half here. Skeeter doing a good job, showing a lot of guts, fighting this off. 5 seconds to remain here. This is coming down. Wow, good guts there by Skeeter Campbell as he avoids being pinned. But 3 points on to White, which should run that final score, I believe, to 14-0, not 11-0. But nonetheless, White wins by a major decision.
All right, over on mat number 2 now, they are wrestling off what is actually the third place match at 138 pounds as Merritt Skinner of Ogallala is wrestling Abe Mendez of Gothenburg. So we're going to put our main focus on that match for you on radio, and we'll have Kirk watch it for you. And coming out at 138 pounds for the championship, which is now going to be on mat number 1, it'll be Hunter Heath of Minden against Ashton Lures of Valentine. We'll keep an eye on the score of that for you. Meanwhile, we'll focus on Mendez of Gothenburg in the third place match at 138 pounds.
And as we went into the second period, Skinner of Ogallala took the down position, and Abe just looked at the official, said, give him his 1, let's go neutral. So our score now is 1-0 in favor of Merritt Skinner, and we'll see if Abe Mendez's strategy pays off and he can get the takedown here. Mendez rather wrestling on his feet than wrestling down on the mat with Skinner. Mendez changed the finals uniform, the maroon uniform for the Swedes. Skinner sporting the gray uniform for the Indians. There comes Mendez down underneath. He's in on that fireman's. We'll see if he's able to get it finished. He comes up around the body, and there he does. So the strategy pays off for Abe Mendez as he's able to get the takedown. He leads 2-1. Now he's got to ride for a minute. We'll see how this works out. Skinner's trying to pot up. He's coming to his feet. Mendez runs him forward. Skinner sits out. Head post. Mendez able to stay back behind him. 50 seconds to go in the second period. Mendez controls that inside arm. Skinner again trying to come to his feet. Gets the left foot up, but Mendez takes him out of bounds. So it's 42 seconds remaining in the second period. Abe Mendez of Gothenburg with the 2-1 lead. Skinner gets himself set. Abe's aboard, and here we go. Skinner quickly to his feet. Mendez drops down on the single leg, but Skinner able to get underneath the arm, get the leg down, and get the 1-point escape. We're all knotted up at 2 apiece. Now we'll see what Mendez's aggressiveness is like on his feet. Skinner trying to be heavy on the head. Mendez coming forward. He's going to have to be careful about just wading in there. 22 seconds, 2-2 score. Twos across the board. So we'll see if Mendez tries to hook that little fireman's action. He kind of likes that high crotch series coming in. Skinner trying to dig in the left-hand underhook. Here comes Mendez, but Skinner blocks that off. 6 seconds to go. Mendez now potted up. He's going to have to be careful that Skinner doesn't come around on the side. Skinner controls the head. Mendez forces in, and Mendez just about hit a little outside fireman's there. Same situation. He's got the control of the elbow. Just about able to control that and get his 2. So here we go. Last period. We're in the neutral position. 2-2 score. Been a good match. A lot of action. Mendez now working from space, controlling that elbow again. We'll see if Merritt Skinner's able to dig in. He'd like to get to that underhook. Mendez now coming off the head. Skinner trying to control the arm. Mendez breaks free. We're right in the middle of the mat. Wrestler's working from space. And now Skinner comes in, digs in that left-hand underhook. He's got both hands underhooked. Mendez breaks back, controls the wrist. Merritt Skinner still with the right hand underhook. Now Mendez, he likes to come underneath with the right hand. We'll see what happens here. See if he walks him in. He's got control of the elbow again. There's that shot. Skinner blocks it off. Mendez, boy, he's persistent with that. You got to like that. He comes in, can't quite get it. Comes in on the double leg. And here we go. Little swipe attempt on a low single there, outside single by Skinner. 56 seconds. Wrestler's tied up here, right along that 10-foot. Break apart. Skinner breaks it off. Keep in mind, we're all knotted up at 2 apiece. 40 seconds to go in the match. Mendez wading in a little bit. Wading in. He wants to be careful of that. We go out of bounds. Again, wrestler's 30-second mark right in the middle of the mat. Mendez controlling that elbow. Here he comes underneath. Little duck. Skinner catches him coming in. Skinner now heavy on the head. Comes around, catches a leg, and he's going to work a little outside. We'll see if he could score. Mendez scrambling. Skinner just hanging on the foot, and Mendez able to get out, and we slide out of bounds. Oh my goodness, that was a flurry and a lot of action, a lot of fun there. Wow. 14 seconds. We'll see if somebody scores here when we go overtime. This has been a fun match to watch. A lot of strategy here. Skinner's controlling that wrist, so Mendez can't get in on the controlling of the elbow and coming in underneath. There, now Mendez back on the elbow, and here we go. We're going to go back to neutral. I got a feeling this match wins. We end up here in the sudden victory. Somebody will get a takedown. Oh, Mendez comes outside that time. Wrestler's working from space. Abe again working on controlling there. Skinner's got a little kind of a soft underhook here with the right hand, but Mendez likes to come underneath. If he can walk that leg up, Skinner blocks him. Now Skinner's got Mendez's head down. He's got a double underhook. Abe's trying to keep his elbows together. Skinner's trying to snap him, and Abe's trying to work a little fireman's action off that. If he gets an arm, there comes Mendez underneath. Picks up the single. Skinner tries to kick him through, unable to do so. Mendez scores the 2. And Abe Mendez scores the 2-point takedown in the overtime to win it at 138 pounds. Wow, good match.
So Mendez of Gothenburg will be your third place winner at 138. That's going to bring Connor Wells of Broken Bow out at 145 pounds, and he'll wrestle for the championship. We'll give you a quick update over at 138 where they're wrestling the championship of it on mat number 1. Hunter Heath of Minden leading Ashton Lurs of Valentine 1-0 with 1:15 left to go in the third period in the 138 championship.
All right, here we go. Connor Wells, no score in this match, just 10 seconds into it. Wrestling Gage Stokey of Ogallala. Gage is a 2-time state medalist. Gage seems to have a tendency, when he gets down to that state tournament, he knows when to get it turned on. Wrestling for his dad, the head coach there for Ogallala. These guys are familiar with each other. Stokey with the low shot. Oh, the foot comes off. Doesn't get the takedown. Stokey was in on that shot, just went out of bounds. These two guys know each other. Stokey in on the low shot coming out the back door. We'll see if Connor's able to hang on to that leg. He's not. So Stokey out the back door gets a 2-point takedown. Connor flattened out right now. Stokey working on the head a little bit. Minute into the match. Gage picking up on that inside arms, got control of it. Connor's trying to protect it. Gage would like to get that thing out of there. Stokey off the hips, coming out trying to work on that arm. Wells feels the pressure off his back, gets back to his base, but Stokey hasn't given up on that wrist yet. 30 seconds to go, first period. And we go out of bounds, 26 seconds to go, first period. Gage Stokey of Ogallala leading Connor Wells 2-0. Connor looking to score here off the bottom.
And it has just went final in your championship match at 138 where your conference champion is going to be Hunter Heath of Minden. Tough match against Ashton Lurs of Valentine. Heath wins it by a 3-0 decision.
Approaching that 10-second mark here of the first period. It's still Stokey 2-0. Connor just not able to score out from underneath here. And we'll see how that affects choice as we get in further in this match, if Connor feels like he can score off the bottom or not. And he's going to have choice, but he's going to defer.
And the third place match is underway now for 145 pounds, featuring J.J. Rodriguez, sophomore of Cozad, against junior Ty Hotz of Gothenburg. That's just underway. No score. We'll keep an eye on it for you.
We're just underway here in the second period. 2-0 lead. Gage Stokey of Ogallala over Connor Wells. Stokey's choice went down. And he's up to his feet quickly and out. So 6 seconds, Stokey's out. Extends his lead to 3-0 over Wells. So Connor looking to get on the board, needs a takedown to do so. Wrestling taking place right in the middle of the mat. Looks like maybe Connor caught a finger in the eye there. And we're going to get going here. Oh, Stokey in. Nice sprawl there by Wells. Good quicks by both guys. Nobody scores. Ooh, nice shot. Wells in deep. Gets in on the leg. Stokey trying to square him up, and Wells trying to get his head up underneath. Stokey covering the head now. Wells now has the head up, trying to come out the back door. Ends up facing out front, coming up to his feet. He's got the single leg up. Stokey's trying to get a whizzer in, but not able to get anything in there. Stokey bailing a little bit. Wells covers, and he gets his 2. So good patience. Nice shot by Connor Wells, but really good patience to finish that shot off. And it's a 3-2 lead now for Stokey as Wells gets that takedown. And it looks like we're going to have a little blood time here for Connor Wells.
So we can give you an update on the third place match going on with 145 pounds as Ty Hotz wrestling J.J. Rodriguez of Cozad, and Hotz is going to have points coming. He gets awarded the 2.
Yeah, that was nice. He just returned him and put him to his back.
So Ty Hotz of Gothenburg, J.J. Rodriguez of Cozad wrestling for third at 145. And more points coming for Hotz as he's got Rodriguez on his back. And there's the fall. So Ty Hotz of Gothenburg, your third place medal winner at 145 pounds as he wins by fall over J.J. Rodriguez of Cozad.
We're back underway in the Wells match. Gage Stokey of Ogallala just scored an escape off the bottom. So Gage now leading 4-2 over Connor. 35 seconds to go in the second period. Now Wells was able to get the last takedown when they were in the neutral. Guys working from space right now, 20 seconds. Wells drops down, but Stokey has dropped down to one knee and kind of throws him a little bit of a curveball in that situation. And we're 5 seconds away from concluding this second period with a 4-2 score in favor of Gage Stokey. There it is. All right, so here we are. And now here comes this decision for Connor Wells. He's kind of pointing down, but man, he spent a lot of time under there in the first period. But score off the bottom. He scored off his feet. Nice job by Connor. Quickly up to his feet. Man, he popped up there. Stokey able to get him back down. Connor showing a lot more action there this time. He was back up to his feet as we went back off out of bounds. Wow, really nice job of Connor, just exploding off the bottom. A little more action. So we get set again. We're only 6 seconds into this third period. That time, Stokey stops the movement and flattens Wells back out. So now Connor's got to work to get back to his base. Wells trailing 4-2 here. Connor gets his hips up. Stokey again now has got that near wrist trap like he had it earlier in the match. And he just kind of made a career out of that, being tough on top. Connor just not able to score out from underneath. And the movement that Connor had real early in this period isn't there right now. We'll see if he can get it back. Connor gets his hips up. Stokey runs him forward, flattens him back out. Connor does a good job of getting those hips built back up. Stokey pretty smothering on top, and again, riding that near arm. Stalemate called with 1:08 to go here in the third period. 4-2 lead for Stokey in the top position.
They are wrestling for third place at 152 pounds on mat number 1. Tate Felber of McCook wrestling Jamison Smith of Gothenburg, and Felber leads 3-0 with 1:25 to go in the second period.
And we're under a minute to go here in this match. Stokey with that 4-2 lead right now with that smothering ride. Right now, Carson's not able to build up off the bottom. Wells trying to get his hips up. Stokey controlling that wrist. Riding those hips. He's got his toes dug in, putting all that pressure forward. And Carson just not able to get his head up off the mat. 30 seconds to go. Carson again gets his hips up. But right now, all the pressure's forward. And Stokey's got control of the inside wrist. 20 seconds to go. Wells trailing by 2. Hasn't been able to get much motion going as this period's moved on. So the wrestler's coming back into center. Carson's going to go down. He's got 18 seconds. Reversal will tie it.
Connor.
Did I say Connor?
You've been saying Carson.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Connor. Jiminy Christmas, where'd that come from?
That's all right. You'll get to correct me before this night's
I'm
out.
glad
I'll
you
guarantee
did,
you.
because I didn't realize I was doing that. My apologies. Connor up to his feet. We go out of bounds as the clock ticks away, and that's the end of a hard-fought match. Gage Stokey of Ogallala with the 4-3 win over Connor Wells of Broken Bow.
All right, we'll kind of pay attention now to the third place match at 152, where Tate Felber of McCook has opened up a 5-0 advantage over Jamison Smith of Gothenburg. And that match now moving into the third period. Meanwhile, they go to the championship match at 152. This should be a good one. Isaac White of Cozad, Cameron Zink of Ogallala. They're both state ranked in the 152-pound weight class in Class B, so we'll make that be our focus match now as we put Kurt Crowley on it for you.
And Isaac White, the sophomore for Cozad, 25-2. Cameron Zink, the junior for Ogallala, state medalist last year, 36-2. So if your coach is good news, both these guys come back next year. If you're an opponent, you'll probably be looking forward to their graduation. No score in this match as we're 33 seconds into it. And Brand, if I start crossing my names up again, make sure you correct me.
Okay.
I can't believe I didn't even realize I was doing that the last match. Oh my goodness. Carly Wells will be talking to me and probably write it down, print it on my head. I can't blame him. All right, we've got a minute gone by in this match with no score. Nobody's really taken a shot here. Cameron Zink of Ogallala wrestling White of Cozad. Zink with the right-hand collar tie right now, taking ground. White breaks free of that. .30 seconds to go here in the first period. Nobody's really had much of a scoring thread in the period.
Coming to the end of the third place match at 152, Tate Felber has really kind of controlled things from the outset as Jamison Smith of Gothenburg tries to work out from underneath, but looks like Felber's going to get the win as we come to the final 5 seconds of the match. And Tate Felber of McCook is going to get the win at 152 pounds. He'll be your third place medal winner there by a 7-0 decision over Jamison Smith of Gothenburg.
And after one period of wrestling in the finals of 152, no score between Zink and White. Looks like Isaac White is going to go down for the haymakers, and we're underway in the second period. No score in this match. Isaac White just kind of holding his spot here. He hasn't been broke down. Zink's just kind of riding the hips right now. Not able to crack the hips of White. Here White pods up. Zink returns him back right back down. 30 seconds into the second period. Looks like Zink's just kind of floating, just kind of riding here. White's really not putting a lot of pressure on him. Now White pops up, gets to his feet. Zink drops in on the leg. White looks like maybe he was trying to come back in on a little switch action. Zink counters that easily. 50 seconds gone here in the second period, and Zink still in the top position with no score. Wrestling right along the edge of the mat. White gets back to his base. Zink riding that left side. Scrubs up the heel. Big tight waist there by Zink. That'll check out what you had for lunch. Boy, he cinched that thing up. White gets to his feet. Zink just kind of brings him back into his lap, and we go out of bounds. 40 seconds remaining in the second period. White gets himself set. Isaac down. Cameron Zink aboard, and here we go. White trying to post in that inside the leg, and Zink just kind of scrubs it up. And right now, Zink just doing a good job of countering what White's moves are. White now up to his feet. He's got the hands peeled, and there he does get the one. 20 seconds to go in the second period. Isaac White with the first points on the escape of the match. 10 seconds to go here in the second period. Zink's got his head taped up a little bit, showing a little bit of the wears of the day. And here we go. It's the third period. Isaac White of Cozad with the 1-0 lead. Cameron Zink of Ogallala is going to go down. So Cameron looking to get his first points. White trying to make a career out of that 1-point lead. We'll see how it works. Little roll around action there. White able to put Zink right back into his lap. Zink rolling on through. And right now, these two guys are rolling around like a rock in a dryer, and Zink catches the leg on one of his roll throughs, and he's got White in a little trouble, and there he gets the turn, gets the reversal. So he got 2 reversal for Zink. Cameron creating a lot of action there. Isaac trying to set him in his lap, not able to do so. Zink just kept the action moving, finally got something off the end of it. Little Granby finish action. Ends up getting his reversal, and he leads 2-1. 1:18 to go in the match. Now White hasn't been able to score there in the second period until 20 seconds remaining. We'll see if he can get out and get his one and try to tie things up here again. Zink with that hovering ride. And there we go. We go out of bounds. No change in position. Exactly 1 minute in this match. 2-1 lead. Cameron Zink over Isaac White of Cozad. White needs the escape. Yeah, great match, Brent.
Yeah, great match here, and also good match, too, on mat 1. This is the finals at 160. We'll give you a quick update as Alex Banuelos of Minden leads Blake Wyatt of Ogallala 7-3 championship match at 160.
And I think the team score coming into this was all tied up.
Oh, boy.
So Ogallala's looking to put some points on the board here. Zink leading 2-1. 35 seconds. Got to remember, Broken Bow's got some hammers coming down the stretch with some of those big kids. So it'll make for some good drama. White just unable to score out from underneath. And right now, Zink scrambling to keep his position. White up to his feet. We're along the edge, though. Zink drops down, picks up the leg, and trips him off the mat. 16 seconds to go. Zink hustles back in. He's in the top position. White goes down, looking for that escape to tie it up. We'll see if he can get it. He has an escape earlier in the match. Oh, White quickly to his feet. Zink drops down to the near leg, picks it up. He's down on the ankle.
Oh, wow.
Tries to work the trip. White able to keep his position. Zink returns him, and 5 seconds to go. White's flattened out on the mat, and your winner is going to be Cameron Zink of Ogallala with the 2-1 decision. 2-1 score. Really great match. A lot of action, actually.
Yeah, you know, when we were looking at potential finals and potential matchups, that was one we kind of circled at 152, and boy, it delivered, didn't it?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, even with just a 2-1 score. Still a lot of action. Good job by both guys.
Well, they've got the championship match at 160 going on mat number 1, and Alex Banuelos, senior from Minden, 34-2 coming into this match, leading Blake Wyatt of Ogallala by a 9-4 score as they have 1:40 left to go in the third period.
And that win by Zink should put 4 more points on for Ogallala. So Ogallala now 167, Broken Bow 163.
Brandon Schreiner comes out to the mat now. He's on mat number 2, wrestling for third at 160 pounds. So with Schreiner of Gothenburg out on the mat, who, by the way, got the takedown and goes up 2-0, we'll have Kirk watch that for you. I'll watch the end of the 160 final, and then I think we'll have Max Denson coming out shortly to wrestle for the 170-pound championship for Broken Bow. So we'll keep you updated on everything going on.
And we have a 2-1 score now with Schreiner of Gothenburg leading 2-1 over Blumenstock of Ainsworth. These guys are in the neutral position winding down the first period.
Well, Kirk and I will switch. Banuelos just got the win for Minden by fall. So Alex Banuelos, the senior from Minden, is your conference champion at 160 pounds. Blake Wyatt of Ogallala, the runner-up. And that'll bring Max Denson out onto the mat. Max with a thrilling semifinal win to get to this championship match. And Denson will be on the mat wrestling for the title at 170, as Kurt Crowley calls it for you.
So here we go. Tag Buchel of Valentine, the opponent for Max Denson. Yeah, and with 30 seconds to go in that Denson's last match, you thought, well, he's not going to be wrestling in this match. Well, he had a different story to tell and got himself into the first place match. Right now, 30 seconds into the match, no score. Buchel heavy on the head of Denson. Denson trying to control the wrist, and the wrestlers break apart. 1:20 left in the first period, no score. Buchel with that white final singlet of the Badgers. Denson with the white and black of Broken Bow with the red trim on it. Right along the edge of the mat, no score here. Little over-under action, but we go out of bounds. We're going to get a restart with 1:01 remaining in the first period.
Third place match at 160. It's all tied up at 2 between Brandon Schreiner and Riggin Blumenstock of Ainsworth with 1:15 to go, second period.
Buchel swings down, tries to pick up the single, but Denson able to fend that off. Right hand underhook by Buchel, controlling the wrist of Denson right now. Wrestlers break apart. 35 seconds to go, first period, no score. This is the first place match at 170 pounds. Freshman Max Denson competing here for the Indians. Tag Buchel, the junior, for Valentine. 20 seconds, Denson goes back to the center of the mat. Heavy hands there by Buchel, and he just about scrambled around and picked up that takedown. Ran out of real estate. 11 seconds to go here, so we have a restart in the neutral. Denson gets his head down. Buchel paws at that, comes around, and he's got his 2-point takedown. But you got a 2-point reversal. We'll see about that. I'm not so sure Max got his 2-point reversal.
Well, while they talk about that at the table, we'll give you an update on the 160-pound third place match. They'll go into the third period, and Brandon Schreiner, the sophomore from Gothenburg, leads Riggin Blumenstock of Ainsworth by a 4-2 score.
And we sorted things out over here. We had a 2-point takedown, Buchel, a 1-point escape for Denson. And from where I'm sitting, that's exactly what happened. The clock ran out a little quick on Broken Bow there. Wasn't able to quite get his reversal. So here we go. Denson in the bottom position to start the second period, trailing by 1. Buchel trying to scramble, keep up with the action of Denson, able to do so. Buchel working a little spiral spike ride there. Now Denson up to his feet, peeling hands. Inside the leg. We'll see if Denson can score off this. Buchel, though, with the heavy hips, stretches Denson out. Buchel looking for that inside cradle. And he's going to get it hooked up here. He's got his hands hooked. He hasn't scored anything on it yet. But he kind of caught Max there looking in a little bit, potted up, and slipped that cradle in. Got a little bit of Jason Kelber showing up there in the room. Kelber, a big cradler for the Cornhuskers in his day. Buchel just slipped that in there real slick. But he doesn't score off of it. So it's 2-1 as we go out of bounds. 1:18 to go. Denson is set. Here comes Buchel. And here we go. Oh, nice job there by Denson. He's got his movement. Turns in. Is he going to score, though? Buchel drops in on the single leg. We'll see if Max is able to get that leg down, and he's not. But really nice movement there by Max. Denson trying to get back to his action underneath. 1 minute to go in the second period. Denson trailing 2-1. Hipping in, pressuring in. Here he goes. Hooks that arm. Buchel able to get back around. We'll see if Max can get his movement going again. Max posts out that left foot, but Buchel then comes around. Looks like he wants to hook up that cradle situation.
And it just went final in the third-place match at 160 pounds. Brandon Schreiner of Gothenburg will be your third-place medal winner as he wins by fall.
Okay, Denson with 40 seconds to score here in the second period. He's trailing by 1. Max in his table, right in the middle of the mat, trying to work a little hook. Buchel able to counter that. Max's head's down. He's got his hips up now. He's got his head up off the mat. We'll see if he's able to score here. 23 seconds, potted up. Denson's potted up. We'll see Buchel heavy on the head. Buchel drops down to the leg. Denson comes back down. 8 seconds to go. We'll see if Max can score. Buchel flattens him out here. Comes with the crossface. And this score is going to remain 2-1 as we go to that third period. Looks like Tag's choice. He's going to go down. So we'll see if Buchel can score off the bottom or if Denson can get a turn here. It's a 2-1 score in favor of the Badger. Buchel trying to stand up. Denson dumps him. Denson slides down to the wrist. Flops to his side, and Buchel's going to come around on his full switch action there. Max got a little long, flopped to his side, and gave up the 2. So now you've got Denson trying to hook, trying to look for a little roll. Buchel working on that inside arm. It's 4-1 lead for Buchel. Minute 30 to go in the match. Denson looks up at the clock. Buchel's riding that inside arm, runs Denson forward, trying to pull that arm out. Denson's protecting that arm, but in the meantime, the clock's ticking and he's unable to score off the bottom. Buchel stays on that inside wrist, and I think we'll see what our call is. So we got some blood here, blood on Denson. So blood time running here with a 4-1 lead for Buchel of Valentine.
Well, for Broken Bow, they'll have a wrestler in the championship of every weight class from here on out. Caden Powers will come out and wrestle for the title at 182. Lathan Duda will come out at 195. Kiefer Anderson made it into the final for Broken Bow at 220. And then Sawyer Bumgarner made it into the final at 285. So, Kirk, we saw Ogallala with a lot of participants in some of the lighter to middle weights, but now as we get to the heavier weights, here comes Broken Bow.
Yeah, even though they're trailing right now, I think by 4, Broken Bow's got to feel like they're in pretty good shape team-wise with those big hammers coming. And we're about ready to get back underway here. Denson on the bottom, trailing by 3. Buchel picks the ankle. Denson turns in on a switch. Buchel follows him up. Denson still reaching back for the leg now. Max peels hands, gets his escape. It's 4-2, 1 minute to go in the match. Denson needing that takedown. That'll tie it. And hey, folks, after I saw that semifinal match, I'm not counting him out.
Yeah, right.
He scored about 10 points in the last 30 seconds of that match. But I'm sure Buchel watched that match too. Now Denson's digging in that under. He's got the left hand underhook. 30 seconds to go.
Now you saw Max take a look at the clock too.
Yep. He's got plenty of time, but Buchel right now he's right along the edge of the mat. Okay, so we get a restart, 25 seconds to go. We're in the neutral position here. Denson needs a takedown to tie this match up. Buchel just needs to hold his spot, keep good position. Denson's wanting to come in pretty tall. You got a stalling call, and yeah, Denson stood tall there. Buchel came in on a little high crotch, hit his fireman's, and he'll seal it with that takedown. It's a 6-2 score. You can see Max getting a little tall, stood straight up in front of him, and hey, credit Buchel. There's the roll by Denson, not able to get through it, and there's the final. 6-2 is your winner, Tag Buchel of Valentine over Broken Bow's freshman Max Denson.
But boy, you got to feel like a great tournament anyway for Max.
Yeah, and he's trying to win the match there. You could just see at that one point he just stood up real tall. Buchel dropped in underneath.
So Max Denson will be your runner-up at 170 pounds here at the Southwest Conference Championships. We'll stay on mat 1 as Caden Powers comes out to wrestle for the title at 182 pounds. Going up against Caleb Pohl of Cozad. Pohl, a senior, 25-2 for the Haymakers coming into this match.
Oh, Pohl there trying to come in with an inside trip. And these two guys, the fur is flying right now.
Yeah.
These two guys aren't shy. Makes you think that somebody's going to get tossed off their feet here. Pohl comes in on his shot on a little high crotch. Powers is trying to chin drop,
Ooh.
and we'll see if he can step back over. He can't, so nobody scores there. Caden there's the throw. And like I said, the fur is flying here, folks. This is a lot of fun. If you're sitting down,
but
you're
no
not.
points out of all of that.
No, but it makes you think that somebody's going to end up on their back here. Nice low shot by Powers. Totally changed his strategy, went down low, but look at Pohl scramble. He's got the ankle, and you could see Powers trying to elevate that cross leg that he's got picked up. And we'll see if he could scramble on around, but Pohl is going to be pretty persistent there on the ankle, and now Pohl's got his head higher, and he's come up and attacked the head. And this is a tough spot for Caden right now if Pohl pressures in, and he's working his way in that position. And there's your 2. That should be 2 takedown, and Pohl's scoring here. He's got his 3 near fall. Now if he can get his hips up, Powers come out the back door. Pohl settles back. Wow. What action going on there. It's 5-0 lead for Pohl. But like I said, the way these two guys are going at it, somebody's probably going to end up on their back and not get off of it. 30 seconds to go in the first period. This has been wild. Pohl with the far side half. Now he steps back over. Caden's trying to get that hip down, and boy, that half is deep. And Pohl just cranks it over with 18 seconds. Caden's trying to keep that shoulder up. That'll stretch your flexibility out. 10 seconds here. Now Caden collapses down, and this is getting pretty tight for Pohl. There's the fall. 4 seconds to go in the first period. But for 1:56 seconds, that was a lot of action by those two guys.
So Caleb Pohl of Cozad is your conference champion, winning by fall over Caden Powers of Broken Bow at 182 pounds. So Powers of Broken Bow will be your runner-up. All right, let's go to mat 2. Lathan Duda out on the mat at 195 pounds. Duda going for the Southwest Conference Championship.
His opponent from Ogallala, Bo Edmond. Duda with the quick takedown here. Broken Bow needs Lathan to come through and do his job. And Edmond's coming around scrambling, but he's scrambling with a really good scrambler. And Duda comes out on top there again, keeps his 2-0 lead. And Duda now has a wing in on the left. He's got the wrist trap, steps back over, and we'll see if he walks his hip lever. And he just cranks Edmond over. Duda trying to secure the fall here in the first period. Edmond's trying to come out the back door of it. He's got his arm free. Now Duda just settles up on top of him. Comes back, knows exactly where he is, leg under, attacks the head with that half and gets the fall. 56 seconds of the match. Your winner by fall, Lathan Duda of Broken Bow.
So Lathan Duda moves to 38-0 on the season, as Lathan will be your conference champion at 195 pounds. We'll just stay on mat number 2. Kiefer Anderson, 220 pounds, wrestling for the title. And once again, here's Kirk.
And that fall should add 6 more points to Broken Bow's team score there. Kiefer Anderson, 220 pounds. Tough customer here. He's got in Alec Langen of McCook. Langen with only 1 loss on the season, 29 wins. Kiefer with 31 wins of his own, though. Just underway here. No score in this match. Whoa, little drag. Langen comes down. Wow. Drug that around, hustled around. That's not a move you see every day at the 220-pound weight class. Langen gets his 2-point takedown. Now has Kiefer's wrist trapped underneath. Trying to come under and get the hook. Unable to do so, but he keeps Anderson's wrist trapped underneath. And now trying to work a little cheap tilt action. Anderson trying to settle up on top. And he's able to do just that and gets his reversal. Nice counter there by Kiefer Anderson. 2-2's the score. Got his hips created, slid out, got his reversal. Anderson on top now, tying things up with that reversal. Langen gets to his feet. Anderson cuts him loose. 3-2 lead for Langen. 37 seconds to go, first period. Collar tie, wrestlers break apart here in the middle of the mat. Langen, the two-time state medalist here for the Bison. 15 seconds to go in the first period. 3-2, wrestlers break apart. Kiefer there with the heavy collar tie. Langen breaks that off, and we're going to end the first period with the 3-2 lead for Alec Langen of McCook. Good period for Kiefer Anderson, though. Anderson's choice on the flip, he'll defer. Langen's going to go to the bottom position. So Alec Langen of McCook gets himself settled in. Kiefer Anderson aboard on the right side, and here we go. Langen crawls out. Kiefer tries to pick the ankle, but Langen able to score the 1-point escape. 8 seconds into this second period, it's a 4-2 lead for Langen. There's the shot by Langen in on the single. Kiefer trying to cover. Kiefer locked up in the crotch. Langen brings Kiefer's hips down. Now Langen's trying to step over the situation. Kiefer gets his hips up, but Langen cuts him back down. And we'll see if Langen's able to get around here. Kiefer staying persistent up the crotch on the lock. And I think we do. Stalemate situation. And we'll come back to the neutral. 1:23 to go, second period. 4-2 lead, Alec Langen of McCook over Kiefer Anderson of Broken Bow. Winner here, Southwest Conference champion at 220 pounds. Hustlers in a collar tie right in the middle of the mat. Langen breaks that off. Little feint shot by Langen. Kiefer sprawls. Langen comes back up. Nobody's scoring here. Hustlers head to head. Right in the middle. 50 seconds to go, second period. There's the collar tie again. Wrestlers break free. We'll see if Langen comes in on that shot again underneath. Kiefer heavy on the head. Langen now with his back to the out of bounds. 2-on-1, working a little ball bat on Kiefer. Wrestlers break apart again. 20 seconds to go in the second period. There Langen with the fake shot. Comes in again on that low. Comes in on the single. Changes the level, gets the takedown. 6-2 lead for Langen. 5 seconds to go here in the second period. Anderson trailing 6-2 for Broken Bow. And we'll head to the third period. Kiefer looks over at his corner, and I think they're discussing it. And Kiefer's going to go down. So Kiefer Anderson looking to score off the bottom, trailing by 4 to McCook's Alec Langen. You can see Langen moving up on the body here. He's flattened Kiefer out. Now he's going to hook up a cradle. Kiefer gets his hips up if he can face out here. Kiefer's trying to protect, doesn't want to get pancaked. Langen picks up the inside ankle, hustles back around now, spurs in the left leg. Anderson's got his hips up. Langen's got in that left leg. Now he flattens out those hips. Langen going to work, looking for openings on the head. Minute 20 to go. Kiefer Anderson of Broken Bow trailing 6-2 here. And right now can't get himself built up into his base as Langen's pressuring forward. There, Kiefer does a good job getting his hips up. Langen comes in with the right hand half. Kiefer gets that off of him. Now Kiefer creates a little roll. Langen rides that through. A minute to go in the match. It's 6-2 lead for Langen. Kiefer's hips come up off the mat. Langen riding that right side. Picks up that near ankle. He's got Kiefer's left arm trapped underneath right now. Kiefer's trying to get that arm back. There he does. Gets it out in front. Works to get back to his base. Got his hips up. Langen spurs in that right foot again with 30 seconds to go. So Kiefer's done a good job working underneath. Keeps building himself up, but Langen has been able to stay in the saddle and keep his ride and keep his 4-point lead. Okay, we had a warning for stalling here on the top man, 19 seconds. So the warning for stalling on top causes a restart. No change in position, so Anderson gets himself set. Anderson comes out, Langen able to ride in. Oh, Langen slips in that left-hand half, and now that's deep. 10 seconds to go. We'll see if Kiefer can stay up off his back. 5 seconds. Anderson working hard to keep the shoulders up. 2, 1, time. So Kiefer survives. Langen doesn't get the fall, but he does get a 9-2 decision. So the winner, Alec Langen of McCook over Kiefer Anderson. Good match for Kiefer, though, and against a really good opponent.
So Kiefer Anderson, your runner-up at 220 pounds. Now we kind of look at the team score. Ogallala has what I believe is to be their final wrestler of the day out on the mat right now in the third-place match at 220 pounds as Colton Donison, the senior, is taking on Dalton Kane of Minden, but Sawyer Bumgarner is out for Broken Bow at 285 in the final. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think Bow was leading coming into these matches, right? By two?
By
okay.
two. Bow with a 2-point team lead.
All right.
So the bottom line is this throw that Sawyer just hit gives him a 2-point lead. Man, if Sawyer wins here, it's all over.
Yeah. So your focus now for us is going to be on the championship match at 285. Sawyer Bumgarner with a quick 4-0 lead over his opponent, Reed Steinbeck. A minute 36 to go, opening period. Bumgarner with the early lead. And here's Kirk to focus on the rest of the match for you.
And Steinbeck is a worthy opponent. He's 23-4 here. So you got 31-3 with Sawyer and 23-4 with Steinbeck. So he's a worthy opponent and just a good match. These two guys, I believe, will see each other in the sub-district here when that rolls around. So you got big matches going on for lots of different reasons. You have an escape here by Steinbeck. So you had a takedown and a 2 near fall early for Sawyer, an escape by Steinbeck, and with a 1 minute to go in the first period, you have a 4-1 score. Sawyer Bumgarner leading this match.
And in the Colton Donison Dalton Kane match, Donison of Ogallala, that's for third at 220. There is no score with a minute 20 left to go, second period.
And I will try to do better than I did in Sawyer's Cousins match and try not to attach him with a new first name like I did Connor Wells. Again, my apology to the Wells family. All right, here we are. These two big guys are wrestling. Oh, and there's Steinbeck, just wades in. Looks like he's working on a little head throw, and Sawyer's not going to have much to do with that. 32 seconds remaining in the first period. On a restart here. And now I think we got blood. Yep, looks like Sawyer's got blood coming here. 24 seconds to go, 4-1 lead for Bumgarner. We're in a little blood timeout here.
So we'll take a look at the third place match going on at 220. You've got Colton Donison of Ogallala going against Dalton Kane of Minden, and with 26 seconds left to go in the second period, it is Kane of Minden with a 1-0 lead. You know, worth mentioning, Kirk, on Thursday of next week, Broken Bow wrestles Ogallala in a duel at Broken Bow. That might not be too bad to take in.
Yeah, that might be kind of
that might be kind of good.
To kind of spot that a little bit. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how those kind of things roll around like that with these teams. So it looks like you're going to roll into the third period here with that 1-0 lead for Kane of Minden. Donison's going to go to the bottom position. And now we'll jump back over to Sawyer-Bumgarner match as we resume wrestling here in the neutral. And Steinbeck now trying to do a head throw on Baumgartner, and Sawyer just counters that. He gets the takedown. It's a 6-1 lead for Sawyer-Bumgarner. Steinbeck, though, gets himself potted up. He gets to his feet. But he goes out of bounds and doesn't get anything out of that, so he's back down. So Sawyer, 1 second to go in the first period, has had a good first period. He leads 6-1.
You love the phrase, the fur is flying. The fur's kind of flown in that 285-pound match a little bit.
Yeah, and a lot of times it does. I mean, man, those guys get after each other, and you got to love that aggressive style of each guy. So we're in the neutral here in the second period. And I catch myself in these here. We got a high headlock hooked up by Steinbeck, but again, not able to do anything with it. I find myself with a big grin on my face when I'm calling a lot of these matches because they're just a lot of fun. The aggressiveness of the kids and the wrestling, the counter wrestling, and just getting after it. It's a real pleasure to see kids get after it like this and really compete. Steinbeck keeps trying to work a little high headlock action there, and Sawyer just keeps pressuring in and really isn't having anything to do with it. It's 6-1. Sawyer's got the lead. We're going to get a restart again. Steinbeck again up on that head. But he hasn't had any luck with it, but he is persistent. There he tries to hit it again, and Sawyer slips it, scores the takedown. We are approaching 1 minute left here in the second period. Sawyer-Bumgarner of Broken Bow with that 8-1 lead for the Indians. Sawyer now lacing in a left leg. Let's see if that makes anybody's heart skip a beat. Working on that far leg. Sawyer's got his hips up on top. You know, it's just not every day you see legs thrown in by 285-pounders. And I'm guessing Steinbeck's thinking the same thing right now. 35 seconds to go, second period, 8-1 lead. There's Steinbeck trying to kick over it. Sawyer scrambles back up on top, and that leg is now kind of soft in there. We'll see if Steinbeck's able to get out underneath it. He reaches with his left hand, gets the instep, and Sawyer gets it out of there. 17 seconds to go, second period. 7-point lead for Sawyer-Bumgarner of Broken Bow. Sawyer can secure the team championship with a win here. And there's the end of the period. We go to the third period. Bumgarner leads it 8-1. Sawyer's choice, and he's going to go down. So Sawyer looking to score off the bottom. He hasn't been in the bottom position in this match. Steinbeck mounts up. These two guys have been putting out a lot of energy here. We're down to the last 2 minutes. Bumgarner trying to post up that inside foot. Steinbeck scrub his heels it. We'll see if Steinbeck's able to do anything here. Bumgarner trying to post up the left foot now. Steinbeck riding the right side. There's Sawyer up to his feet. Uh-oh, if he turns in hard. Couldn't quite get it turned in hard enough. And then he was on his side a little bit. Steinbeck couldn't run his feet enough. Bottom line is no change in position. But both guys probably cost their coaches a couple months off their lifespan. 1:15 to go here in the third period.
Well, Ogallala with one competitor left who is out on the mat right now at 2:20. The third place match there, that match is in overtime as Colton Donison of Ogallala is tied with Dalton Kane of Minden at 1-all.
Nothing's easy, is it?
No.
Nothing is easy. We're at 107 in the Sawyer-Bumgarner match. He's on the bottom position. That's where he started this period. Oh, Steinbeck comes around front now, trying to work a little front head action. Sawyer now pods up. Sawyer needs to get control of either crowd in or get control of that hand underneath. Now Steinbeck's just going to cut him loose. So 50 seconds to go, 9-1 lead for Sawyer Bumgarner. And Steinbeck's going to have to go for broke here pretty soon. Bumgarner just holding good position. .30 seconds to go in the match. 9-1 lead for Sawyer Bumgarner of Broken Bow. Steinbeck's trying to wade in. He's got it trying to go for that headlock, and he's been here before. He just hadn't been able to do much with it. And you can see these two guys, as I've said, they have expended a lot of energy. They've got 19 seconds to go here, and it all comes down to good position for Sawyer. Steinbeck wades in, tries that head throw, and Sawyer just shrugs him off, flips him out of bounds. Here comes Steinbeck again. And Sawyer picks him up, and there, this is trouble here. It's an illegal slam. Now the question comes down with 3 seconds to go in the match. Can you continue?
And if you can't?
If you can't, then Steinbeck wins the match because it was an illegal slam.
Okay.
And who won here? Ogallala won here.
Right, so Donison won.
Yep.
4-1, I think, was the final there as it went to overtime.
So that should add 3 to their team score.
So Ogallala leads by 1 now.
So this kind of, I hate to say this, but it comes down, can Steinbeck continue here? You got 3 seconds to go in the match. You got 55 seconds to go on the clock.
And how many seconds was left in Sawyer's match? Just 3?
3 seconds.
Yeah.
But an illegal, I mean, and if you, the official, you got to make that call because when you bring a guy up, you're responsible to bring him down. And Sawyer had him up in the air. I mean, he lifted him. So we'll see how this turns out, and we'll know in 25 seconds if Steinbeck can continue on.
So if Steinbeck wins the match.
It looks like he's going to continue.
What? Okay. Well, boy, credit to him.
Yes.
For getting up and being able to do so.
Yep. 3 seconds to go. And Steinbeck there takes, he's able to go because he goes in, tries a shot, and that concludes the match. But you're right, Brent. Credit to Steinbeck to get up and finish the match.
So Sawyer's going to win, and that should, I think, secure the title, the team title for Broken Bow. They're going to win by 3.
Right, because it adds 4 to the team score.
Okay. So Bow's going to end up winning the team title. Now, I want to go back just for information's sake for myself. If Steinbeck can't continue, Steinbeck wins the match.
Yes.
Does Ogallala then win the team title?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Broken Bow doesn't score in that match.
Right. Wow.
So that's with that 3 seconds, that's what I was holding my breath just a little bit there. But he was able to continue, and Sawyer did win the match. And Broken Bow wins the championship.
Will win the team title. What a tournament.
What a tournament.
Man.
Isn't that crazy?
Exciting, too, with the, whenever you have a team race, I mean, let's face it, going to the final match. Yeah. That creates even added excitement.
Well, credit Ogallala, they had to have the win here to get their 1
to make
point
it interesting.
lead for those, 25 seconds of the injury time. So,
wow.
Think about all the matches in the day. That's what. That's what you do as a coach. You go back and start shuffling through because it comes to that match. But think how many opportunities in the day that, as a coach, you usually think about opportunities where you're going, man, if we'd done that, we could have taken the pressure off. Yeah. You don't think about the matches where you were behind by 8 points with 30 seconds to go and you win.
And 2 bonus points with the way you win the match. I go back to what I think was maybe one of the matches of the day when Max Denson was wrestling Riley Baker in the semifinals. I mean, Max is down in the match. You kind of get the feel coming to the final 30 seconds that Baker's going to advance, and the next thing you know, Max ends up winning by fall at the very end of the match. How big were those points?
Yeah, because you win by fall, you pick up 2 more points there than just otherwise.
Wow.
So you're picking up those bonus. Yeah, it's crazy. Or on the flip side, maybe somewhere along the line you had a guy that was maybe outmanned that's hung in there and ended up getting beat by decision. It just gets crazy.
So Broken Bow is going to win the team championship. We'll give you the final team score here after this short break, but for Broken Bow, it will be their 3rd Southwest Conference team title in the last 4 years. All right, we'll break away for 1 minute. We're back to wrap it up from here in Valentine after this.
Struggling to keep up with your kids, your finances, your insurance, your life? Then let me, State Farm agent Heidi Bazada in Cozad and Gothenburg, help you simplify and get to a better state. Because with our office handling your auto, home, and life insurance, you'll have more time to handle everything else. More money, too, because adding State Farm policies can earn you discounts that could add up and actually help you get ahead. Call me, State Farm agent Heidi Bazada in Cozad and Gothenburg today and get to a better state with State Farm.
Mike Borders with Borders Law Office invites you to call him at 308-872-3311. The young people of Central Nebraska are our future, and that's why Mike supports broadcasts of high school sports. He knows it all starts with students learning the importance of balance, more specifically the balance of academics and sports. Call Borders Law Office at 872-3311. From general practice to real estate and agricultural law, Borders Law Office in Broken Bow, proud sponsors of this broadcast.
And we welcome you back to Valentine High School. Great to have you with us for this full day of wrestling coverage of the Southwest Conference Tournament. Just a thrilling tournament, and as we were talking about going into break, boy, the team race going right down to the end between Ogallala and Broken Bow. And again, those two are going to duel each other on Thursday in what will be senior night for Broken Bow on Thursday, so that will be a lot of fun to watch. Something that we didn't necessarily talk about, Kirk, during the course of the day, a lot of these schools here today are going to be in that B4 district, so we could see some rematches at districts of some matches we saw here today.
Yeah, and those subs before that week before, yeah, you'll see a lot of these guys banging heads, and they may bang heads a couple times through the sub and into that district final then the next week.
All right. Gavin Higgins has been running the camera, and Gavin has been the one that's really been keeping a close eye on the team score for us, and we appreciate it. Final score was what as far as Broken Bow and Ogallala at the top? Broken Bow 173, Ogallala 170. So Broken Bow wins the team title by 3 points over Ogallala. Minden third. The Whippets had a good tournament
today.
They
really did. They came out and competed, and they've got to be happy coming out of here with third place.
Ethan Leibig is on the mat at 285 pounds, and let's see, Jaden Cervantes of Cozad just got an escape. Oh, Leibig takes Cervantes down right at the end.
We'll see here. Did he get his 2?
He did.
Okay, because when I looked over, the clock was 0, but it was after the throw. So, oh my goodness. Why not? Why not?
What a way to end the tournament. Wow, what a match.
Jiminy Kraut.
Oh, gracious. Well, there you go. Great day of wrestling. For Broken Bow, a team championship. You had Sawyer Bumgarner winning the individual title at 285 pounds. Lathan Duda was your champion for Broken Bow at 195. And then the following finished as the runner-up in their weight class. Chauncey Watson at 106, Cyrus Wells at 126, Connor Wells at 145, Max Denson at 170, Caden Powers at 182, and Kiefer Anderson at 220 pounds. So a fabulous tournament. Broken Bow will collect their 3rd Southwest Conference team title in the past 4 years. They won it in back-to-back years in 18 and 19. They were runner-up last year and now win the team title here in 2021. Well, Kirk, as we wrap it up, your final thoughts on what was a great day.
Well, I was just impressed with the way kids, Broken Bow kids especially, because that's who I'm really zeroed in on, and the area kids with the Gothenburg Cozad. But, man, kids were just really competing today. And if you look in these brackets, there's a lot of young kids in this Southwest Conference. So when you start looking for future years, I think this Southwest Conference wrestling is going to be kind of like this for the next several years. But just the way the kids all competed and got after each other, and just a lot of fun. And in our climate right now, with this pandemic and all this, it is just so fun to watch kids compete.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to conclude the day, really, is that statement that you just made. It was a great day for us. Boy, we were on for how many hours? We've been on for a while. Over 5 hours of wrestling coverage for you today. We hope you folks enjoyed it, and a big thank you to all of the wonderful businesses who brought you the coverage on radio, KBBN 95.3 FM and KBBN.com, and also the wonderful businesses that brought you the special video stream of today's matches as well. For Gavin Higgins, for Kurt Crowley, I'm Brent Apperson. Thanks for listening, everybody.
Thank you for listening to our coverage of high school sports. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Also, a special word of thanks goes out to our sponsors who make our coverage possible. You, too, can thank those businesses by allowing them to be of service to you. Join us again next time for our continuing coverage of high school sports on Central Nebraska's Sports Source.